in the divine capital of Zhongzhou, inside the Golden Luan Palace. Everyone, through the recent battles, we have basically unified the eastern nations. Now, it is time to march towards the distant west. Jiang Chen sat high on the dragon throne, gazing down at the kneeling officials of the Wu-100 clans. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers echoed in unison. Our first target will be Finland in northern Europe. There, a vast amount of resources is accumulated, and its national strength is far inferior to Zhongzhou. A glint of cunning flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. I accept the order. The ministers responded again. Which army corps will lead the expedition? Jiang Chen scanned the surroundings. Allow me to go. A thunderous roar rang out as Meng Tian abruptly stood up. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the Dawnlight Corps to explore the north and fight for your Majesty. I also request to go on the expedition. The Sword Corps will surely cut off Finland's resistance. Zhuan followed closely, speaking up. The Night Scythe Corps also requests your Majesty to send us. Zhu Qingtian's eyes burned with fierce battle intent. The leaders of various corps vied with one another, eager to establish military achievements. Enough! I have decided that Meng Tian and Zui In will jointly lead the expedition to Finland. Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop the dispute. Considering the long distance, you may take the mech units with you. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two men bowed again. Additionally, send the Divine Guardians, Leah and Lena, along to escort and protect. Jiang Chen added, Understood, Your Majesty. Leah and Lena also respectfully accepted the order. The next morning, the troops set off. The two main corps took advanced mechs and headed west under the escort of the Divine Guardians. Guosanli was also dedicated to developing new weapons. He referenced the relics of Atlantis and developed the Time Vortex missile. This missile explodes above the target, releasing a concentrated vortex of time and space power that could distort the local flow of time, causing the enemy to age instantly. Guosanli also created nanomechanical swarm, small mechanical insects that can fly en masse and self-destruct, causing great damage to the enemy. Under his and Ko Xiao Zhao's initiative, these two new weapons were equipped to the expeditionary forces. 3 days later, the army had entered the Finnish border. This place had snow and ice all year round, covered in a blanket of silver. The Zhongzhou army marched laboriously on the vast, icy plains, their speed not fast. In Finland, Leader Stubb received shocking news. Zhongzhou's army had reached the border of Finland and could launch an attack at any moment. Stubb urgently summoned Martin Luther, the leader of the most powerful ability user organization, the Lutheran Church, to discuss countermeasures. Archbishop, the situation is critical. We must respond. Stubb said with a serious face. You are right. Zhongzhou is coming with great force. We must go all out. Martin Luther nodded. The Lutheran Church can mobilize all its forces to support the nation. Great. Stubb breathed a sigh of relief. I have ordered the military to conduct wartime deployments, cooperating with your organization's ability users for defense. All right. I will return to the church immediately and mobilize all personnel. Martin Luther set off back to the church. At the Lutheran Church headquarters, Martin Luther entered the hall, only to see it filled with ability users dressed in black robes. Dear God, Zhongzhou is invading, threatening our homeland. As the elite of the Lutheran Church, we will respond to the national command and go to war to protect our homes. Protect our homes. The ability users in the hall shouted. All right, now we will divide into 3 groups, led by Archbishops Hood, Moreau, and Uriel, each leading a team. Martin Luther commanded. The 3 archbishops immediately led their subordinates to the border. At the same time, the Zhongzhou army had reached the border, the heavy armored convoy lined up in formation on the barren plains. Report. Enemy ability users are approaching. The sentry relayed the message. Coming in fast. Prepare the whole army. Set the ability interference devices on the heavy armor to maximum capacity. Meng Tian sneered. An ability user rushed to the Zhongzhou army, but felt weak all over before even launching an attack. Their abilities were completely ineffective. What strange device, my abilities are sealed. Quickly retreat. They immediately fell back. Archbishop, it's no use. Our abilities have been completely sealed by their devices. Moreau reported. Another group of ability users began to unleash their powers. Some shot laser beams, others transformed into steel giants, and others went invisible to infiltrate the enemy lines. They coordinated closely, launching fierce attacks. The Finnish military deployed various high-tech weapons for counterattacks, including drone swarms, laser turrets, and nano-armor. Everything imaginable. The two armies clashed, and the battlefield was ablaze. The shockwaves of abilities intertwined with lasers, creating a dazzling spectacle. Just as the Finnish army was gaining the upper hand, Zwoin's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Foolish Finns, kneel and accept your doomsday fate. He clasped his hands together, chanting incantations. A dazzling beam of light fell from the sky, pointing directly at the Finnish military command. Activate the anti-gravity shield, full power. Stubb shouted. A massive hemispherical shield immediately appeared above the command post, blocking the deadly strike. Such power, simply beyond imagination. Stubb felt a lingering fear. Tactical nuclear missiles. Target the enemy archbishop. Fire. He immediately mobilized all forces for a counterattack. Several tactical nuclear missiles rose from behind distant hills, heading towards Zwoin. Lena's eyes narrowed, chanting words, and a light curtain dissolved all the missiles. They actually dissolved the nuclear missiles. It seems only the ultimate weapon will do. Stubb's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he activated a confidential system deep within the base. A continuous rumbling sound erupted, and dozens of fully metallic humanoid mechs rose from the ground, flying towards the battlefield. Terminate system, activate, Stubb commanded sternly. These Terminator mechs glinted with cold metallic light, their eyes shooting lasers, piercing through the defenses of the ability users and causing heavy damage. Zwoin's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly focused harder to engage in battle. Both sides fell into a stalemate, making it difficult to gain the upper hand. The flames of war spread to Finland's capital, Helsinki, where skyscrapers collapsed and civilians suffered immensely. Stubb, you beast! Watch me flatten your base. Lena's eyes were filled with killing intent, raising her staff and chanting spells to summon a calamity to destroy the Finnish military headquarters. Just then, a meteor-like figure suddenly descended from the sky, holding a mysterious artifact, directly striking Lena's staff away. Who? Both armies were shocked. The newcomer, dressed in a flowing robe, was mysterious and powerful. It is the prophet of Finland, Karl T. Stubb exclaimed with excitement. Your technology is still insufficient to combat this heretical power. Let me end this once and for all. Karl T ignored everyone and went directly to Stubb. Stubb nodded, watching the prophet Karl T fly into the air. I have finally waited for your appearance, Karl T. Lena said, her tone restrained with the tension of an impending storm. The renowned Miss Lena, the divine guardian? Looks like the situation is about to get more interesting. Karl T smiled slightly. Bring it on. Let me see your strength. He reached out in a gesture of invitation, exuding an air of confidence. Who does this prophet master think he is, unaware of his own limits? Lena's emerald eyes flashed with cold light as she drew her long sword from her waist, its tip pointing at Karl. The two locked eyes, tension thick in the air. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. In the forest, only the sound of the wind could be heard, as their garments fluttered in the breeze. Come on, Karl suddenly shouted, charging at Lena, his staff emitting a dazzling glow as he struck at her face. Lena did not dodge. Instead, she took a deep breath and swung her sword in a perfect arc. With a sharp clang, she accurately blocked the deadly blow. A hint of cold laughter appeared on Karl's lips as he waved his staff in the air, shooting a series of silver-white arrows at Lena. Lena shifted her feet, gracefully avoiding the barrage. Then she flicked her wrist, her sword creating several afterimages as she fiercely thrust at Carl's face. Carl swung his staff, chanting a spell, and neutralized her attack. The two engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat on the open ground, each strike filled with tremendous power, their true energy soaring into the sky. After several exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand. Ultimate cold strike, Lena suddenly chanted, the blade of her sword glowing with icy brilliance as a wave of sword energy surged toward Carl, breaking through his defenses. Carl's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly summoned the power of his staff to withstand the blow. With a thunderous boom, he staggered back several steps, his face pale. Didn't expect you to have such skill. Let me show you the might of our prophet's forbidden magic. A fierce glint flashed in Carl's eyes as he waved his staff, drawing complex circles in the air. Suddenly, countless illusions appeared in the air, attacking Lena from all sides. Lena focused her energy, her sword spinning rapidly like a windmill, creating a cyclone sword net that blocked all the light shadows. However, she was also trapped by the forbidden magic set by Carl. Her movements significantly hindered. Let me show you the power of our prophet's forbidden magic, Carl said triumphantly, reciting a spell as his staff glowed brilliantly. A giant light eagle materialized around him, spreading its wings and swooping towards Lena. This attack was extraordinarily powerful, like a bamboo grove being smashed apart. Lena was knocked back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It seems the reputation of the Crystal Spirit Sword isn't all that great. Karl sneered. This match ends here. He raised his staff, ready to deliver the final blow. Seeing this, Carl laughed coldly and chanted the ultimate spell, a beam of golden light tearing through the sky, shooting towards Lena. At that critical moment, a tremendous force surged into Lena's body. Break! Lena suddenly opened her eyes wide, the sword in her hand swelling with energy, the sword aura shooting up to disperse Carl's golden light. Impossible. Carl gasped in disbelief. Lena pointed her sword. The sword aura swelled and shot out. That sword aura was incredibly fast, and Carl had no chance to evade. Heavenly Demon Sword Pulse, 9 stars against heaven. With Lena's sharp shout, the golden light pierced through Carl's heart. Wheeze, what kind of power have you obtained? Carl fell to the ground, blood streaming out, his voice growing weaker. You are not worthy to know. Prophet. Lena didn't even glance at him. She sheathed her sword and left. Meanwhile, on the armored vehicle in Zhongzhou, machine guns roared, and the superhumans, relying on their agile movements, charged into the rain of bullets. Combat erupted, fists and feet clashing against armored vehicle shields, fiercely intense. Just as the superhumans were gaining the upper hand, a batch of heavy tanks suddenly surged out from behind the Zhongzhou convoy. Boom! Flames engulfed the superhumans in front, causing heavy casualties in an instant. What kind of cursed thing is this? Martin Luther felt darkness before his eyes and struggled to hold on. Quick, retreat. The remaining troops withdrew in disarray, suffering more than half their losses. Stubbs saw the grim situation and felt his heart twist in agony, calling for an emergency meeting. Our casualties are heavy. Our strength is exhausted. We can only retreat to the border main city and wait for reinforcements. An aide suggested. No way. Stubbs slammed the table. This is a war to defend our homeland. We cannot easily retreat. But we already have no extra troops. With me here, Finland will never fall. A young voice echoed. Everyone turned to see a young man in white walking in confidently. Who are you? Martin looked at the youth suspiciously. I am Olsen, the bishop of the Lutheran Church. The young man bowed modestly. How old are you? Martin surveyed the young superhuman. I'm only 16 years old. Olsen replied honestly. You became a bishop at 16? The crowd couldn't help but marvel. Yes, sir. Although I am young, my abilities are not weak. Please allow me to go to the front lines and assist. Olsen earnestly requested. Martin looked at the boy's determined gaze, struggling to make a decision. I support letting him try. Milo interjected. Olsen's abilities are indeed strong, and besides, we currently have no better candidates. Fine, let him give it a try. Martin finally nodded. Olsen charged alone into the Zhongzhou army's defense line. Dozens of gun muzzles aimed at the seemingly unfriendly youth. Olsen showed no fear. He raised his hands, suddenly generating a light wall to block in front of him. The sentries fired continuously, the bullets bouncing off the light wall and falling down. Olsen surged into the army's defense line, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. Enemy attack. Quickly prepare heavy equipment. The Zhongzhou commander roared in fury. Tanks and heavy mech poured in like a flood. Olsen raised his hands again, the ground rumbling as it split open, swallowing the tanks into deep pits. He waved his hands, creating a gravitational field that hurled the mechs into the air. The Zhongzhou troops were thrown into chaos, suffering countless casualties. Olsen single-handedly wiped out an entire battle group of Zhongzhou. I'll go meet him. Leah stepped out. Olsen saw a girl in purple approaching from the hillside, looking around 20, radiating a chilling, killing intent. You are Finland's, Olsen? Leah asked coldly. Indeed, I am Olsen. Olsen replied vigilantly. May I ask who you are? I'm Leah, sent by Zhongzhou to hunt you down. Leah stated indifferently. Olsen's heart sank. The other party was actually a divine envoy from Zhongzhou. In that case, I cannot let you go, as I am fulfilling my country's orders. Olsen said solemnly, his aura bursting forth instantly. Come on, let me see your strength. Leah smirked coldly, stepping forward. The two locked eyes, tension crackling between them. Windblade. Olsen waved his palms, shooting out several wind blades. Break! Leah lightly exclaimed, dodging all the attacks with a swift move. She leaped into the air, launching dozens of ice needles. Olsen was quick on his feet, spreading his arms wide to block all the ice needles with his psychic power. Psychic power? You must be capable of more than just this. Leah sneered, suddenly spreading her arms wide, a pale blue glow radiating from her. I seal. At her command, the lights surged, and the entire canyon was instantly frozen. The ground beneath Olsen's feet froze instantly, an overwhelming chill enveloping the area. Psychic ice wall. He roared, and a blue psychic wall appeared before him to block the cold wave's invasion. Not bad. Leah raised an eyebrow. Then let's see something even more powerful. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly opened wide, and two beams of cold light shot out. Olsen sensed the danger and quickly dodged. He was still hit in the left shoulder, his entire arm freezing instantly. Close call. He gritted his teeth, using his psychic power to melt away the ice on his shoulder. Take this. Leah didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, and suddenly struck at him with a palm. Psychic shield. Olsen hurriedly unfolded a massive shield to block in front of him. There was a loud bang, and the psychic shield shattered. Olsen let out a muffled groan, his whole body flying backward like a kite with its string cut. It's over, Leah said coldly. She leaped suddenly, appearing behind the retreating Olsen like a flash of lightning, conjuring two ice blades with her hands and stabbing down fiercely. Just at that critical moment, a powerful psychic shockwave suddenly erupted from beneath Olsen's feet. He skillfully used the recoil to stabilize his position, and with a wave of his hands, shot out two psychic chains that tightly bound Leah's wrists. It won't end so easily. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. The psychic chains quickly constricted, binding Leah's hands tightly and pulling her toward Olsen. Watch my strongest move. Olsen took a deep breath, both hands thrusting towards Leah. The force of this strike was so great that it created a cracking sound in the air. Leah's expression changed slightly, knowing she couldn't take it head-on. She immediately gathered her energy in her feet and started to move swiftly from side to side. She deftly released the binding of the psychic chains and rolled away from this deadly strike. That was close. Leah secretly rejoiced, catching her breath as she stood firm. Looking up, she saw Olsen's eyes shining red, a powerful aura radiating from him. Get ready for your ultimate strike. Olsen suddenly formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Psychic storm." With a loud roar, the surrounding air became chaotic, and a massive psychic storm erupted from within him. Countless psychic projectiles shot through the canyon, destroying boulders and shattering ice wherever they passed. I didn't expect you to have such a strong hand hidden. Seeing the overwhelming force, Leah stopped holding back and boldly spread her arms. "Come on, my icy true chi," she lightly called out, and an immense cold radiance erupted from her body, a snowstorm sweeping across the entire canyon. The two powerful storms of psychic energy and snow clashed violently in midair, creating massive waves. Olsen's expression changed slightly. He could feel that their strengths were evenly matched. This woman exceeded his expectations and was far from being an ordinary psychic user. As their energies collided, the scene was breathtaking. With a thunderous roar, the psychic storm was covered by the icy storm, and Olsen's ultimate strike was rendered useless. How could this happen? Olsen's face turned pale, realizing that his ultimate trump card had been countered by her. This time of reckoning made him acutely aware of the gap in strength between them. At this moment, Leah had already dissipated the snowstorm, replaced by an unfathomable aura. She landed lightly, her gaze sharp as she scanned Olsen. "Having received your ultimate strike, now it's my turn to attack." As soon as her words fell, she gathered her energy in her hands and summoned the ice soul cold light sword. This sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, emitted a dazzling blue light, and the surrounding air instantly dropped to below freezing. "This is bad." Olsen's heart raced with alarm as he hurriedly gathered all his strength to create a psychic shield. "Break!" Leah called out lightly, and the ice soul cold light sword pierced through the shield in an instant, heading straight for Olsen's face. Olsen raised his hand to block, but the sword's chill was too intense. As soon as his palm made contact, it was immediately frozen. "Core break," Leah murmured, slightly shifting the sword's angle to change her attack. This strike aimed for the critical point of Olsen's dantian, its speed and force so fierce that it was nearly impossible to evade. In a moment of crisis, a brilliant golden light burst from Olsen's eyes. He leaped up suddenly, psychic projectiles shooting out from beneath his feet, the recoil swiftly propelling him upward. This leap barely avoided the deadly blow. Good movement. Leah's eyes narrowed, her figure swiftly following. She gracefully jumped, her ice sword striking repeatedly as she launched an aerial assault on Olsen. As soon as Olsen landed, he hadn't even stabilized his footing when he saw Leah's ice-like sword attacks coming at him. He had no choice but to gather his psychic shield to withstand the last-ditch effort. With a series of crisp sounds, the psychic shield shattered under the fierce assault of the ice sword. With a final strike, the psychic shield was destroyed. Olsen let out a muffled groan, a sharp pain shooting through his chest as blood splattered out. He knelt on one knee, struggling to support his body. Meanwhile, Leah landed lightly, her ice sword tapping the ground, coldly looking at him. "You lost. You won." Olsen gritted his teeth and uttered the words of surrender. He understood that he was completely no match for this woman. There was no possibility against her. Leah sheathed her sword and coldly turned to leave. Olsen watched her departing figure with mixed feelings. For the first time, he clearly recognized the gap between himself and a top-notch expert. At this moment, the Central Continent Army was advancing deep into Finland's territory. With the support of advanced equipment, the Finnish troops were retreating in defeat, taking civilians and heading north. The Central Continent Army relentlessly pursued, determined to annihilate the last resistance. At this time, the fleeing civilians suddenly developed an infectious disease, suffering heavy casualties. Elderly, weak, women, and children fell one after another on the road to exile, and the Finnish army also saw a rapid increase in casualties. The situation was dire, and Finland was facing an extreme challenge. In this critical moment, a figure slowly appeared in the Finnish army camp. He wore a hood and a gray robe, exuding a mysterious aura. "Who are you?" Finnish Commander Stubb looked warily at this unexpected visitor. The newcomer smiled faintly, lifting his hand to remove the hood. He appeared to be around 50, with wisdom in his brow, and the brilliance in his eyes was hard to look at directly. "I am the disciple of the prophet Calvin, the sacrificer Honest." He spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Honest? We need someone like you." Stubb's eyes lit up. Honest was quite reputable in the realm of psychics, and the Sacrificer was one of the rare, top-tier psychic factions. "I've come this time to uncover the secrets left by the prophet. As long as we grasp the mysteries of the Forbidden Book, we could defeat any formidable enemy." Honest smiled mysteriously. "The Forbidden Book?" Stubb was puzzled. "Exactly. I need to visit the holy temple of the prophet's teachings. Perhaps I can find a clue. Then you will welcome the power of the unknown." Honest nodded. Stubb watched Honest leave, his heart unable to settle for a long time. What kind of variables would the Forbidden Tome bring? At the headquarters of the Seer Church, Honest stood alone in front of a massive stone door. He closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and muttered incantations. Suddenly, the stone door creaked open slowly. Honest opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, with obscure totems hanging around, emanating a mysterious aura. Honest's expression was serious as he cautiously navigated through numerous traps, finally arriving at a stone chamber door deep within. "This is it," he murmured to himself, gently pushing the stone door open and stepping inside. In the center of the stone chamber was a stone pedestal, on which lay an ancient book with yellowed pages. "This is the legendary Forbidden Tome." Honest's eyes sparkled as he walked closer. Just as he reached out to take it, the surrounding totems suddenly emitted a dazzling light. "What a danger!" Honest's expression changed slightly, but he still took the ancient book without hesitation. How can it be so easily obtained? This Forbidden Tome contains extraordinary power. He narrowed his eyes and quickly flipped through the pages of the ancient book. The pages were filled with mysterious incantations and symbols, each word seemingly containing unfathomable power. "Ha ha! I have waited for this day for far too long." Honest laughed maniacally, the Forbidden Tome finally reappearing in the world. Meanwhile, the Central Plains army was rapidly marching along the northern mountain range. 3 armies, led by Meng Jingtian, Zhu En, and Zhu Chengtian, advanced in a long line on the road. "General, the canyon ahead has been set up with a trap. Once the enemy steps in, they will be annihilated," Meng Jingtian reported respectfully. "Very good. Our army's commander is far beyond these Finnish pests." Ko Xiaoxiao sneered, glancing at the 3 commanders. "You all must remain vigilant. There must be no slackening." "Yes," the 3 responded in unison. "The general is wise." The other generals echoed in agreement. The Central Plains army was unstoppable, quickly capturing important cities in the north. Honest, on the other hand, arrived at the Finnish army's main camp with the Forbidden Tome. "Honest, you're back." Stubb was overjoyed to see him. The others eagerly anticipated the power he would bring. "I successfully obtained the Forbidden Tome." Honest smiled slightly, raising his hand to display the ancient book. "Great! Does it really contain the power we need?" Stubb asked anxiously. "Of course, this book records the immense power hidden by the seers. It will be the key to our fight against the Central Plains," Honest declared loudly. The next morning, Honest arrived at a secret chamber in the mountains. The sacrificial array had already been set up according to the records in the book. "The time has come. It's time to awaken this ancient power." Honest took a deep breath and sat down in the center of the array. He opened the Forbidden Tome, formed seals with his hands, and began to chant. A buzzing sound echoed as a massive magic circle appeared in the center of the array. Sleeping ancient god, I summon you. Grant me power. Honest closed his eyes and shouted, reciting the incantations. As the light of the array grew stronger, the surrounding air became eerily silent. The atmosphere sent chills down one's spine, as if some terrifying entity was about to awaken. After a long time, Honest suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Show yourself." Boom! A massive black hole appeared in the center of the array, and a horrifying shadow emerged from it. It gradually took shape, revealing a gigantic three-headed, nine-tailed wolf, shrouded in black mist, with evil flames burning in each of its eyes. Finally revived, ha ha, Honest burst into a maniacal laugh. "I name you Fenrir. Go forth and take revenge on the Central Plains army," he commanded loudly. The giant wolf let out a thunderous howl, soaring into the sky and shooting northward like a black shadow. "Watch closely, Central Plains folks. This is the wrath of the ancient god." Honest sneered. At the same time, the Central Plains army was advancing through a canyon. Ahead is the end of the ambush. Meng Jingtian surveyed the terrain. "We're getting closer. Soon we can capture all these Finnish pests." Zwan's face showed a cruel smile. The three armies gathered, preparing for the final encirclement of the Finnish remnants. Just then, a black light suddenly flashed across the distant sky. Accompanied by a sky-shaking beast roar, a gigantic three-headed, nine-tailed monster descended from the sky. It opened its gaping maw and pounced towards the Central Plains army. What kind of monster is that? Quick, fire. Shoot it down." The Central Plains army fell into chaos, but the concentrated artillery fire was of no harm to the giant wolf. Where the three-headed, nine-tailed wolf passed, the Central Plains army was devastated, suffering countless casualties. "Notify the general. Quick!" Meng Jingtian's face turned pale as he urgently sent a message for assistance. Ko Xiao was also taken aback upon hearing the news. There's such a powerful, forbidden technique. The Finns actually summoned an ancient demon. "General, what should we do now? The three armies may not escape death." The staff members were also anxious. Ko Xiao calmed down for a moment and said in a deep voice, "In that case, let Lena go deal with it. Let's see if her abilities can subdue the demon." "Yes." Lena immediately set off towards the front line. Meanwhile, the three-headed, nine-tailed wolf had reached the defenses of the Central Plains army. It exhaled poisonous mist and swept its tail, and despite the heavy artillery bombardment, it suffered no damage at all. "The general is wise. Our army can no longer withstand the fight. Please send reinforcements quickly." Meng Jingtian gritted his teeth and communicated with the general. Just as the giant wolf was about to break through the defense line, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. Lena descended gracefully, her cold aura sending chills through the crowd. "I didn't expect such a figure to exist in the Central Plains. Today, I shall test your powers." Honest appeared from a distant cliff, speaking indifferently. "You mere evil spirit dare to howl before me." Lena's tone was icy, and her aura suddenly surged. She raised her hands sharply, and with a massive rumble, countless ice crystals rained down from the sky. You may be familiar with the path of ice and cold, but this level of power won't harm Fenrir at all. Honest's eyes flashed with contempt. The giant wolf shook its head violently, and the ice crystals shattered upon contact. It let out a fierce roar and lunged at the Central Plains defenses again. "Watch my ice storm." Lena's expression darkened, and she pushed her hands forcefully. This time, the heavens and earth changed color, and a storm of wind and snow swept in. The cold was biting, and ice blades filled the air with such force that all the Central Plains soldiers were filled with dread. The giant wolf hesitated, its forward momentum abruptly halted by the icy barrier. It growled incessantly, forcing its way out of the ice's restraint and turning to roar angrily at Lena. "Haha, as expected of the forbidden technique, it seems today I must show my true strength." Honest grinned wickedly, once again forming a seal and chanting a spell. The black aura around the giant wolf intensified, and its eyes burned with evil fire. With a long howl, it lunged directly at Lena from mid-air. "Come on, I've been waiting for you." Lena's gaze suddenly turned cold, and her aura surged dramatically. A cold blue ice sword appeared in her hand, with faint totems of ice and snow visible along the blade. "Freeze with ice, break," Lena shouted, thrusting the ice sword fiercely, the sword's light intersecting and striking down upon the giant wolf. With a loud boom, the giant wolf let out a wild roar and staggered back a few steps, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone on its chest. How is this possible? Honest's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't believe that the immortal ancient god from legend had been wounded by Lena. "Look at my icy coldness." Lena infused her power into the ice sword once more, slashing out. This strike carried even more coldness, causing the time in the world to seem to freeze. The giant wolf couldn't evade in time and was struck in a vital spot by the icy sword light, letting out a miserable howl. Its entire body became encased in ice, unable to move, and it even started to freeze from its tail upwards. "No, it's impossible. Fenrir's power has been sealed." Honest's face turned ashen. It was too late for him to cast a spell for assistance. As he watched the giant wolf become completely encased in ice, turning into an ice sculpture. "Don't you hurry and get lost." Lena sheathed her sword and coldly shouted at Honest. Honest's face was pale as he turned and fled. "Thank you, Lady Lena, for your assistance." Meng Jingtian and others stepped forward to express their gratitude. "It was just a small effort, nothing to mention." Lena replied indifferently and turned to leave. The generals breathed a sigh of relief, having avoided this deadly threat. Meanwhile, Honest returned to the main camp and slammed the forbidden book heavily on the ground. "I actually lost. I underestimated the strength of Zhongzhou." He gritted his teeth, unable to hide his anger. Stubb also looked despondent, realizing that the gap between them and Zhongzhou's strength could not be reversed. The outcome of this battle was already decided. Finland was destined to fall. In the capital of Finland, Helsinki, King Stubb sat on the throne with a gloomy expression. Honest's defeat with the Forbidden Book had plunged Finland into a dire situation. At that moment, a servant cautiously entered to report, "Your Majesty, General Ko Xiao from Zhongzhou requests an audience." Stubb pondered for a moment and nodded. "Let her in." Ko Xiao strode into the hall, a confident smile on her face. "King Stubb, we both know that Finland's resistance has become futile. Why not accept reality and discuss the terms of surrender?" Indeed, General Ko is broad-minded. Let's speak frankly. Stubb's expression changed slightly, but he still maintained his composure. The two sat down face to face to discuss the terms of Finland's surrender. There is only one condition. Finland acknowledges joining the territory of Zhongzhou and becomes an autonomous state of Zhongzhou. Ko Xiao stated directly. "What? Join Zhongzhou?" Stubb's eyes widened in shock. "Exactly. You can retain your throne, but you must pay tribute to the Dragon Emperor of Zhongzhou and obey orders." Ko Xiao said calmly. Stubb's expression was pained. He could not accept the fate of Finland becoming a territory of another nation. But considering the disastrous defeat of the Prophet sect, he had to acknowledge that with their current strength, they could not resist Zhongzhou's invasion. "All right, on behalf of Finland, I accept your terms. Finland is willing to become an autonomous state of Zhongzhou." After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said solemnly. Ko Xiao was delighted to hear this and immediately drafted the surrender document. Stubb didn't even look at it before signing his name. Thus, Finland officially ended its independence, becoming the seventh vassal state of Zhongzhou after the Suzy Kingdom. In an instant, Zhongzhou's troops patrolled the streets of Finland, and the once proud Finland citizens had to lower their heads. Meanwhile, far away in Zhongzhou's dragon capital, Emperor Jiang Chen learned that Finland had surrendered. He also made it clear that he would treat this non-resisting country with kindness. General Ko truly possesses both virtue and talent, capturing another city after the Suzy Kingdom, contributing greatly to Zhongzhou. Jiang Chen looked at Ko Xiaoxiao's report with satisfaction in his eyes. Serving the Holy One, one must do their utmost. These are all results of your wise guidance, Your Majesty. Ko Xiaoxiao praised. Indeed, now that Finland has submitted to Zhongzhou's rule, we must show our magnanimity. Certain customs and practices can be preserved, and taxes should be appropriately reduced. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty is wise. The ministers echoed. Thus, on the surface, Finland welcomed a relatively peaceful and harmonious transition period. Zhongzhou did not interfere much in local affairs, and Stubb temporarily retained his throne. However, behind the scenes, undercurrents continued to surge. The Lutheran Church harbored deep dissatisfaction with the rule of the foreign Zhongzhou Dragon Emperor, and this hostility could spark conflict at any moment. During her time overseeing Finland's affairs, Ko Xiaoxiao felt this keenly. Therefore, she wrote to Jiang Chen, requesting a complete reform of Finland's religious environment. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before finally replying. Although the Lutheran Church has a long history, it is ultimately a heresy and cannot be tolerated under Zhongzhou's rule in Finland. You may issue my decree, mandating the abolition of the Lutheran Church and clearing obstacles for Zhongzhou's faith. As you command. Receiving the holy edict, Ko Xiaoxiao immediately took action. She sent people to announce the decree throughout Finland, demanding the abolition of the Lutheran Church within 10 days, and that believers must convert to Zhongzhou's Taoism. This shocking measure immediately stirred up a storm all over Finland. It is simply intolerable. Our faith is about to be destroyed by a foreign race. Lutheran believers protested angrily. Please calm down. We must endure and preserve our strength. Martin tried to stabilize the people's hearts. However, public outrage was difficult to quell, and many believers were secretly brewing rebellion. In a secret chamber of the temple, Martin Luther convened an emergency meeting. Great Lord of the Church, we must take action. We cannot allow our faith to perish. That's right. I propose we take action and incite the believers to rise against foreign rule. The elders expressed their opinions one after another. Indeed, now is not the time for radical action. Martin stopped the others and pondered for a long time. Since it is already difficult to turn the tide, we should use wisdom to ensure that the flame of faith does not go out. Everyone listened nervously, waiting for his decision. My strategy is to appear compliant while secretly preserving our faith. Martin said slowly, on the surface, we will announce disbandment and prohibit all activities of the Lutheran Church. But secretly, we must retain our strength, develop an underground organization, and pass on our faith. The great Lord is wise. The elders expressed their agreement one after another. The Lutheran Church indeed announced its disbandment on the surface, and all churches were closed and occupied. But secretly, Martin used underground passages to establish a secret organization. The organization operated in the shadows at night, preserving the teachings in secret while waiting for an opportunity to revive. In the eyes of Zhongzhou's rulers, Finland's old faith had already been smoothly replaced by Zhongzhou's faith. Yet they did not know that another mysterious force was hidden beneath the ground. At the same time, Olsen was diligently cultivating his strength within the Lutheran secret organization. After failing in his battle against the divine prohibition, he became acutely aware of the gap between him and the top masters. During this period, he practiced tirelessly and even created a small organization. This organization gathered the wisest and bravest young believers from the Lutheran Church, personally trained by Olsen. In the past few months, Olsen's abilities had also undergone a qualitative leap. He repeatedly reflected on his encounters with Lena and finally developed the superpower of spatial teleportation. This advancement significantly enhanced his strength, making him capable of countering the forces of Zhongzhou. Meanwhile, the Zhongzhou ruling power was still immersed in a facade of tranquility, oblivious to the hidden variables brewing beneath the ground in Finland. A week later, Zhongzhou experienced its first shock and resistance under the rule in Finland. Olsen suddenly appeared at the Zhongzhou garrison in Finland, launching a frenzied attack. Report: enemy attack. Protect the commander. The Zhongzhou soldiers fell into chaos as Olsen moved through them like a ghost. With a flick of his hand, he distorted space and sent enemies flying. Ku Xiaoxiao hurriedly organized the soldiers to counterattack, but still struggled against Olsen's spatial teleportation techniques. Ultimately, after Olsen defeated 3 battalions of soldiers, Lena had no choice but to take action herself. The two engaged in a fierce battle above the camp, with Lena using her powerful inner strength to suppress Olsen's spatial abilities. Your rebellion will be futile, Lena coldly declared during the tense standoff. Olsen did not respond. His gaze remained resolute as he sought an opportunity to counterattack. Since he refused to repent, then perish. Lena's eyes turned cold as she intensified her inner strength output. Olsen's complexion changed slightly as he felt the powerful suppression becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. But at that critical moment, he smiled faintly and suddenly vanished into thin air. You actually broke through the blockade and escaped. Lena was taken aback. Olsen had used instantaneous spatial leap to flee. Although he did not achieve victory, this surprise attack still frightened the Zhongzhou ruling power. Lena realized that the situation in Finland was not as peaceful as it seemed, and dark currents were surging beneath the surface. Olsen's actions sparked a wave of resistance among the Finland believers. More and more people demanded that Martin lead the Lutheran Church to launch a full-scale counteroffensive against Zhongzhou's Dragon Kingdom rule. We must take action, just like the warrior Olsen, to resist oppression. Yes, now is the most opportune time. During a meeting, the elders once again urged Martin to instigate an uprising. It seems that relying on wisdom alone to resist violence is insufficient. We must take action. After a long contemplation, Martin finally nodded. I have decided to establish the Thorn Fist as the armed force of the Lutheran Church to launch guerrilla warfare against Zhongzhou. We will fight to the end and restore Finland. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement and responded enthusiastically. This new force would be led by Martin, with Olsen serving as his deputy, gathering the strongest ability warriors from the Lutheran Church. They used secret underground passages to conduct activities, launching surprise attacks against the Zhongzhou army. The Zhongzhou forces stationed in Finland quickly fell into chaos, with increasing casualties. Meanwhile, the Thorn Fist continued to grow, with more believers joining the ranks of resistance. Ku Xiaoxiao was furious and immediately requested reinforcements from the capital. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, was also greatly angered and promptly approved the request for reinforcements to Finland. In the Great Hall of the capital, Isihua, I appoint you as the commander, leading 10,000 mechanized troops to Finland to crush the rebellion. Jiang Chen spoke coldly to Isihua, his eyes exuding authority. Understood, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost to extinguish the rebellion. Isihua replied calmly. The next morning, Isihua set out with 10,000 mechanized troops from the capital toward Finland. Ku Xiaoxiao strengthened military deployments in Finland, vowing to annihilate the Thorn Fist. However, guerrilla warfare is incredibly challenging, and Olsen and others repeatedly broke through the blockade using various tactics. Before long, Isihua's army reached the Finland border and quickly coordinated with the stationed troops to launch a siege. Sir, we have set up a net in the terrain ahead. Please advance cautiously and do not fall into ambushes. Ku Xiaoxiao reminded Isihua to be wary of the guerrilla tactics. I'm well aware of the terrain in Finland. Their simple guerrilla tactics will pose no threat to us, Isihua replied indifferently. As they continued to advance, they soon entered a canyon area. On both sides of the canyon, towering cliffs revealed hidden weaponry deployed by the Zhongzhou army. Indeed, there are ambushes, Ku Xiaoxiao shouted, seize the enemy's weaknesses and annihilate them directly. Suddenly, the sound of explosions echoed around them as numerous laser cannons and missiles fired towards the center of the canyon. Foolish ants, perish! At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Olsen leaped onto the high cliff and forcefully pushed with both palms. The spatial aura suddenly twisted, diverting all incoming attacks away. What? How could he deflect my attacks? Ku Xiaoxiao's face changed dramatically. Ha ha! Foolish Zhongzhou people, behold my power. Olsen laughed wildly and waved his hand again to distort space. This time, he pulled in nearby boulders and trees into the distorted space, then shouted, "Release!" A massive rumble followed as the distorted space collapsed, sending all objects hurtling toward the Zhongzhou army. Dod! The Zhongzhou troops fell into chaos, suffering numerous casualties. It's my turn to strike. Isihua spoke calmly, raising his right hand and pointing forward. Countless energy streams appeared in the air, sweeping directly toward the position where Olsen had just stood. Olsen's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly executed a spatial leap to evade. However, the speed of the energy stream was too fast, and his left leg was still grazed, drawing blood. What powerful inner strength! This person is not simple. Olsen's heart raced with alarm. At the same time, the ambushed Thorn Fist believers suffered heavy losses under Isuhua's attack and had to retreat from the cliffs. Sir, the rebels have collapsed across the board. Please allow me to lead my men to eradicate them. Kuxiaoxiao respectfully requested. No need to pursue. You stay and clean up the battlefield. I can handle this alone. Isihua replied leisurely. Understood. Please be careful, sir. With that, Isihua single-handedly pursued the retreating remnants of the Thorn Fist. Everyone stop, cover the rear, and drive back the pursuers. Martin Luther commanded from the rear. The Thorn Fist members responded by taking up advantageous positions, launching a frenzied attack against Isihua. Various elemental bullets and psychic shockwaves converged toward Isihua, unleashing a powerful combined attack. Isihua continued to walk forward, unfazed. Just as the combined attack was about to hit, he suddenly waved his hand, and countless golden lightning bolts appeared in the air. These bolts quickly converged into a wall of golden light, firmly blocking all the attacks. Impossible! This person's abilities are like that of a superhuman. Martin's face turned pale. Isihua casually waved his hand, and the golden lightning wall instantly shattered, transforming into countless energy streams that swept through all members of the Thorn Fist. The Thorn Fist members had no chance to retaliate and were all turned to ash. Martin and Olsen struggled to gather their energy to resist, but they were also severely injured. I didn't expect you to withstand my attack. It seems I can no longer hold back, Iswa said coldly, suddenly slapping out a palm print. Unlimited catastrophe palm. Wherever the palm print pointed, mountains and rivers collapsed, and the heavens and earth changed color. Martin and Olsen's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly used all their strength to resist this deadly blow. However, the palm print was unstoppable, instantly shattering their defenses, and both of them spat out blood and were severely injured. Ew, who on earth are you? Martin gasped for breath and asked. Do ants like you even deserve to speak to me? Iswa snorted coldly, raising his hand to press down with another palm print. Before Martin and Olsen could react, they were blasted into 2 puddles of blood. The Thorny Fist declared the complete annihilation of their army. Aswar retracted all his aura and walked back to the main camp. Sir, your mission is accomplished. The rebels have been completely wiped out. Ko Xiaoxiao stepped forward to congratulate him. It was a simple matter. Since it's settled, we will return tomorrow to meet the Emperor, he replied. Understood. I await your orders. The next day, Aswa led the main force of the Central Plains army back to the country, leaving a small force stationed in Finland. With their strength firmly suppressing the situation, the resistance in Finland was completely quelled, and the central plains were as stable as a mountain here. Upon returning to the capital, Aswa reported his achievements to Jiang Chen. Aswa, you truly are a formidable leader. This time you have made significant contributions. Jiang Chen affirmed. I merely fulfilled the task bestowed by the emperor. All credit goes to His Majesty's brilliance, Aswa humbly replied. All right, I have great confidence in your abilities. I will grant you new energy to help you reach the divine realm soon. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, respectfully obeying the imperial decree. Aswa said respectfully. Emperor Jiang Chen sat on the high dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the civil and military officials below. Everyone, the fall of Finland allows our central plains to take another significant step northward, he declared, his voice loud and powerful. We are fortunate for your wise leadership, Your Majesty, and Lord Asua's remarkable achievements, the ministers flattered. Indeed. However, the northern countries will undoubtedly feel an increased sense of crisis, and we must be prepared. Jiang Chen's tone turned serious. The officials understood the sensitivity of the situation. Ko Xiao, do you have any updates from the reconnaissance department regarding movements in the north? Jiang Chen looked toward Ko Xiao. Reporting to Your Majesty, the reconnaissance department has just sent an update on the northern situation. Ko Xiao reported respectfully. The four northern countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Iceland, have been frequently exchanging envoys recently, seemingly planning to form an alliance. What? They are actually joining forces against our central plains. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. Please, Your Majesty, decide. Our army is fully capable of crushing any alliance. Meng Jingtian earnestly requested. Do not be careless. The northern countries have deep reserves and far exceed Finland's strength. Zhuan expressed a different opinion. Do not speculate. First, send someone to ascertain the movements in the north. Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop the debate. Understood, Your Majesty. I will head north to investigate the situation. Zhu Changtian volunteered. Good. Keep me updated on the northern situation at all times. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Zhu Changtian respectfully accepted the order and immediately set off northward. At the same time, the four northern countries were holding an emergency meeting. The ambitions of the Central Plains have been laid bare. They have already annexed the small country of Finland, King Haakon of Denmark said solemnly. We must unite to protect ourselves. Otherwise, who will be next? King Olaf of Norway also expressed his stance. After much discussion, the four countries finally reached a consensus to form the Northern Alliance to jointly resist the invasion of the Central Plains. Haakon was elected as the chairman of the alliance, responsible for coordinating alliance affairs. We must accelerate military development and raise our readiness status, Haakon ordered. The Lutheran congregations must also be incorporated into the military and play their part. The various countries began to gear up for war, producing tanks, thunder warplanes, and Northwind warships in batches to equip their armies. At this time, Zhu Changtian had already arrived at the border of the Northern Alliance. He stealthily infiltrated the alliance's interior to obtain first-hand intelligence. The situation is not optimistic. The alliance's military preparedness is complete, and we need to respond cautiously. Zhu Changtian reported what he had witnessed to the Central Plains. It seems they are determined to resist the Central Plains. Jiang Chen pondered for a long time after hearing this. Let them witness the might of our Central Plains. General, lead the northward expedition. He looked toward Ko Xiao. I will follow the decree. I will ensure that the Northern Alliance trembles in fear. Ko Xiao respectfully accepted the order. 3 days later, a 100,000-strong army, led by Ko Xiao, set out northward. Meng Jingtian, Zui In, and other famous generals were part of this northern expeditionary force. The vanguard quickly reached the border of the Northern Alliance and encountered resistance from the Alliance's defensive line. Watch my Northwind divine arrow, Zhuan shouted, and a beam of golden light shot forth from his divine bow. The Northwind divine arrow pierced through directly destroying an artillery platform of the Alliance. Take this! Meng Jingtian also refused to be outdone, striking out with his palm, the palm print transforming into a fierce tiger that pounced toward the enemy. The Alliance's troops suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat 10 miles to regroup. Ha! Do ants dare to block my Central Plains cavalry? Ko Xiaoxiao laughed heartily. The Central Plains army was unstoppable, quickly occupying important cities in the north. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, an urgent edict suddenly arrived for Jiang Chen. General Ko Xiaoxiao, halt the northward expedition and return quickly. An emergency situation has arisen in the east. Ko Xiaoxiao was taken aback and had no choice but to call off the northern expedition and hurriedly return. It turned out that while the Central Plains army was moving north, the eastern country of Talon had taken advantage of the situation to invade, capturing many border cities of the Central Plains. The situation was critical, and they had to respond immediately. Ko Xiaoxiao led the army back overnight to confront the Talon troops. I'm the first warrior of Talon, the god of war, Lan Ling King. Surrender at once. A tall warrior of the Talon army stood on the city wall, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Get lost, or I will make you truly taste despair. A cold voice echoed, and Aswa stepped forward from the Central Plains army. Just in time, let me properly experience your divine prowess. Lan Ling King's eyes turned red as he leaped into the air, swinging his fist toward Aswa. Heaven's destruction. Aswa casually made his move, and a small black appeared in the air, making the entire space fall into a deathly silence. Not good. Quickly retreat from the attack range. Lan Ling King's face changed drastically, but it was already too late. With a loud boom, the black dot collapsed into an infinitely vast black hole. In an instant, it swallowed Lan Ling King and all the Talon troops. Demon, what kind of monster are you? Lan Ling King let out his final desperate scream in the black hole. Aswa sneered, retracted all his power, and turned to leave. The Talon army was completely annihilated, and the Central Plains effortlessly regained all lost territory. Ko Xiaoxiao, witnessing Asua's swift resolution of the battle, couldn't help but feel a deep respect. I didn't expect Talon to take advantage of the fire. Luckily, Lord Aswa acted heroically. Upon returning to the capital, Ko Xiaoxiao reported the battle results to Jiang Chen. Truly a strength that surpasses the sun and moon. I'm increasingly unable to fathom Ashua's power. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty is wise. We must all learn from his fearless spirit, the ministers all echoed. All right, although the threat from the north has been resolved, we must not let our guard down. Jiang Chen once again emphasized, we must remain vigilant and be prepared to respond to various provocations at any time. Understood, Your Majesty. The ministers responded in unison. In the capital of Zhongzhou, the Golden Luan Palace, Jiang Chen stood by the window, gazing into the distance, his brows furrowed. Your Excellency, I feel that the recent battles have been too easy. There is a strange feeling about it, he said as he turned to the others. Your Majesty is wise. It is indeed the case. The enemy's resistance seems too weak, replied Ko Xiaoxiao respectfully. We both understand that the northern countries are far from truly showing weakness. There must be hidden circumstances. Jiang Chen said solemnly. I will send trusted subordinates to investigate and uncover the enemy's true intentions, he continued. To gather intelligence on the enemy, we must not only send people to the enemy's territory. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight. Ko Xiaoxiao also nodded thoughtfully. We must also pay careful attention to any spies that might have infiltrated our country. This is the key. Your Majesty's foresight is remarkable. I understand now. I will make arrangements for reconnaissance. Ko Xiaoxiao responded, enlightened. Ko Xiaoxiao secretly placed trusted subordinates in the military and political organizations, frequently coming and going to search for clues. 3 days later, a trusted guard named Ouyang Peng fortuitously discovered a significant secret. A person dressed in a guard's uniform was sneaking into a certain room at night and transmitting information through a peculiar device. Ouyang Peng quietly followed and confirmed that the person was undoubtedly a spy. He reported back to Ko Xiaoxiao to discuss strategies. Look for an opportunity to capture the spy for interrogation. We must uncover the mastermind behind it, Ko Xiaoxiao ordered in a low voice. The next night, Ouyang Peng led a team to follow the spy to the designated room. Capture him. Several trusted subordinates swiftly subdued the spy. When Ko Xiaoxiao arrived at the room, she squinted her eyes as she examined the spy. Who do you serve? If you don't want to die a painful death, you'd better confess. Under pressure, the spy finally confessed. I am a spy sent by the Northern Alliance infiltrating Zhongzhou. Ugh. Before he could finish speaking, the spy suddenly started foaming at the mouth and died. So, it is indeed related to the Northern Alliance. Ko Xiaoxiao's expression turned cold, and she immediately set about investigating the Northern spies. A few days later, several more spies were uncovered, confirming that the Northern Alliance was indeed infiltrating Zhongzhou on a large scale. At the same time, urgent reports came from the border of the capital. Report: the Northern Alliance's army has reached the border and is launching a frontal assault on our defenses. The urgent report from the border shocked the entire Zhongzhou military. Jiang Chen convened an emergency military meeting to deploy troops for battle. Your Excellency, please allow me to lead the troops into battle. I will surely defeat them soundly, requested Zhua earnestly. I also request to set out. I will take the heads of the Alliance's forces, pledged Zhu Qingtian, his eyes gleaming. There is no need to fight over it. I shall personally take charge this time, a commanding voice interjected. The crowd turned to see AC Hua walking steadily into the hall. AC Hua, the time has come for you to showcase your skills. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. I obey, Your Majesty, and I will not disappoint your grace. AC Hua respectfully accepted the order. The next morning, AC Hua arrived alone at the border defenses. At that moment, the Northern Alliance was intensifying its offensive, swarming towards the defenses. Step aside, AC Hua said calmly, lightly slapping his palm. Suddenly, a massive gap opened in the Zhongzhou defenses, scattering the Alliance's infantry. How could it be so easy to breach the defenses? Take this, shouted the Alliance's famous general, Brandt, as he swung his sword, unleashing a sword energy like an enraged dragon. Qinji robbery. AC Hua remained unperturbed, his hands seemingly grasping at the air, and countless golden lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky. What? Before Brandt could react, the lightning struck down, instantly turning him to ashes. Incredible. This person is powerful to this extent. Haken's face turned pale. AC Hua strode into the Northern Alliance's army, unstoppable. He opened his palms, shooting forth thousands of golden rays, instantly flattening an entire division of enemy troops. With a single punch, the shockwave screamed past, causing the entire battlefield to collapse. The Alliance's troops could not resist at all and began to flee in panic. In just one day, AC Hua completely expelled the Northern Alliance's army from Zhongzhou. Monster! He is simply a devil. The remnants of the Alliance fled back to the north, filled with deep fear. In an instant, Zhongzhou's prestige soared, and the northern countries trembled in fear. Ko Xiaoxiao and others personally came to congratulate AC Hua on his great victory. My lord, your strength has grown to an unimaginable level. Aha! How dare the mere Alliance invade Zhongzhou? They're simply seeking death. The generals, having witnessed AC Hua's power, were filled with newfound confidence. Upon returning to the capital, AC Hua was once again highly rewarded by Jiang Chen. AC Hua, in this battle, you have proven your truly formidable strength. Jiang Chen praised. It is all thanks to your Majesty's cultivation that I have achieved today's success. AC Hua humbly replied. Not only that, but your exceptional character and vision have also impressed me greatly. Jiang Chen nodded. Your Majesty is overly generous. I am but an ordinary person. With a meritorious subject like you, I can rest assured. Jiang Chen laughed. The northern countries can only grow increasingly wary of Zhongzhou. All the ministers were also smiling, as Zhongzhou's power had increased significantly with Hua's addition. At the same time, in the Northern Alliance's territory, will you continue to bring about your own destruction? A tall man dressed in a black robe stepped into the conference hall. Who are you? How dare you intrude on the Alliance? Hakan shouted angrily. I am the Pope of the Catholic Church, Muhammad Charlie, here to assist you on the orders of the Holy Master, the man replied calmly, exuding an unapproachable aura. The arrival of Lord Muhammad Charlie is truly an honor for our alliance. Hakan, seeing this, could only respond courteously. Muhammad Charlie nodded and said, You have all witnessed the recent defeat. You can see the formidable strength of Zhongzhou. Only by uniting against our common enemy do we have hope of resisting them. His tone was calm, yet filled with determination. Lord Li is right. We need the support of the Catholic Church. Several monarchs also expressed their renewed confidence. Do not worry. I will help you gradually enhance your strength. At that time, let the Dragon Emperor of Zhongzhou witness the power of our alliance. Muhammad Charlie's eyes flickered with brilliance. With Muhammad Charlie's assistance, the military strength of the Northern Alliance rose steadily. They developed various advanced military equipment and recruited a large number of high-powered ability users to join the fight. At the same time, Zhongzhou was also actively expanding and preparing for war. The confrontation between the two great powers reached a fever pitch, with war on the horizon. Within the Northern Alliance's territory, all countries were fully preparing for war, and military factories worked day and night to produce weapons. At this time, Hakan convened an emergency meeting to discuss strategies. Zhongzhou's ambitions are unstoppable. We must take the initiative to strike. King Olaf of Norway said solemnly. It is still not mature enough. A large-scale offensive would only lead to self-destruction. Muhammad Charlie replied calmly. Lord Li, please speak plainly. When would be an appropriate time for us to attack? Hakan asked. I am developing a type of advanced weaponry that will make the people of Zhongzhou feel overwhelmed. Muhammad Charlie's eyes glimmered with brilliance. The monarchs of the allied nations were all moved by these words. Muhammad Charlie must have a backup plan. In a secret underground base of the Catholic Church, Muhammad Charlie was fully engaged in developing a type of weapon called the Thunder Chariot. This was a heavy tank equipped with a thunder cannon, capable of firing powerful lightning projectiles. Its armor was protected by a force field shield, making its defensive capabilities astonishing. My lord, the Thunder Chariot has completed its final adjustments and is ready for mass production, reported his assistant, Ouyang Gang, respectfully. Good, produce 100 units immediately, Muhammad Charlie commanded. Next, we need to select operators. This will be a decisive factor, he added, nodding with satisfaction. Under Muhammad Charlie's guidance, the Alliance began to select and train a group of physically capable tank operators. They underwent rigorous training to withstand immense gravity and electromagnetic forces, driving the Thunder Chariot with ease. 3 days later, the first 100 Thunder Chariots were officially deployed. Muhammad Charlie organized them into a heavy armor division called the Thunder Ghost Brigade, assigning an elite unit to operate them. At the same time, the Central Plains continued to expand its military strength. Under the leadership of Ko Xiao, the Central Plains Army developed a type of mecha called the Heavenly Killing War God. This mecha was tall and robust, and its pilots had to pass a rigorous selection process. It was equipped with various advanced weaponry, including floating cannons and a space-time converter. Its defensive capabilities far surpassed those of conventional mechas, and it boasted powerful firepower and mobility. The first batch of Heavenly Killing War Gods quickly rolled off the production line and was immediately deployed to the Imperial Guard. Your Majesty, this batch of mecha will make the enemy tremble in fear. Ko Xiao reported to Jiang Chen, brimming with confidence. Very good, you've worked hard. Jiang Chen praised her with a nod. Time waits for no one. We must show the North a lesson. His eyes sharpened with determination. Please, Your Majesty, allow me to personally lead the troops into battle. Ko Xiao immediately requested. All right, I will appoint you as the commander, leading 1,000,000 troops northward. Jiang Chen readily approved. The powerful expeditionary force was quickly assembled and set off northward. At the border fortress, the two armies clashed and engaged in fierce combat. Watch my heavenly killing war god, Ko Xiao commanded from the command center as the mecha charged into the enemy ranks. With a massive explosion, one mecha's floating cannon breached the enemy's defenses, and the heavy city gates collapsed with a thunderous roar. Thunder chariots, advance! At that moment, a general from the Northern Alliance shouted. From the distance, 100 colossal tanks rushed forward, surging onto the battlefield in a flash of lightning. Behold my thunder cannon! The tanks fired a barrage of lightning bolts, illuminating the entire sky. The Central Plains mecha units immediately short-circuited and began to explode in succession. What an incredible weapon! Ko Xiao's expression changed slightly. The two sides engaged in fierce battles at the border for 3 days and nights, unable to determine a clear victor. Muhammad Charlie's thunder chariots and the Central Plains' heavenly killing mechas exchanged victories and defeats. It seems we must deploy our true capabilities, Jiang Chen said with a grim expression, issuing an imperial edict. Isihua, you are ordered to head to the border and overpower the Northern Alliance. I obey the holy order. Isihua, stationed in the holy capital, respectfully accepted the command. 3 days later, Isihua arrived at the front lines where both armies were locked in combat. My lord, you've arrived. Ko Xiao excitedly welcomed him. Step aside. Isihua's eyes sparkled with intensity as he thrust his palm forward, creating a massive gap in the entire Northern Alliance's defenses. Muhammad Charlie keenly sensed a powerful aura approaching, and his expression darkened. That person is formidable. Thunder chariots, flank them on the left. He immediately commanded the tanks to maneuver strategically. Isihua calmly stepped into the enemy ranks, with the thunder cannons firing in succession around him. Under the protective cover of his aura, all attacks were ineffective. Boundless killing god palm. He unleashed a palm strike, sending forth thousands of golden rays. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently, and all thunder chariots exploded into flames. Fall back. Muhammad Charlie's expression turned grim as he ordered a full retreat. As Isihua advanced through the battlefield unchallenged, the Northern Alliance troops could do nothing but flee in disarray. My lord, you are invincible. The generals, witnessing Isihua's extraordinary strength, were all uplifted in morale. The Northern Alliance's disastrous defeat was hard for Muhammad Charlie to accept. He paced back and forth in the underground secret base, his expression dark and troubled. My lord, the Central Plains' strength is too great. We couldn't hold the border, his assistant Ouyang advised. No, I will never concede defeat. Muhammad Charlie's eyes flashed with determination. As long as I am here, the Northern Alliance will not fall completely. My lord, what brilliant plan do you have? Please enlighten us, and we will follow you to the death. The generals eagerly awaited his command. This underground base has just been established. We can use it as our main stronghold, Muhammad Charlie said, his eyes lighting up. By secretly developing weapons here, we will have a chance to fight again. My lord is wise. The others felt their blood boil with excitement, eager to respond. Under Muhammad Charlie's command, the underground base was quickly transformed into a massive military factory. Elite research teams from various nations were dispatched to take up residence, working day and night on weapon development. After a month of rapid development, the base had successfully produced various high-tech weapons. My lord, this poison dragon bomb combines biological engineering with explosives. Its power is terrifying. A scientist presented his latest research achievement to Muhammad Charlie. He demonstrated by throwing a warhead at a model city, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the entire city, with yellow-green toxic mist spreading everywhere. Excellent. Let's mass-produce this, Muhammad Charlie said, his face beaming with joy. In addition, they developed other weapons such as anti-gravity tanks, enhanced mechas, and revival rays. After a month of progress, the base possessed a large number of advanced weapons. Under Ko Xiaoxiao's leadership, the Central Plains Army developed the Thunder God Mecha. This mecha was equipped with a heavy thunder cannon capable of firing powerful lightning munitions. It also had an energy shield, significantly enhancing its defense. Its mobility surpassed that of conventional mechas. The first batch of Thunder God mechas quickly rolled off the production line and were rapidly deployed to the Imperial Guard and various main forces. The northern border remained on high alert, with both sides actively preparing for battle. 3 days later, Ko Xiaoxiao led 1,000,000 troops to set off northward again. Jiang Chen sternly instructed, "Xiaoxiao, this time we must completely occupy the north." "I accept the order. I will ensure the Northern Alliance is reduced to ashes," Ko Xiaoxiao replied respectfully. The army quickly approached the Alliance's border, and another fierce battle erupted. Muhammad Charlie also personally commanded the operation, filled with confidence. "Release the poison dragons," he commanded, and the doors of the base opened. 10 aircraft flew out from the base, dropping countless black bombs. Before Ko Xiaoxiao could react, the bombs exploded mid-air, releasing a vast amount of yellow-green toxic smoke. The Central Plains soldiers who came into contact with it fell to the ground, convulsing. "Retreat. Stay away from the toxic smoke." Ko Xiaoxiao's expression changed dramatically as she ordered a withdrawal. "Ha ha ha. Let you taste the power of the poison dragon." Muhammad Charlie laughed heartily. At that moment, a line of massive anti-gravity tanks also emerged from the base. These tanks hovered 2 meters above the ground, moving at high speed and directly charging into the Central Plains Army. "Behold my Thunder God Mecha." Ko Xiaoxiao activated her heavy mecha to retaliate. The two armies engaged in fierce battles at the border for several days, unable to determine a clear victor. The Poison Dragon and Thunder God mechas exchanged victories and defeats, and the situation became tense again. Seeing that the two armies were unable to gain the upper hand, Ko Xiaoxiao decided to request reinforcements. He wrote to Jiang Chen, requesting additional troops for assistance. "Send the God-forbidden warrior, Lina, to the northern border for reinforcements." Jiang Chen immediately approved the request. After receiving the imperial order, Lina promptly set off for the northern border. 3 days later, she appeared in the large tent of General Ko Xiaoxiao. "General, His Majesty has sent me here to assist. Please report on the enemy situation." Lina got straight to the point. "Just in time. The enemy is attacking our forces with poisonous fog. Please eliminate it." Ko Xiaoxiao replied. "Poison fog? A trivial matter." A cold light flashed in Lina's eyes. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a gust of air that swiftly gathered the dense poisonous fog, instantly condensing it into ice blocks that fell to the ground. "Not bad. Let me show you my amplification mechas." Muhammad Charlie deployed new-style mechas to counterattack. These silver-white mechas were incredibly fast, quickly closing in on Lina. Lina pushed both hands forward, shooting out icy true energy. The mechas were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, crashing to the ground. What powerful ice power! I must use the poison dragons. Muhammad Charlie unleashed a large number of poison dragon bombers for an aerial assault. A mere poison dares to overshadow ice. Lina snorted coldly. She suddenly expanded her spell, instantly summoning countless ice crystals. These ice crystals rapidly swept through and absorbed the poisonous fog in the air, then fell toward the enemy troops. The poison dragon bombers were all shot down, and the Alliance army suffered another crushing defeat. "We dare not fight again. Retreat quickly." Muhammad Charlie's face turned ashen as he ordered a full retreat. Watching the Alliance army flee in a disarray, Ko Xiao and Lena exchanged glances, both seeing admiration in each other's eyes. Thank you, Lady Lena, for your assistance. Your abilities are truly beyond the ordinary, Ko Xiao exclaimed. A mere trifle. General Ko is wise and mighty, and your cavalry is unstoppable, Lena humbly replied. The two had joined forces to finally overcome the surprise counterattack of the heavenly cult. Upon returning to the divine capital, Lena received accolades from Jiang Chen. Lena, you have used the power of ice to sweep away the northern poison dragons and assisted our army in achieving victory. I am greatly pleased. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I only did my humble part, Lena respectfully responded. Not only that, but you also displayed keen insight in handling various situations, which greatly impressed me. Jiang Chen nodded in approval. Upon hearing this, Lena's expression became serious, and she was even more determined to play a key role in this conflict. The Northern Alliance countries were also preparing intensively for the next confrontation. Mohammed Charlie led the remnants back to the underground base and began to work on new weaponry. A week later, the base successfully developed a new weapon called the photon cannon. This massive energy cannon could fire high-energy lasers with devastating power. With just one shot, it could destroy the thunder god mechas of the Central Plains. The first batch of 8 super-large photon cannons was quickly deployed, and the Alliance army was also gearing up. On the other hand, the Central Plains side continued to expand its military strength. Under Lena's suggestion, the Central Plains army developed the ice mecha. This was a type of mecha that could fire piercing cold beams, with attacks possessing a strong frost effect. It could also release a cold energy field to weaken the enemy's combat strength. The first batch of ice mechas was quickly equipped to various vanguard units. Both military forces were actively preparing for the next battle. 3 days later, Ko Xiao sent troops northward again to attack. As the two armies faced off at the border fortress, Mohammed Charlie personally appeared on the city tower. You foolish Central Plains people, why don't you quickly surrender? Otherwise, I will surely let you taste the might of the photon cannon. His eyes were blood-red as he shouted. A mere alliance dares to bark in front of me. The Central Plains. Ko Xiao was furious. Come on, let you see the true power showdown. Both sides shouted in unison. Fire! With Mohammed Charlie's command, the 8 giant photon cannons simultaneously fired brilliant lasers from the city tower. Reflective shield, activate! Ko Xiao immediately ordered as the floating shields of the Central Plains army surged upward. There was a thunderous roar as the 8 lasers struck the shields, causing them to vibrate violently. The shields are severely damaged. Quickly mobilized the mechas for reinforcement. Seeing the situation was grim, Ko Xiao hurriedly ordered the mecha battalion to provide support. The two armies engaged in a tug-of-war at the border, with the Central Plains ice mechas forming a phalanx to struggle against the bombardment of the photon cannons. The battle situation became stalemated, making victory difficult. It seems I must request manhwa to come for assistance. After a fierce battle, Ko Xiao decided to write to Jiang Chen requesting reinforcements. Jiang Chen quickly approved. Send manhwa to the north to assist General Ko in defeating the remnants of the heavenly cult. Upon receiving the news, manhwa showed no hesitation and directly set off for the northern front. 3 days later, he appeared in Ko Xiao's tent. General, His Majesty has sent me here for reinforcements. Please report on the situation. After Ko Xiao explained the might of the photon cannons, manhwa nodded. I understand. With that, he gracefully leaped out, heading straight for the Northern Alliance's defense line. The newcomer is not friendly. Fire the cannons. Mohammed Charlie immediately ordered an attack. 8 beams of laser shot swiftly towards manhwa in an instant. Contain. With a gentle wave of his palms, manhwa deflected all 8 beams midway, sending them shooting into the sky. How could this be? Mohammed Charlie was shocked. AI Hua's gaze was like lightning as he punched out fiercely. This punch was astonishingly powerful, shattering the 8 giant cannons. Why don't you quickly surrender? He looked up at Muhammad Charlie. Muhammad Charlie, with a dark expression, declared, "The Alliance will never surrender." With that, he turned and led the remnants back to the underground base. AIC Hua did not pursue and returned to the general's tent. "Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Your powers surpass even the ice." Ko Xiao, having witnessed AIC Hua's strength, couldn't help but sincerely praise him. "A mere effort. To break the enemy forces easily, we will surely dominate the north." AIC Hua humbly returned the compliment. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately summoned AIC Hua to the palace. "AIC Hua, your performance in this northern expedition is outstanding. You have avenged our army's previous defeat, and I am greatly pleased," Jiang Chen said with a beaming face. "You flatter me, your majesty. This is all my duty." AIC Hua respectfully replied, "I have decided to appoint you as the governor of the Northern Ocean, fully responsible for military and political affairs in the 4 northern countries, to punish the remnants of the heavenly cult." Jiang Chen announced, "Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. I will definitely not fail your expectations." AIC Hua replied excitedly, "Go ahead, organize the northern military and government, and ensure those fools understand the might of the great Zhou." Jiang Chen waved his hand in satisfaction. AIC Hua accepted the order and left, setting off for the north the next day to take office. At the same time, Jiang Chen also appointed Ko Xiao as the chancellor of the 4 northern countries. "Xiao, you have achieved remarkable military exploits in this northern expedition. I hereby appoint you as the chancellor of the north, assisting AIC Hua in handling northern affairs. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. I will do my utmost." Ko Xiao was overjoyed and respectfully accepted the order. 3 days later, AIC Hua and Ko Xiao arrived at the capital of the Northern Alliance, Mosenberg, occupying the northern countries. Although the northern countries were furious, they could do nothing in the face of the powerful strength of the Central Plains and could only temporarily bow their heads. AIC Hua took command in the north, first calming the people's hearts and reducing taxes, gaining the support of the northern populace. Then, by stationing heavy troops in key locations, stabilize the situation and gradually promote the sinicization of the Central Plains. For a time, the northern countries appeared to submit to the rule of the Central Plains, but secretly there was much discontent. Although the remnants of the Catholic Church had been defeated, they were still lurking and plotting to counterattack. "Everyone, we have already seen the defeat last time. This time, we must develop more powerful new weapons," he said sternly at the meeting. The scientists threw themselves into their work, tirelessly conducting experiments day and night. Finally, a month later, they developed 2 powerful new weapons. The first was a large-scale weapon called Death Halo. It could emit high-intensity electromagnetic pulses, instantly destroying all electronic equipment. The second was an invisible tank, known as the Ghost Tank. It could achieve invisibility using optical camouflage and wave-absorbing materials, causing a significant deterrent effect by suddenly appearing before the enemy. "Very good. These 2 new weapons are ready for mass production," Muhammad Charlie said with satisfaction. The 2 types of new weapons were quickly mass-produced, greatly enhancing the strength of the Catholic Army. Under the leadership of Ko Xiao, the Central Plains Army developed the Blue Light Sword, a high-temperature laser weapon. This handheld weapon could emit a high-energy laser beam that could instantly penetrate armor. The first batch of Blue Light Swords was quickly equipped to the Imperial Guards and Vanguard troops. 3 days later, Ko Xiao led a vanguard army to patrol the north. When Ko Xiao's troops passed through a valley, a large number of ghost tanks suddenly appeared ahead, rushing out like phantoms. "What is that?" Ko Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Fire!" The Catholic army immediately launched an attack. The main cannon of the invisible tanks fired fierce beams, instantly destroying the armored vehicles and weapons of the Central Plains Vanguard troops. "Quick, use the blue light sword," Ko Xiao commanded urgently. The Central Plains soldiers raised their blue light swords to counterattack, aiming their high-temperature beams at the invisible tanks. The tanks revealed themselves after being hit, with their armor instantly burned through, resulting in a loud explosion. "Our ghost tanks!" The Catholic commander's expression changed drastically. Just as the two armies were engaged in fierce battle, the northern Aeswa also rushed over upon hearing the news. "Dare to betray and abandon us. Witness my formless palm." He struck out, and an invisible wave of energy swept across. All the ghost tanks were blown away and rolled into explosions. Seeing Aeswa personally arrive, the remnants of the Catholic forces knew they were in trouble and retreated back into the valley. "Thank you for saving us. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable," Ko Xiao sighed in relief. "It's a small matter. You handled it well," Aeswa smiled. The two joined forces to finally repel the Catholic surprise attack. However, Muhammad Charlie did not give up. He continued to plan a counterattack in the underground base. "Everyone, the blue light sword of the Central Plains poses a great threat to our army. We must find a way to counter it," he analyzed at the meeting. "I have an idea we can try," a scientist proposed. "That is to develop a spatial distorter that can create a large-scale force field. It can bend light and deflect lasers, serving as a counter to the blue light sword." "Not bad. You should start working on it immediately." Muhammad Charlie's eyes lit up. The scientists quickly threw themselves into the development of a spatial distorter. A month later, the first distorter was completed, capable of emitting a force field that spanned 1 kilometer. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, the Academy began researching the technology for spatial teleportation. After hard work, they finally developed the first device capable of projecting a small teleportation portal, creating a wormhole between 2 points for instant transport. Both sides were secretly arming themselves and preparing to strike. Finally, a month later, the remnants of the Catholic forces launched a surprise attack, regaining part of the northern territory. Spatial distorter, advance at full speed. Muhammad Charlie personally commanded on the front lines. A massive device was activated ahead, emitting light to scan the Central Plains army. "Activate the blue light sword." Ko Xiao also oversaw the front lines. The Central Plains soldiers raised their swords to shoot at the enemy, but the lasers were deflected midair and missed completely. "Ha! Let you taste the power of the spatial distortion," the Catholic commander laughed wildly. In a critical moment, Ko Xiao activated the new teleportation portal, instantly appearing behind the distorter. He raised the heavenly slaughter sword and struck the distorter's power supply with several blows. The distorter erupted with a violent explosion. The spatial distortion dissipated, and the blue light sword regained its effectiveness. The Catholic army immediately fell into chaos and retreated in panic. "Good maneuver." Aeswa rushed to the front lines, praising Ko Xiao. Ko Xiao showed an excited smile and high-fived Aeswa in celebration. The Central Plains achieved another victory in the north. However, Muhammad Charlie was not disheartened and quickly adjusted his deployment. "Everyone, our military strength now has only one last secret weapon left to be used," he said to the generals in the underground base. "That is the Death Halo." He lifted a curtain, revealing a massive circular device in front of everyone. "It will play a decisive role and make the Central Plains pay a heavy price." Muhammad Charlie's eyes glinted with a cold light. "Everyone, we have only one secret weapon left to use. This will be the ultimate means to determine fate." He took out a remote control and pressed the red button, causing the ground in the center of the base to suddenly open up. A giant circular device slowly rose, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. The northern Catholic remnants gathered in the underground secret base. Muhammad Charlie looked at everyone with a serious expression. "This is the Death Halo. Once activated, it can emit a super intense electromagnetic pulse that instantly destroys all electronic equipment. Muhammad Charlie's eyes revealed excitement and madness. But after activation, we will also lose all electronic weapons, right? A general asked in confusion. No problem. First paralyze them, and then we can engage in hand-to-hand combat. Our army will surely win. Muhammad Charlie was full of confidence. Hearing this, everyone became excited as they prepared to launch the final counterattack. The Jiang Chen Dragon Army was advancing along the northern highway, and everything was going smoothly. Ko Xiao was sitting in the command vehicle, discussing follow-up plans with Aswa. I think we should still be cautious. There's a high possibility that the enemy will rise again. Aswa said cautiously, Lord, you worry too much. With our current military strength, we have no need to guard against them, Ko Xiao said with a smile. Just then, a loud noise came from outside the vehicle, followed by all electronic equipment suddenly failing. This is an electromagnetic pulse. Ko Xiao's face changed dramatically. The death halo had been activated, and the Central Plains army fell into unprecedented chaos. Aswa said in a deep voice, It seems the enemy is serious. I will call for Lena to come for support. 3 days later, Lena arrived at the front lines. She saw that due to the halo effect, the Central Plains army had become immobile. A mere artificial device dares to be arrogant in front of the ice element. Lena concentrated and activated her icy, true energy. With a fierce wave of her hands, the moisture in the air instantly condensed, rushing towards the death halo. With a crisp sound, the mechanical structure on the surface of the death halo was completely frozen, collapsing with a massive roar. The electromagnetic pulse instantly disappeared, and the Central Plains Army's equipment regained normal function. The Central Plains Army finally welcomed a decisive victory against the remnants of the Catholic Church that had risen from the ashes. Emperor Jiang Chen sat on the throne, draped in his dragon robe. I have defeated the northern countries. Although the remnants of the Catholic Church have not given up, they can no longer pose a significant threat, he said loudly. The officials in the court bowed their heads in obedience. Now, it is time to march towards the farther west. Jiang Chen's eyes emitted a brilliant light. The Western countries have long been weak, and it is an excellent opportunity for our army to attack. Hearing this, all the ministers were filled with enthusiasm. Zhuan, are you willing to lead the army westward? Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Zorn. Your Majesty, I am willing to accept the command to lead the westward expedition and expand the territory for your Majesty. Zorn was excited and accepted the order. Very well. I appoint you as the great commander of the westward expedition. Lead the 100,000 Imperial Guard and set out in 7 days, Jiang Chen announced. Zorn bowed repeatedly, ecstatic. 7 days later, Zorn led the 100,000 Imperial Guard and an armored convoy, departing from the capital to head towards the western region. At this time, the Western countries were alarmed and immediately formed the Western Alliance to jointly resist the invasion from Zhongzhou. The leader of the Western Alliance was France, with Germany, Italy, and other countries joining in. They deployed troops on the plains of Sarnania, laying out an elaborate trap, vowing to stop the iron cavalry of Zhongzhou. A month later, Zorn's army finally reached the western border. The two armies encountered each other on the plains of Sarnania and immediately engaged in a major battle. Watch my North Wind Divine Arrow. Zorn, holding the North Wind Divine Bow, shot an arrow that struck the core command center of the enemy troops. The French commander, Doche, was hit in the heart and fell to the ground dead. Cavalry, charge and suppress them. Seeing this, the countries of the Western Alliance urgently mobilized their cavalry to counterattack. 10,000 armored cavalry, holding long spears and halberds, galloped forward fiercely, crashing into the Zhongzhou army's formation. Watch me, the fierce tiger descends the mountain. Zorn shouted loudly, striking the ground with both hands. With a booming sound, 6 golden-armored fierce tigers burst out from the ground. Their eyes shot out golden light as they pounced into the cavalry ranks, unleashing a massacre. The cavalry was immediately thrown into chaos, with half of them killed or injured. Retreat, retreat. The Western Alliance nations were in a state of disarray, trying to regroup. Seeing that the situation was decided, Zorn did not pursue too aggressively. The Zhongzhou army formally occupied the plains of Sarnania and set up camp there. Your Majesty, our army has won and occupied Sarnania. What are your orders for the next steps? Zorn reported back to Jiang Chen. I understand. First, you should stabilize the battlefield. Wait for reinforcements to arrive before continuing westward, Jiang Chen promptly replied. At the same time, King Charles IV of France held an emergency meeting in Paris. The momentum of Zhongzhou is fierce. Our alliance must do everything possible, he said with a serious expression. Your Majesty, perhaps we can request the Holy See to mobilize the Knights of Light for reinforcement, a minister suggested. That's right. The Knights of Light will surely turn the tide. Charles's eyes lit up as he immediately drafted a decree to the Holy See. The Holy See in Rome quickly approved the request, and the commander of the Knights of Light, Raymond, led 3 large divisions to the western region. The Knights of Light were composed of 3 major brigades. The first brigade wore white robes, marked with a red cross, the Temple Knights. The second brigade wore blue and white robes, marked with a black and white cross, the Hospital Knights. The third brigade wore black robes, marked with a white cross, the Teutonic Knights. These 3 divisions had a large number of troops and were extremely powerful. 10 days later, Raymond led 30,000 Knights of Light to the camp of the Western Alliance. Rest assured, great commander, we will definitely crush the Zhongzhou army and bring glory to the Holy See, Raymond assured Charles. Then I'll leave it to you, Charles sighed with relief. At the same time, reinforcement from Zhongzhou also arrived one after another to meet with Zorn at Sarnania. Seeing that the timing was right, Zorn immediately ordered the entire army to continue westward. The 2 armies soon encountered each other again on the plains of Lafango. Zhongzhou has come. Let us see your true strength. Raymond led the 3 divisions of knights, riding slowly forward. A mere remnant of the Holy See dares to boast in front of Zhongzhou. Zorn snorted coldly and immediately shot an arrow. The sound of the north wind divine arrow piercing the air was earth-shattering, and its sharpness aimed directly at Raymond's throat. Oh, let's show you the power of our faith. Raymond showed no fear, clasping his hands in prayer. At that moment, a dazzling light of the cross suddenly appeared in the sky, completely dispelling the divine arrow. Such supernatural power. Zorn's expression changed slightly. Zhongzhou people, your martial strength ends here, Raymond shouted, charging out of the encirclement. With a long sword in hand, he drew a huge cross in the air. Holy Cross, judgment descends. As soon as the words fell, the sky turned blood red, and a dazzling cross lightning bolt struck the center of the Zhongzhou army. Zorn hurriedly ordered a defense, but still, 1,000 Imperial guards were turned to ashes. With such power, we cannot withstand this. Zorn's face turned pale. The Knights of Light seized the opportunity to launch an assault, and the light of the Holy Cross made it difficult for the Zhongzhou army to move. The situation quickly fell into a bitter battle. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zorn had no choice but to urgently request reinforcement from the rear. Jiang Chen, upon seeing the battle report, was filled with rage. How can there be such evil and wicked power? After thinking for a moment, his eyes sharpened. Lena has gone north. This time, let Lilia go for reinforcement. Her ice powers are best suited to counter the heretics. In the capital, Lilia quickly received the imperial edict and resolutely set off westward for rescue. 7 days later, she reached the western border and entered Zorn's tent. Are you Lena's sister, Lilia? Zorn looked her up and down. Exactly, Lilia nodded. Please explain the battle situation. Zorn detailed the power of the knights and their holy cross. Now I see, leave it to me. Lilia's expression turned serious. The next morning, the 2 armies engaged in fierce battle once again at the border. Lilia gracefully descended in an open area, waiting for the enemy to approach. Who dares to be so arrogant as to face us alone? Raymond questioned, his eyes bloodshot. I am Lilia from Zhongzhou, sent to punish you. Lilia replied calmly. A mere woman dares to boast? You Shaidi. Raymond roared in anger, suddenly thrusting his long sword. Freeze with ice. Lilia gently waved both hands, suddenly unleashing a torrent of icy blue energy. As soon as she spoke, all weapons and mounts of the knights were instantly frozen. How could this be? Raymond was shocked. You mere heretics think you can survive under the true energy of ice. Lilia smiled coldly, and then swiftly lunged forward with her sword. The sword's edge sent ice spikes flying, and the knights fell one after another. Furious, Raymond recited, Lord, grant me the power of holy judgment. With a long howl, a gigantic blood-red cross again appeared in the sky. Demon banishing heavenly thunder. A myriad of heavenly thunders shot out from the center of the cross, accompanied by a raging wind. Heaven and earth cold winds. Leah suddenly swung her sword, and boundless extreme cold instantly spread throughout the world. The two opposing forces clashed violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. Your ice realm. Raymond's face turned pale. The ice and snow storm quickly engulfed the blood thunder, sweeping toward the Night Order. No, it's impossible. Before the knights could react, they were frozen into ice sculptures. Raymond, furious, picked up the Holy Crusader's sword from the ground. Behold my holy sword's revenge. The sword glimmered with dazzling light as it was aimed at Leah and slashed down. Heavenly cold and earthly freeze. Leah summoned her true energy, and a fierce wind arose, a bone-chilling cold sweeping across the land. In this absolute zero, even the Holy Crusader's sword turned into an ice block. Impossible! The Church's divine power. Raymond's expression twisted in disbelief. Your heresies should perish. Leah attained enlightenment, her icy aura growing stronger, the sword's light like water, piercing through Raymond's vital points. Raymond fell to the ground with a thud, his blood staining the earth. The entire Holy Knight army was annihilated. Seeing Leah's immense power, Zorn no longer dared to underestimate her. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Princess, to avenge our previous shame, he said with a beaming smile. The general is too kind. We still need to establish a defense line to hold our ground long-term. Leah humbly replied. The two quickly unified their deployment plans for the occupied territories in the west. Meanwhile, in Paris, Charles IV received the news of Raymond's defeat and was furious. The Holy Knights have been defeated. Who exactly is this being from the central continent? Your Majesty, calm down. We still have the Hospital Knights and the Teutonic Knights. An advisor comforted him. Right. Quickly summon them for a decisive battle. Charles IV said, his eyes lighting up. The two Knight Orders soon arrived at Zorn's defense area, catching the Central Continent Army off guard. The Hospital Knights could emit divine power to heal their own, while also inflicting negative effects on the enemy. The Teutonic Knights countered the Central Continent's military with powerful destructive light waves. With the combined might of both forces, the Central Continent Army was again at a disadvantage. Zorn had no choice but to request Leah's assistance once more. Leah led the Ice Legion to the front lines and decisively engaged the enemy. With the heavens frozen, cold as winter, she suddenly unleashed her great ice technique, causing the knights to lose their momentum. Break! Leah slashed with her sword, accurately severing the enemy's core command. The two Knight Orders fell into chaos and quickly retreated into the city of Paris. The princess's magical power is truly astounding. The Church cannot withstand it. Zorn sighed. Only with your Majesty and various heroes' assistance did we achieve this result. Leah replied humbly. Paris also fell into the hands of the Central Continent Army. No, my France. Charles IV cried tears of sorrow as he witnessed the downfall of his nation. You should surrender. This is the only way to avoid greater suffering. Leah said calmly. Charles IV struggled in pain, but ultimately chose to surrender. France was completely conquered. Jiang Chen received the report with great joy and immediately issued a decree to commend Leah for her outstanding battle achievements. All the small nations in the West also came to pay tribute and pledge allegiance. The power of the central continent reached unprecedented heights. However, this good fortune was short-lived as a greater storm was brewing in the east. In the dragon capital of the central continent, in the Golden Lawn Palace, Your Majesty, the West has been fully pacified, and tributes from various nations are endless. Leah respectfully reported on the recent situation. Very good, you have done well, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Only with Your Majesty's wise guidance was this achieved. Leah humbly responded. I have already conquered the northwest regions, and the country is at peace for a long time. Jiang Chen's expression became serious, his gaze intense. Now, it is time to develop towards the east. The ministers were also filled with fervor upon hearing this. Just then, urgent news suddenly came from the borders of the divine capital. Reporting to Your Majesty, more than 10 ships from the Eastern Sea have broken through the defense line and invaded the hinterland. What? Who dares to covet the hinterland of our central continent? Jiang Chen's eyes burned with anger. I request permission to go to battle and capture the thieves to ask for justice. Zhu Chengtian volunteered to fight. Good, I will appoint you as the commander and lead the divine forbidden army to confront the enemy. Jiang Chen decisively approved. Zhu Chengtian respectfully accepted the order and, on the 7th day, led 100,000 divine forbidden troops to set off. Soon, they encountered the enemy in the border forest. Before them were more than 10 large pirate ships, flying a skull cross insignia. Who are you, daring to invade our central continent? Zhu Chengtian shouted in question. The pirate captain, Ha-E, casually replied. Us? We are the Eagle Kingdom pirates from the Eastern Sea. Eagle Kingdom? The generals all look confused. They are savages from a barbaric land. Zhu Chengtian snorted coldly, raising his hand for a strike. Avant destruction. This strike directly turned 3 pirate ships into ashes. Run the ship. The pirates hurriedly turned their ships to flee. Yet, in the midst of their escape, they were struck down by the magic of the divine forbidden army, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. What a lack of challenge. It's simply a waste of time. Zhu Chengtian said disdainfully after the cleanup. Meanwhile, on the distant shores of the Eastern Sea, the Eagle Kingdom was thrown into turmoil due to this incident. The batch of pirates had been sent by the king to scout the West. Unexpectedly, they suffered a calamity, with none returning. This is simply tyranny. We must demand an explanation. The people of the Eagle Kingdom were highly agitated. Under the urging of the ministers, the Emperor of the Eagle Kingdom personally took action to attack the central continent for revenge. A month later, 100,000 Eagle troops arrived in the central continent sea area to launch an attack. Zhu Chengtian once again led troops to meet the enemy. Unmeasured heavenly spirits. He launched a fierce attack, burning countless enemy ships. But the Eagle Kingdom fleet was vast, and their warships were formidable. With the support of divine winds, they repeatedly broke through Zhu Chengtian's magical siege. They can actually resist my divine forbidden army. Their origins are unknown. Zhu Chengtian's expression changed dramatically as he sought assistance from the central continent. Jiang Chen was furious upon hearing the report and personally set out for the expedition. A month later, he led the main fleet to the Eastern Sea, encountering the Eagle Kingdom's forces near the Horn Island. Take this. Jiang Chen clapped his palms together. A sudden hurricane erupted, directly capsizing 10 Eagle Kingdom warships. What a trick! The Eagle Kingdom's commander, Baiyu, changed his expression and also appeared personally. Unmeasured heavenly spirits. The two engaged in fierce battle in midair, energy surging to the sky, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Jiang Chen did not use his full strength. He secretly analyzed the enemy's capabilities during the battle. Ultimately, both sides withdrew to their territories after neither could achieve victory. Your Majesty, the enemy's strength is unfathomable. The road to the east is fraught with dangers. Zhu Qingtian reported and offered his advice. Jiang Chen pondered for a long time and recognized the danger of underestimating the enemy. It seems we cannot be hasty. The time is not yet right. We will postpone the Eastern expedition plans. He ultimately abandoned the immediate attack plan. Meanwhile, on the Eagle Kingdom's side, public sentiment was high, with calls for a complete defeat of the central continent for revenge. Under the instigation of the Divine Path, Baiyu was determined to launch a full-scale attack. 3 months later, he personally led 100,000 troops across the Eastern Sea, heading straight for the heart of the central continent. At this time, the Central Plains Army had just returned from the Western expedition and had not yet had the chance to guard against the sudden invasion from the east. Faced with the sudden attack from the Eagle Nation, the border defense line of the Central Plains collapsed in an instant. Baiyu fought his way into the central region, leaving a trail of smoke and flames in his wake. Jiang Chen was extremely furious and decided to personally lead the troops to the East Sea again. The two armies clashed in the vast reed marshes, engaging in fierce combat. Burial of heaven and destruction of Earth's seal. Jiang Chen slammed his palm down, and violent winds and waves surged over the reed marshes, with sand and gravel flying everywhere. The Eagle Nation's army was not to be outdone, as the Wind Warriors turned into arrows, launching several dragon-like attacks against the Central Plains army. The battle was intense and unresolved. Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, furrowed his brows tightly, pacing back and forth in the palace. The defeat in the East Sea battle left him feeling frustrated, unable to calm down for a long time. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Our army also made some mistakes in the East Sea battle. The ministers comforted him. I do not blame myself for the defeat. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, but I am confused and wary of that mysterious man in black. Upon hearing this, the ministers all nodded in agreement. The sudden appearance of the man in black over the East Sea and the extraordinary abilities he displayed were indeed unbelievable. For a time, both the court and the people were filled with suspicion and concern about their intentions. Gentlemen, what do you think I should do about this unforeseen variable? Jiang Chen sought the opinions of the ministers. Your Majesty, I believe we should accelerate military development and enhance our ability to respond to enemy abilities. Ko Xiaoxiao was the first to speak. I agree with Minister Ko's opinion. We also need to investigate the origins of this man in black. Liu also chimed in. What you say makes sense. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. I have decided to continue the Eastern expedition, but the methods must change. We will rely on cunning to defeat the enemy rather than brute force. After hearing the imperial decree, the minister's expressions brightened. According to Jiang Chen's orders, the entire Central Plains began to secretly prepare for the Eastern expedition. With Li stationed at the R&D Institute, they oversaw the creation of various new weapons. They also selected ability users to form special troops to deal with the man in black. Ko Xiaoxiao secretly recruited talented individuals across various regions to respond to unforeseen variables. Half a month later, on a dawn, the massive Eastern expedition of the Central Plains Army officially commenced. This time, the scale of the Eastern expedition was even larger, with an army of 1,002,000 warships. Over the East Sea, two large fleets soon encountered each other midway. Fire! Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, personally led the powerful fleet to the Eagle Nation's nearby waters and immediately launched an offensive. The Central Plains Army's electromagnetic cannons and floating bombs bombarded the Eagle Nation's coastal defenses. Counterattack! Counterattack! Baiyu also led the Eagle Nation's fleet to begin their counteroffensive. The roaring sounds filled the East Sea, and the two armies engaged in a fierce battle. Your Majesty, be cautious of the reappearance of the man in black. Ko Xiaoxiao whispered a reminder beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, his expression serious as he gazed at the sky. At that moment, a group of men in black suddenly descended from the sky. Offer blood as sacrifice. Let the divine wind assist me. Bai Yu cut his own arm to summon the wind war tactic. Fight to the death. I will certainly win. Jiang Chen's energy surged and dragon roars echoed. The two sides immediately launched an unprecedentedly intense battle. In the stalemate, the intervention of the men in black once again turned the tide of the battle. The Central Plains army was gradually suppressed by the Eagle Nation's fleet. Great Commander, please allow me to take a shot. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Jiang Chen. It was the divine restrictor, Leah, descending from the sky in white garments. Just in time, I entrust this to you. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Cold winds of heaven and earth. Leah suddenly waved her hand, and a biting cold current swept across the East Sea. All fire abilities were extinguished in the face of this cold current. The movements of the men in black slowed down, and their offensive diminished sharply. Return to where you should be with the cold of ice. Leah pointed her sword at the sky, chanting incantations. A massive blue ice magic circle suddenly appeared, enveloping all the men in black. As the magic circle slowly dissipated, the men in black vanished without a trace. Well done! Jiang Chen was overjoyed. With the enhancement of the icy energy, the morale of the Central Plains army soared, and they launched a fierce assault on the Eagle Nation's coastline. Seeing the situation turn against them, Bai Yu had no choice but to order a retreat. The two armies fought fiercely for an entire day and night, and the Central Plains finally achieved a decisive victory in the East Sea. Your Majesty, our army has already destroyed nearly half of the Eagle Nation's fleet. What are your orders for the next step? Jiang Chen convened a military meeting to strategize with the ministers. We need to immediately pursue our victory and occupy the important islands of the Eagle Nation, Leah analyzed. Precisely. Jiang Chen's eyes were resolute. Deploy the troops immediately and occupy the East Sea. In the following month, the Central Plains fleet advanced as if there were no one else's territory, continuously capturing the islands of the Eagle Nation. Under the pressure of the Central Plains Navy, the morale of the Eagle Nation's people disintegrated, and they were on the brink of collapse. Bai Yu had no choice but to ask the Central Plains for peace, becoming a vassal state. Ha! The EC is finally pacified. Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, was all smiles. The power of the Central Plains once again expanded. At the same time, he was also planning the next move. Now that we have occupied the East Sea, how can the southern islands remain aloof? A cold light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he issued the command to advance into the southern islands. The Central Plains army quickly launched an offensive in the southern seas, sweeping through the islands with overwhelming force. Under the suppression of advanced weaponry, the small nations of the southern seas retreated one after another, nearly all submitting. Only one southwest mountain nation continued to resist valiantly. This island nation was located in a strategically important position with a united populace, and the Central Plains army had repeatedly failed to conquer it. Your Majesty, our army's progress is obstructed. What are your orders? Jiang Chen summoned Ko Xiaoxiao to discuss countermeasures. Ko Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows and said, I have a plan to quickly destroy them. What plan do you have? Jiang Chen became intrigued. I suggest using a strategy of discord to undermine them from within. Ko Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she explained the entire plan to Jiang Chen. According to her proposal, the Central Plains would secretly bribe the tribal leaders of the mountain nation, allowing them to collaborate with internal and external forces to quickly collapse the mountain nation's defenses with ease. Excellent strategy. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Under Ko Xiaoxiao's operation, this plan quickly bore fruit. The mountain nation's defense line crumbled under the combined internal and external forces. Seizing the opportunity, the Central Plains army quickly occupied their capital, forcing the mountain nation to surrender. Good job, Minister Ko. Jiang Chen praised Ko Xiaoxiao endlessly. With both strategy and talent, I hereby appoint you as the Prime Minister of the Empire to oversee the military affairs. Ko Xiaoxiao was extremely excited, repeatedly bowing in gratitude for the imperial favor. At this point, the territory of Jiang Chen's empire had spread across the 4 seas of the east, west, south, and north. Its national strength was formidable, intimidating all directions. The Central Plains Empire was in an unprecedented period of prosperity, with peace across the seas and the nation thriving. However, Jiang Chen still kept in mind the mysterious men in black that appeared during the EC War. The powerful abilities they displayed deeply worried Jiang Chen. If he did not uncover their origins, it would remain a significant hidden danger for the Empire. Jiang Chen issued an order to establish an investigative team to thoroughly investigate the secrets of the men in black. The investigation team spread throughout various locations, gathering clues, and eventually discovered a significant secret on a deserted island. On a small island at the edge of the East Sea, there resided a group of isolated men in black. They seemed to have lived there for a long time, possessing their own beliefs and organization. This place happened to be at the junction of the Central Plains Empire and the Eagle Nation, which explained why both sides had previously been unaware. Upon receiving the report, Jiang Chen was shocked. It seems we have discovered the stronghold of the men in black. Your Majesty, we must respond cautiously and not act rashly, the Imperial Prime Minister Ko Xiaoxiao advised prudently. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded. This time, I will let you take charge and investigate the reality of the men in black. I accept the command, Ko Xiaoxiao replied respectfully. The next day, he led a small team of disciples to the island of the men in black, beginning a covert investigation. This was a fog-covered, chilly island, filled with low trees and bushes. In the center of the island stood a black obelisk-like structure, radiating a solemn aura. After observing for a moment, Ko Xiaoxiao confirmed the situation before leading his men to infiltrate it. On Blackstone Island, Ko Xiaoxiao engaged in a fierce battle with the God-forgotten people. The power of the God-forgotten people was incredibly strong, far surpassing that of the warriors from Central Continent. Numerous golden lights forced Ko Xiaoxiao to retreat step by step. The eye of heaven within the sacred sword. Just as Ko Xiaoxiao found herself in a difficult situation, a voice echoed in her mind. With a thought, Ko Xiaoxiao realized it was the guidance of Emperor Jiang Chen. Thus, she swung her sword to shatter the golden light on her shoulder, and her right hand reached in her bosom to take out a resplendent sword. This was the legendary heavenly eye-sacred sword, said to have appeared when heaven manifested strange phenomena, with a divine light piercing the earth, hence its name. Holding the sacred sword, Ko Xiaoxiao felt her energy surge, and the light of heaven suddenly appeared in her eyes. The God-forgotten person saw a dazzling long sword pierce through him, wounding him severely and causing him to fall to the ground. Good skills. I swear I won't rest until I die today. The leader of the God-forgotten people was furious. The two fought fiercely in Blackstone Fortress for several days. After more than 10 rounds, Ko Xiaoxiao began to feel her strength waning. Having severely injured the leader of the God-forgotten people, she was also suffering from backlash, sustaining heavy injuries. The leader of the God-forgotten people let out a sinister laugh and began to gather golden light again, intending to take Ko Xiaoxiao's life with one blow. Just then, a beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky, separating the two sides. Stop! An elderly man in white stood between them, speaking with authority. The God-forgotten people were startled and hesitated, retracting their power, unwilling to act recklessly. It turned out that this person was the leader of the God-forgotten people, with unfathomable strength. This person has already grasped the essence of our clan through today's battle. With a firm heart and exceptional talent, he is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. I want to keep him in our clan and discuss celestial matters, the clan leader said. The leader of the God-forgotten people wanted to argue, but did not dare to go against the clan leader's orders. He could only leave in frustration. Our clan has lived on this island for 1,000 years, rarely allowing outsiders to see our appearance. After today's battle, we can become friends. What do you think? The clan leader sighed. I humbly accept your trust and will surely communicate with sincerity. Ko Xiaoxiao responded respectfully. After hearing Ko Xiaoxiao report on the situation with the god-forgotten people, Jiang Chen fell into deep contemplation. As a remnant of the heavenly realm, this mysterious group possessed immeasurable power. Jiang Chen realized that forming an alliance was necessary to avoid future calamities. Were the god-forgotten people truly sincere in their submission? Would they grow powerful and rebel in the future? Jiang Chen felt conflicted and found it hard to decide. Your Majesty, do not worry. The god-forgotten people love peace as well and will surely become good ministers of Central Continent in the future. I am willing to take risks to foster friendship between the two clans. Ko Xiaoxiao earnestly suggested. Good. I will act as you wish. If we can form a sincere alliance with the god-forgotten people, I will reward you greatly. Jiang Chen said with a slight glimmer in his eyes. Ko Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and set out once again for Blackstone Island to convey Jiang Chen's intention for reconciliation to the clan leader. The clan leader was delighted upon hearing this, and also realized that they must make peace with Central Continent to ensure the future of their clan. The two struck their palms together in an oath, and the black and white clad clans formally established an alliance. Over time, with Ko Xiaoxiao and others' efforts, the god-forgotten people completely integrated into Central Continent, serving the Empire. A deep friendship was formed between the two sides, and Blackstone Island was renamed Jade Island, becoming a key defense location for Central Continent. Jiang Chen held a banquet in the palace to entertain the clan leader and messengers of the god-forgotten people. At the banquet, both clans laughed and chatted, and their alliance grew stronger. It is truly a rare opportunity for us in Central Continent to gain the support of friends like you all. In the future, we can work together to create peace and prosperity throughout the world. Jiang Chen raised his cup and sighed. Though our clan possesses great skills, we lack a place to showcase our martial prowess. We wish to rely on Central Continent's dragon might to offer our clan's strength to the world. The clan leader also expressed excitedly. Their words were sincere, and the atmosphere was lively, with both hosts and guests enjoying themselves. At that moment, someone informed the elder, "Not good. A giant beast from the sea is attacking Jade Island. Countless lives have already been lost." A messenger from the god-forgotten people hurriedly arrived, reporting the urgent news about the attack on Jade Island. How could this happen? We must immediately support Jade Island. Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, turned pale with anger. Your Majesty, please stay back. We will immediately go to eliminate the sea beast and shed blood for the alliance of our two clans. The clan leader of the god-forgotten people resolutely requested. Good. We swear to fight together against the dangers. Jiang Chen's eyes darkened as he ordered Li Qingtian and Zhao in to set out for rescue. The two clans joined forces and arrived at Jade Island, only to see a gigantic nine-headed sea serpent rampaging across the island. Its blood-red mouth spewed toxic mist, causing heavy casualties among the guerrilla fighters. Li Qingtian shouted angrily, clenching his hands into claws as he fiercely struck at the sea serpent's head. Burial of heaven and destruction of earth seal. Zhao and also struck down with a powerful blow, directly sending one of the serpent's heads flying. Yet the sea serpent continued to attack violently, and both clans found themselves in a bitter battle. I'll buy you all some time. You hurry to rescue. Seeing everyone struggling, Ko Xiaoxiao decided to lure the sea serpent away from the island. Ko Xiang, we will live and die together. The clan leader of the god-forgotten people had tears in his eyes. Good. We swear to fight together. All the god-forgotten people echoed in unison. The elder in black nodded, leaping into the air, chanting incantations and breathing out true fire. The giant serpent, seeing this, became furious and immediately swam out of the sea to pursue. The two fought in the air above the sea for several days, and Ko Xiao felt her blood surging, struggling to hold on. Just as the sea serpent was about to claim victory, a massive crystal palace suddenly rose from the sea, and a powerful air current swept the sea serpent inside, abruptly silencing its cries. During the court meeting that day, ministers also suggested that expanding territory was an urgent matter. I already have a plan to conquer the kingdom of Phalanxi, making our country's territory more complete. Jiang Chen nodded. The kingdom of Phalanxi was located at the northernmost end of Central Continent, known for its fierce people. To occupy Phalanxi would undoubtedly be a bloody battle. The next morning, an army of 100,000 from Central Continent, led by Zhao, set out northward, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the kingdom of Phalanxi. Due to the long journey, the army reached the border of Phalanxi 2 months later. The two armies confronted each other in front of the Phalanxi fortress, and the Phalanxi defenders, intimidated by the might of the Central Continent army, did not dare to act rashly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao personally entered the city to report and strongly persuade the king of Phalanxi to surrender, but the king arrogantly refused. With no other choice, Zhao had to order a full-scale attack. The two armies charged forward in the icy snow, fighting fiercely, and a bloodbath ensued. The king of Phalanxi also personally took to the battlefield, leading the valiant Phalanxi Knight Brigade to fight back with all their might. In the severe cold of -20 degrees, the two armies fought fiercely, dyeing the icy world red with blood. 3 days later, both sides suffered heavy casualties, but the defenders of the kingdom of Phalanxi still held their fortress, making it difficult for the Central Plains army to advance. Zorn had no choice but to request reinforcements from the rear. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and immediately summoned the leader of the divine abandoned people. The kingdom of Phalanxi is far away, and transportation is difficult. Our army is in a bitter battle. I asked the leader to mobilize your elite troops to go for rescue. Jiang Chen pleaded. The leader of the divine abandoned people readily agreed and immediately mobilized 10,000 black-clad elites to head north. They used interdimensional teleportation techniques to quickly break through the space, directly reaching the heart of the kingdom of Phalanxi. The king of Phalanxi was leading a fierce assault on Zorn's camp when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning around, he saw the sky filled with divine abandoned people descending. The will of heaven is clear. The scoundrels of Phalanxi surrender swiftly, the leader of the divine abandoned people declared with authority. I was born a Phalanxi citizen and pledged to die for Phalanxi. The king of Phalanxi transformed into a giant bear and fought back fiercely with his knights. A move by the leader of the divine abandoned people destroyed the source of the Phalanxi king's magic. The Phalanxi defenders were left stunned and soon fell into defeat. The kingdom of Phalanxi was completely overrun. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately ordered the establishment of a province in Phalanxi to consolidate control. At the same time, he grew increasingly worried about the rising power of the divine abandoned people. He secretly dispatched Ko Xiao to Belgium to incite the king, forcing him to submit to the Central Plains. Belgium, proud of its high mountains and long rivers, believed it was impervious to invasion. Disguised as a merchant, Ko Xiao entered the country and gradually undermined the king's rule through schemes. Under Ko Xiao's strategic maneuvers, Belgium quickly fell into internal strife and chaos, and the king eventually lost his life in the conflict. With the Belgian royal family unable to manage the aftermath, they had no choice but to surrender to the Central Plains. Thus, Belgium completely fell under the control of the Central Plains. Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, was extremely pleased and decided to take advantage of this victory to fully annex Belgium. The Belgian people, known for their fierce and warlike nature, stood ready for battle. Jiang Chen arranged for Shen Liangzi to lead a strong army to attack, while King Mobuli of Belgium also personally went into battle. The two armies engaged in fierce combat on Sunset Peak, with Shun Liangzi and Mobuli locked in a stalemate after 300 exchanges. In a flash of lightning, Mobuli suddenly turned, his claws shooting out like phantoms toward Shun Liangzi's face. Shun Liangzi swiftly leaned back, the claws merely grazing a few strands of hair. Then he kicked upwards in a spinning motion, targeting Mobuli's neck. With a loud bang, Mobuli barely managed to block this fatal strike, getting kicked several yards away. "Not bad, watch my thunder dance." Mobuli rolled over and stood firm, then opened his arms wide, summoning dozens of bolts of lightning from the sky to form an electric net aimed at Shun Liangzi. Shun Liangzi's eyes flashed with cold light. He took a deep breath and blasted out powerful winds from his mouth, dispersing the electric net and neutralizing the lightning. "How dare you try to take my life with mere lightning?" Shun Liangzi mocked. Before his words faded, he suddenly moved, creating 9 clones that simultaneously attacked Mobuli. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 beams of light intertwined on the square, creating dazzling flashes, as Shun Liangzi's 9-fold shadow launched a full-scale assault on Mobuli. Mobuli was not to be outdone. Electricity crackled around him as he stubbornly withstood the 9-fold assault. The two continued to engage in fierce combat in the air, unleashing a torrent of energy that stirred up a storm. Finally, after the 99th exchange, Mobuli was beginning to show signs of exhaustion, his electrical energy weakening. Shun Liangzi sneered and suddenly teleported behind Mobuli, cutting off his retreat with a palm strike. "You, what kind of evil technique have you cultivated?" Mobuli roared, releasing a burst of lightning. Shun Liangzi laughed disdainfully, unleashing an intense burst of light that directly struck Mobuli with a powerful palm. Mobuli, with his deep magical power, used to move mountains and rivers upside down to block Shun Liangzi's force. The two fought desperately in midair, unable to determine a victor for several days. At this moment, tens of thousands of divine abandoned people suddenly descended from the sky. Using their spatial magic, they transported the Belgian army into an alternate space, never to return. The Belgian army was completely destroyed by the divine abandoned people's abilities, and the king was severely injured in the final battle, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Belgium had no choice but to surrender to the Central Plains. Thus, the Central Plains completed its annexation of the strategically important mountainous nation. Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, was extraordinarily pleased and immediately dispatched officials to establish a province in Belgium for governance. Yet, he was also deeply concerned about the growing power of the divine abandoned people. If we do not curb their power in time, the consequences will be dire. The Central Plains have fought hard to achieve today's territory. How can I allow outsiders to easily claim kingship? On that day, he secretly plotted. "Please, Your Majesty, trust us. We will eliminate this threat quickly." The ministers all expressed their support for Jiang Chen to consolidate power. The next morning, Jiang Chen summoned the leader of the divine abandoned people to the capital for an audience. "I've been thinking about this recently and find something unclear. The Central Plains has always been the land of Huaxia. Though your divine abandoned people have assisted our army, you are not from this land. How should we establish our relationship so that we do not interfere with each other?" Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, spoke with hesitation. "The king speaks too heavily. Our clan only seeks a peaceful corner to reside. The Central Plains belongs to others." The leader of the divine abandoned people frowned slightly, but replied respectfully, "That is very good." Jiang Chen was delighted to hear this and suggested a marriage alliance to strengthen their friendship. The leader of the divine abandoned people also gladly accepted. To celebrate the alliance between the two clans and strengthen their friendship, Jiang Chen issued a decree for a nationwide amnesty. The Dragon Emperor even specifically granted rich lands, including the capital region and the prosperous southeastern coastal areas, for the divine abandoned people to live, build, and develop. The divine abandoned people were immensely grateful for Jiang Chen's kindness and immediately dispatched highly skilled builders. They constructed magnificent palaces and cities on the granted lands, greatly boosting the local economy. At the same time, Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, continued to advance his grand cause of territorial expansion. To the northwest, there was a vast and resource-rich nation, the Luxembourg Empire. Jiang Chen dispatched General Ku Qing to lead an army of 100,000 to conquer it. Upon hearing the news, the Luxembourg Empire was alarmed and urgently mobilized all its national strength to prepare for battle. The two armies engaged in a brutal and deadly battle in the Alps. I swear to defend my homeland. The Emperor of Luxembourg personally led the front lines to boost morale, attack and seize land, or face total destruction. Ku Qing also moved through the Central Plains Army, motivating the troops. In the fierce close-quarter battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. Just as the Central Plains Army was on the verge of collapse, reinforcement from the divine abandoned people descended from the sky once again, turning the tide of battle. The divine abandoned people are united, and the Central Plains will surely expand its territory. Jiang Chen rejoiced upon receiving the news in the capital. At the same time, in the southeastern coastal region, there was a wealthy island nation, the Prussian kingdom. Jiang Chen coveted its wealth and resources and also dispatched a large army to conquer it. The king of Prussia, entrenched on a remote island, believed himself safe behind natural barriers, thinking the Central Plains Army could never breach his defenses. Little did he know, the spatial magic of the divine abandoned people would once again play a significant role. The divine abandoned people teleported the Central Plains Army directly into the capital of the Prussian kingdom, completely disrupting the defenses of the Prussian military. The Prussian army suffered a crushing defeat. Haha, our Central Plains territory is expanding day by day. Jiang Chen laughed heartily upon receiving the news. Thus, both fronts of the war ended in victory, and the power of the Central Plains grew unprecedentedly, with its territory continually expanding. Jiang Chen also accelerated the advancement of various political, economic, and cultural constructions. In the heart of the capital, the divine abandoned people utilized their extraordinary skills to construct magnificent palaces and temples. This place gradually developed into a cultural center. In the southeastern coastal region, they harnessed marine resources, establishing shipbuilding industries and commercial ports. In the Dragon Hall of the sacred capital, Jiang Chen sat high on the dragon throne. The ministers within the hall stood solemnly on both sides, waiting for the imperial decree. I have recently crushed several small nations, and it seems there is not much meaning left in that. Let us turn our sights toward powerful opponents and see who has the honor to battle with my Central Plains Dragon Kingdom. After a long pause, Jiang Chen spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into complete silence. The various generals exchanged glances, not daring to respond easily. What's wrong? Don't you dare give any suggestions? Jiang Chen scanned the room. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the army to attack the Holy Roman Empire, which is close to Luxembourg. Let us fully unveil the northern borders for you. Zorn's eyes sparkled as he boldly requested. Your Majesty, I also request to march and assist General Zorn in annihilating Rome. Zongshan followed up. Please send me and my fellow generals. We will ensure that the Holy Roman Empire is turned to ashes. Qi Changkong and Zhu Qingtian also requested to fight. Very good. I will appoint you four as commanders and unite the forces to march against the Holy Roman Empire. Jiang Chen said with satisfaction. The four great legions will coordinate with the T-800 type mecha army, led by General Ko Xiao. In 1 month, we will flatten Rome, obeying the imperial decree. The four generals and Ko Xiao responded in unison, filled with excitement. Soon, the four great legions completed their reorganization and, along with the advanced T-800 mecha army, set off toward Luxembourg under the command of Ko Xiao. Meanwhile, within the Holy Roman Empire, Emperor Franz II received the news. The alert of the Dragon Kingdom's Jiang Chen marching north turned his face ashen. "Hurry! Summon the Senate for an emergency meeting," he shouted urgently to his attendants. Quickly, the alarm bells rang throughout Rome, and the entire nation went into a state of martial law. The Senate convened an emergency meeting, with Franz II sitting in the main seat, his expression grave. "Everyone, the Dragon Kingdom's army is already on its way to attack our empire. The situation is dire. We absolutely must not easily submit. Doing so would cause the people to lose faith in the imperial authority," Franz II said solemnly. "Your Majesty is wise. Given the current terrifying situation in the Central Plains, if we could cooperate, that would be the best outcome. Let us strive to avoid war," several senators suggested. "All right. I will send envoys to the Central Plains to express the Empire's willingness to cooperate and avoid conflict." Franz II nodded in agreement. After dispatching the envoys to convey their intentions, upon learning of Franz II's willingness, Jiang Chen sneered and said, "Cooperation? The Central Plains Dragon Kingdom never discusses cooperation. You either surrender to me or you vanish. Only complete submission qualifies to avoid the flames of war." The envoy bowed and returned in a panic to relay Franz II's response. "It seems the Central Plains Dragon Kingdom is determined to eliminate us," disbelief shone in Franz II's eyes. "In that case, we can only unite with the power of the papacy and vow to fight to the death." He immediately sent envoys to seek aid from the Pope. The Pope, upon learning of this, was also anxious. The first batch of 30,000 Catholic followers was sent out to receive advanced weaponry to support Rome against the Central Plains army. Franz II also mobilized all domestic forces, stationing heavy troops along the Rhine River to prevent the Central Plains army from crossing the river. The two armies formed a standoff at the border, ready to engage in battle at any moment. At this time, the Central Plains army had already arrived at the Roman border, stationed on the north bank of the Rhine River. The four great legions arranged their formations, with the heavy T-800 mechas lined up in a battle formation. "Generals, according to our reconnaissance, the Romans are stationed defensively on the south bank. We must find a way to cross the river and then seize the Rhine region to open up the situation." Ko Xiao analyzed strategies in the tent. "General is wise. Why don't we deploy the mecha units to construct a bridge for a forced crossing?" Zorn proposed. "That's too risky. The defenses on the other side are strict, and we may suffer heavy casualties," Zongshan objected. "I think it's better to disperse our forces and look for an opportunity to cross stealthily," Chi Chong Kong interjected. "You all make valid points, but we must decide now." Ko Xiao pondered for a long time. "Let's go with Zorn's plan. Our army is invincible." The commanders showed excitement at the decision, preparing to execute the crossing plan. The next day at dawn, tens of thousands of mecha warriors lined up at the riverbank, ready for action. "All units, charge! Establish a floating bridge." Zorn raised his sword and shouted. The T-800 units surged into the Rhine, covering fire with their rifles while starting to set up the floating bridge under heavy artillery fire. Are they really crossing like this? The Roman generals hurriedly adjusted their troops to engage. The new Catholic troops also joined the battle, fiercely assaulting the Central Plains mecha units. A brutal battle unfolded in the river, with the heavy mecha weaponry and new powers of the church in a deadlock. "Watch my divine needle of the sea." Chi Chong Kong drew his twin divine swords from his back, merging them to unleash a torrent of blue light. Wherever the blue light passed, the enemy's defenses crumbled instantly. The papal forces also exerted all their might to counterattack, with light cannons in the air and blue light clashing, resulting in an unending fierce battle. "General, our army cannot quickly establish the floating bridge. We seek guidance on what to do," Zorn reported urgently. "In that case, all units, immediately ceased the crossing and retreat to the north bank. Ko Xiao decisively ordered. After realizing the misjudgment, the army slowly retreated back to the north bank, temporarily abandoning the forced crossing plan. General, we cannot launch a strong attack on the opposite bank. What should we do? The various generals looked troubled. Ko Xiao's eyes sparkled. If we cannot cross horizontally, then let's cross vertically. Look, the river is just a natural channel. The others slapped their thighs and exclaimed in agreement. The Central Plains army turned around and headed upstream, preparing to advance along the river to seize the fortress of Sultanburg. Franz, too, upon learning that the Central Plains army abandoned the forced crossing, also let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon received the alert that the Central Plains army was advancing downstream along the Rhine, and his expression turned grim once again. They're trying to seize the fortress of Sultanburg along the river. Quickly deploy troops to set up defenses along the coast. We must not allow them to smoothly advance south. Franz too quickly mobilized the troops for defense. The two armies engaged in fierce confrontations along the banks of the Rhine, spanning over 100 miles. Firestorm. Zhu Changtian pushed his palms forward, unleashing a rain of dark arrows upon the opposite bank. Divine punishment. The church's high leader Marco held his staff and unleashed a thunderbolt to strike down the dark arrows. At times, there were exchanges between land and water, and at times there were aerial battles, with smoke and gunfire filling the air along the riverbanks. Zongshan reports the current predicament. Ko Xiao concentrates for a moment, and suddenly her eyes brighten. Since we cannot advance quickly, why not retreat to advance, set up an ambush, and lure the enemy deeper? Everyone smiles knowingly after hearing this. It is indeed a common strategy in military tactics to turn defeat into victory. Soon, the Central Plains army pretends to retreat, setting up a net of traps along the riverbanks. Franz, too, seeing the enemy suddenly fleeing without a fight across the river, becomes overconfident. Pursue the enemy and take back all the territory. The Roman army quickly crosses the defensive line and delves deep into the heart of the river. This is exactly what they wanted. Ko Xiao suddenly launches the ambush, and the Roman army falls into a trap. Watch my moonlight slash. Zorn leaps down from a high point, swinging his moonlight axe, unleashing countless cold rays. The Roman army suffers heavy casualties in an instant. General, the ambush is a success. Our troops have caught the enemy off guard and launched a surprise attack. Zorn sends back good news. Very good. Continue to annihilate the remaining enemies and must push straight down to Fortress Futenberg. Ko Xiao immediately issues a pursuit order. Under this sudden attack, Fortress Futenberg is forced to retreat in disarray. The Central Plains army surges south, quickly capturing cities along the way and heading straight for the heartland. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. We may not be able to hold Fortress Futenberg. Marquez says anxiously. Understand. Franz Tu's expression darkens. Quickly lead the royal family to leave Fortress Futenberg and leave a team to guard the last line. Franz too leads the royal family to flee Fortress Futenberg, heading to Thuringia to regroup. The Central Plains army occupies Fortress Futenberg, and Ko Xiao orders them to garrison and regroup, then splits the troops into two routes. One route led by Zorn advances to attack Bavaria, while the other led by Zhu Chengtan heads northwest to the Thuringia region to capture Franz II. Zorn immediately leads an army of 50,000 south toward Bavaria. Zhu Chengtian also takes 30,000 elite troops to the northwest toward Thuringia to capture Franz II. At the same time, within Rome, the Pope learns that the situation is critical, as the Central Plains army has reached the outskirts of the city and is likely to break through the defenses and directly attack Rome. He sends an urgent request to the Light Assembly headquarters that night, detailing the severity of the situation. He asks the Light Assembly to intervene and support Bavaria against the onslaught of the Central Plains army. The Light Assembly headquarters immediately convenes an emergency meeting, presided over by Grand Leader Abraham. The Roman papacy has been our important ally for many years, and now they request assistance. We should help them. I have decided to personally lead 30,000 Light Assembly warriors to Bavaria to assist them in repelling the Central Plains army. After a moment of contemplation, he declares, having spoken, Abraham immediately sets off for Bavaria with 30,000 Light Assembly warriors and advanced equipment. At the outskirts of Bavaria, Zorn has led his army to the city and formally launches an attack on Bavaria. 10,000 swords transforming into dragons. He shouts loudly, swinging his sword forward. Countless sword rays shoot forth, forming a giant dragon shape that lunges toward the gates of Rome. The defending troops see this and exert all their strength to resist, with light spear throwers casting numerous light spears to form a shield, barely blocking this strike. However, the city gate still shakes open a large hole. Charge in! Zorn roars, and the Central Plains army surges into the city like a tide. Abraham has arrived. Just then, the Light Assembly army also reaches the battlefield. Abraham swings his staff fiercely, and countless beams of light shoot down from the sky, directly hitting the Central Plains army. Zorn quickly gathers his energy to resist, but the army still suffers heavy losses. They have no choice but to retreat from Bavaria and engage the Light Assembly outside the city for a decisive battle. Abraham suddenly chants an incantation, and a golden-red fire dragon shoots directly at Zorn's face. Abraham, do you think fire magic can hurt me? Zorn remains unperturbed, waving his hand to conjure a wall of water that extinguishes the fire dragon with ease. Is that all you can do? Abraham sneers, leaping into the air. He raises his staff high, chanting a secret spell, and suddenly dark clouds gather in the sky, with thunder and lightning. Gather, he shouts, and with a loud rumble, countless bolts of lightning fall from the heavens, bombarding Zorn. Take this. Zorn does not flinch. He leaps into the air, swirling his sword amidst the lightning. His sword technique is as quick as lightning, and wherever he points his sword, all the lightning is deflected, unable to harm him at all. Remarkable skill. Watch my divine dragon spin. Abraham, not yet satisfied, sees Zorn's sword technique suddenly change, and a dragon forms around his sword. This dragon-shaped sword energy spirals upward, heading straight for Abraham. Abraham hurriedly uses his magic to defend, but his staff loses several strands of its hair. Zorn, your swordsmanship has reached a remarkable level. Abraham cannot help but praise. You're not bad yourself. Watch my next move. Zorn takes a deep breath and leaps high into the air, pointing his sword to the sky. Heaven and earth break, he shouts, and in an instant, the heavens wail, and vast sword energy shoots straight at Abraham. Come on. Abraham remains fearless and counters with a gesture. Open heaven and earth. His staff spins rapidly, blocking this earth-shattering sword strike. The two are locked in a stalemate in midair, with sword energy and magical power clashing, creating monstrous waves. This is incredible. Abraham is also a 9th-tier powerhouse. Zorn muses in amazement. Zorn's sword energy is actually on par with mine. The Central Plains indeed has hidden talents. Abraham also feels a lingering fear. The two retreat, both showing a rare enthusiasm. Come on, let's determine the victor. Zorn's fighting spirit surges. Very well, this move will settle it. Abraham's energy surges like a rainbow. 9 turns divine dragon, open heaven, and absolute. Both unleash their full power simultaneously, a storm of attacks converging in midair. All that can be heard is the wailing of the sky and the earth collapsing as two terrifying forces grapple in the air, unable to determine a victor for a long time. The two armies engage in fierce battles outside Bavaria for 7 days and nights, back and forth, with no clear winner. Seeing the situation unfavorable, Zorn requests reinforcements from Ko Xiao Xiao. Upon receiving the battle report, Ko Xiaoxiao furrows her brow. She allows Qi Chong Kong to lead 20,000 heavy armored troops south to reinforce Zorn. Meanwhile, the Light Assembly is also frantically developing new weapons. They successfully create a type of weapon called the directed energy bomb. This bomb can launch directed energy pulses at aerial targets, dealing devastating blows to mechs and warships. Haha, with this, the mech troops of the Central Plains Dragon Kingdom will be reduced to ashes. Abraham laughs uncontrollably after the test. Qi Chong Kong leads the Central Plains army to meet Zorn outside Bavaria, preparing for a full-scale attack. Just then, the Light Assembly unleashes their directed energy bombs, mercilessly bombarding the Central Plains army. The sound of tremendous explosions fills the air, and the mech troops of the Central Plains face devastating blows, suffering heavy casualties. What is this strange thing? How can it be so effective against mechs? Zorn and Qi Chong Kong are both taken aback. Faced with the relentless bombardment of the directed energy bombs, the Central Plains army is forced to retreat back beyond their defensive line. Ko Xiaoxiao, after receiving the battle report, is furious and immediately reports the situation to the capital, requesting powerful reinforcements. To have such an impressive weapon, the Light Assembly should not be underestimated. Jiang Chen is also furious upon learning of the military situation. Dispatch the divine enforcer Lia to reinforce Bavaria, using her power to intimidate the Light Assembly. After some consideration, he states solemnly, upon receiving the imperial decree, Lia, who is in seclusion in the capital, does not hesitate and sets off that night to reinforce the front lines. Ko Xiaoxiao explains the situation regarding the Light Assembly's directed energy bombs to Lia, who nods and then flies toward the battlefield outside Bavaria. 7 days later, she appears at the Central Plains army camp outside Bavaria. Oomph! Who is this new character from the Central Plains Dragon Kingdom? Abraham coldly observes Lia. By the power of ice, your path ends here. Lia speaks calmly, her tone carrying an unwavering authority. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly waved her hand, and brilliant ice blue, true energy appeared in the skies over Bavaria, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. The soldiers of the Church of Light had not yet reacted before they were frozen into ice sculptures. How is this possible? To freeze 30,000 troops in an instant. Abraham's face turned pale and then red with anger. Lia suddenly formed a seal, and a ray of cold light fell from the sky. Shield of Light. Abraham quickly performed a seal, unleashing a blinding light from his staff to counter the icy sword energy. The two powerful forces collided fiercely in midair, creating towering waves. The plains outside Bavaria were instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. Ha! Light will extinguish the cold. Abraham laughed, gathering strength to unleash a giant golden-red dragon-shaped attack. Break! Lia shouted, swinging her sword down, and the golden dragon shattered in response. It's impossible. What power have you obtained? Abraham's expression changed drastically. Turn away from darkness and embrace the light, or you will only face a dead end. Lia's expression was cold. As soon as she finished speaking, she soared into the air, her ice sword pointing at Abraham's heart. Before Abraham could react, his heart was pierced. How could I be defeated? He screamed in despair as he fell, but soon his voice was silenced. Lia landed back on the ground, sheathed her sword, and coldly gazed at the army of the Church of Light. After the Church of Light retreated, the Central Plains army would continue to advance and occupy all of Bavaria. Upon hearing the bad news, Franz too decided to personally lead the army to intercept. War leaders, our army has already shattered the Church of Light's defense line in Bavaria. Please quickly formulate a deployment plan to advance into the interior. Ko Xiaoxiao said solemnly. Yes, we will do our utmost to flatten Bavaria. The four war leaders responded respectfully. Soon, under the careful deployment of the four war leaders, The army was divided into several routes and swiftly advanced into the interior of Bavaria. Inside Rome City, Emperor Franz II was anxiously pacing back and forth in the palace. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Although we cannot save Bavaria, we can continue to hold the next region. There will definitely be no more problems." Count Karl comforted him. "It's a pity that the Church of Light was defeated. The Central Plains Dragon Kingdom's army is too strong. Plus, they have various weapons and armor." Franz II sighed. "The Holy See will surely provide full support. Please contact the Pope immediately to request reinforcements." Karl analyst. Franz II nodded, immediately writing an urgent letter seeking aid from the Pope. The Central Plains army had already reached the interior of Bavaria. "Charge! Take their artillery positions!" Chi Kong shouted. The Central Plains army, under the cover of mechs, quickly occupied the artillery positions outside Bavaria and then launched a fierce attack on the city. The defending troops fought desperately, and the city walls were soon engulfed in smoke. "Behold my blood and gore!" Zhu Changtian clapped his palms, unleashing hidden weapons that rained down on the defending troops on the city wall. "Protect everyone!" The bishop inside the city quickly activated the shield of light to resist. "Get out of here with your light shield." Nine Xian heavenly fire. Zongshan suddenly conjured 9 fire dragons, scorching and shattering the light shield. The defending troops were thrown into chaos, suffering heavy casualties. "Charge!" Zuin also shouted, leading heavily armored knights into the city. Soon, under the relentless attacks of the 4 war leaders, the outer city of Bavaria fell one after another. The Central Plains army advanced like a hot knife through butter, pressing towards the fortress of Markburg. Emperor Franz II, upon learning of the fall of the outer cities, was furious. "I will personally lead the army to confront them and swear to protect Bavaria. Your Majesty, please reconsider. It's better to hold the fortress of Markburg." Karl urged nervously. "Shut up, you make sense." Franz II's eyes were determined. Franz II personally led 100,000 troops to set out, encountering the Central Plains army 10 miles outside Markburg. "Franz, have you made up your mind?" Ko Xiaoxiao spoke from the front lines. "Even if I can't defeat you, I will tear a piece of flesh from you." Franz II cursed angrily. "You will definitely be defeated under my hand. The cycle of heaven punishes the wicked." Ko Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed, waving her hand. "Charge!" The 2 armies officially began to battle. An eye for an eye, divine punishment. Franz II clasped his hands together, summoning a divine light that illuminated the Central Plains army. "Fallen might fill the sea." Chi Kong quickly unleashed his ultimate technique, sending countless rays of blue light towards the divine light. The 2 powerful forces collided fiercely in midair, creating a thunderous roar and shaking the ground. "Ha! Do you think you can break my divine power?" Franz II sneered. The divine light easily broke through the blue light and continued to envelop the Central Plains army. "What's going on? Where are the Pope's reinforcements?" Franz II looked around suspiciously. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I will promptly send someone to urge them." Karl was also puzzled. "Report to your Majesty. The Pope's reinforcements were intercepted in Hessen and cannot come to assist." "What?" Franz II's face changed drastically. "What happened in Hessen?" The missionary reported that the Pope had dispatched 200,000 Catholic reinforcements. However, while passing through Hessen, they suddenly suffered a devastating blow, with most being annihilated and only a small portion escaping back to report to the Holy See. The attackers were a group of mysterious black-clad individuals. "There's actually such a force." Franz II's face changed from pale to green. "Your Majesty, I see this as a cruel trap. The enemy has long been premeditated." Karl stroked his beard, analyzing. "But now we can only charge forward. All troops prepare. We will personally confront the Central Plains army." Franz II's expression was resolute. The Central Plains army had reached the outskirts of Markburg, and the 4 army commanders were discussing the siege plan. In my judgment, both sides of Markberg are steep mountain ranges. Only the southeast side is relatively open. Kong said, "Exactly. I believe we can split into two routes, with the main force attacking the city from the southeast, while auxiliary troops attract the enemy's attention from the northwest." Zhongshan interjected, "What you all said makes sense. Let's deploy like that." Ko Xiaoxiao nodded. The two armies launched an intense battle outside Markberg. Emperor Franz II personally led the charge, bravely breaking out of the encirclement. After a fierce battle, the Central Plains army could not advance temporarily. As both sides were at a stalemate, a white light suddenly appeared in the sky. A man in a white robe descended from the sky, landing steadily. Behind him followed a dozen black-clad masters. "Who are you?" Ko Xiaoxiao asked, her expression serious. "I am Feikenbruck, an elder of the Church of Light, sent by the master to assist." The man replied proudly. This was the reinforcements sent by the headquarters of the Church of Light. The leader, Feikenbruck, was a 9th grade elder with unfathomable strength. He brought several 8th grade elders to rescue Franz II. "In that case, you can stay." Ko Xiaoxiao sneered and suddenly waved her arm to unleash a heaven and earth break. The sword energy soared to the sky, powerful and unmatched, aiming to take Feikenbruck away. "Come if you dare." Feikenbruck did not back down either, raising his staff to summon a golden light that surged upward to meet the attack. Suddenly, the sky resonated with sound as two powerful forces clashed violently in midair, neither side giving ground. Several 8th rank elders from the Church of Light also emerged to join the fray. "Leave the one on the left to me." Changkong's eyes burned with battle intent. He suddenly leaped off his horse, combining his dual swords to conjure a massive azure dragon descending from the sky, charging head-on at the elder. The elder was not to be outdone. He flicked his sleeve to reveal a silver mirror, its surface shining brilliantly. As the azure dragon approached, it was immediately transformed into a physical form and drawn into the mirror. World-setting technique. Kong was taken aback and unleashed his ultimate technique, a fierce wind howling. Waves of azure light shot from his dual swords, surging forth and severely wounding the elder. Zhongshan was locked in a fierce battle with another elder. This elder unleashed a blood magic technique never before seen, putting Zhongshan in a tough spot. "You think you're skilled in such forbidden techniques? Then I'll send you back to the underworld." Zhongshan sneered, suddenly raising his hand to unleash the 9 mysterious heavenly fire. The raging flames instantly engulfed the battlefield, and before the elder could respond, he was reduced to ashes. Zorn faced an old man with a white beard. The old man wielded his staff, summoning countless golden lights. Zorn wielded his long sword, each technique seemingly divine, breaking through the attacks step by step. "Old man, why must we fight? Instead, why not put down your weapons and attain enlightenment?" Zorn tried to persuade him. "The demon of Zhongzhou must be eliminated without delay." The old man slammed his staff down fiercely, golden light surging forth, unstoppable. "You've gone astray. You can only die." A cold gleam flashed in Zorn's eyes as he suddenly leaped up, delivering a heaven-shattering strike aimed directly at the old man's face. The old man fell to the ground dead. Zhu Chengtian faced a robust, middle-aged elder. This elder utilized lightning techniques, repeatedly attacking Zhu Chengtian's vital points. The two engaged in a thrilling chase in the skies above the battlefield. "You think lightning alone can take my life?" Zhu Chengtian sneered, suddenly turning around and delivering a heavenly might palm strike directly at the elder's head. The elder was caught off guard, beaten to a pulp. Under the combined assault of the 4 army leaders, the Church of Light's reinforcements were quickly annihilated. Feikenbruck was still managing to hold on, fending off Ko Xiaoxiao's onslaught. "You have no way out. Drop your weapons and surrender." Ko Xiaoxiao pointed her sword at Feikenbruck. "Want me to surrender? Only over my dead body." Feikenbruck roared, launching a devastating attack straight at Ko Xiaoxiao's face. The two fought fiercely in midair for dozens of rounds, and Ko Xiaoxiao gradually felt overwhelmed. The commander needs help. Someone come to my aid, Zorn shouted. The four army leaders immediately surrounded Falkenbrück from all sides. Damn it, you reckless fools. Falkenbrück saw the situation was dire and cursed angrily. But before he could finish speaking, Zorn cleaved through his vital points with an axe. Falkenbrück fell to the ground, lifeless, and the Church of Light's reinforcements were completely wiped out. Outside Magdeburg, there was a deathly silence. Franz, too, seeing the reinforcements defeated and unable to turn the tide, could only lead the remnants back into the city for a desperate defense. The Central Plains Army seized the moment to besiege Magdeburg. Under fierce artillery bombardment, the city's outer walls were quickly destroyed. Charge! Ko Xiaoxiao personally led the attack into the city. Protect His Majesty. Break through. Franz, too, along with Karl and a few loyal subordinates, rushed towards the city gates. Cut him off. Not a single one shall escape. Ko Xiaoxiao commanded immediately. Protect His Majesty. Protect His Majesty. Franz, too, led the remnants of the army to break through, with Karl and a few loyal followers closely behind. The Central Plains Army had already entered the city, and Ko Xiaoxiao personally led the team to intercept Franz, too. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Ko Xiaoxiao sneered, slicing through Franz II's mount with a sword. Karl suddenly appeared, swinging his weapon at Ko Xiaoxiao. Ko Xiaoxiao sidestepped and retaliated with a heaven and earth-breaking strike, sending sword energy shooting out and splitting Karl in half. No! Franz too let out a tragic cry, but it was too late. You have no way out. Why not surrender? Ko Xiaoxiao pointed her sword at Franz too. Surrender? Absolutely not. Franz too gritted his teeth. Quick, get me out of here. A few loyal guards quickly lifted Franz too onto a carriage, fleeing toward the city gates. Trying to run? Leave your head behind. Zongshan suddenly appeared in front of the carriage, unleashing the 9 mysterious heavenly fire, turning the carriage to ashes. Franz too rolled out from the sea of flames, tattered and in disarray. Stop! He is mine! Ko Xiaoxiao shouted. Zongshan immediately halted. Spare me, and I will surrender, offering all of Bavaria to you. Franz too fell to his knees, pleading with Ko Xiaoxiao. It's too late. Ko Xiaoxiao coldly smiled as she raised her sword, plunging it into Franz too's heart. Franz too collapsed in a pool of blood, taking his last breath. Magdeburg was soon fully occupied by the Central Plains Army, and all of Bavaria fell. Ko Xiaoxiao directed her army towards the next target, Saxony. Franz too's son, the newly appointed emperor of the Roman Empire, Friedrich III, was enraged upon hearing the news of his father's death and Bavaria's fall in the capital of Saxony. My father was killed by the Central Plains Army in Bavaria, and our beautiful lands have fallen into the hands of others. I, Friedrich III, will avenge my father and vow to defend Saxony to the death. Your Majesty is wise. We will all serve you to the death. The ministers replied respectfully. Deploy all troops and fortify the Saxony borders. Recall all dispatched ambassadors and prepare for full-scale war with the Central Plains. Friedrich III issued a series of commands. Within Saxony, the Roman Empire's largest mechanized troops were put on high alert. Tens of thousands of advanced mechs activated, heading toward the borders. Ko Xiaoxiao led the Central Plains Army to the Saxon border, where the 4 army leaders discussed their offensive strategy. The Saxon territory has tens of thousands of mechs and fixed-point defense artillery. An attack will undoubtedly be difficult, Chi Chongkong analyzed. However, their mech defensive line is concentrated along the eastern border. We can divide our forces into 2 routes, launching a strong frontal breakthrough from the east, while auxiliary troops secretly penetrate the interior from the northwest ridge, Zongshan suggested. You make a valid point. Let's proceed with that plan. Ko Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement and immediately deployed the offensive strategy. The Central Plains army began to move, and the main force encountered the Roman mech defensive line in the east. Go! Break through the line with all our might. Ko Xiao led the charge under the cover of the mechs. Fire! Push back the Central Plains army. The Roman mech forces launched a fierce counterattack. The two armies engaged in a brutal mecha war at the border, with planes, tanks, and mech infantry unleashing a barrage of fire, creating an intense scene. Under the cover of the Central Plains Army's mechs, Ko Xiao and the four army leaders fought their way into the enemy ranks, beginning close-quarters combat. Zorn swung his heavy sword, each strike capable of destroying a mech. Blood and carnage. Jiang Chen clapped his palms together, sending a torrent of destruction through the enemy ranks, transforming the sword into wind, sweeping away the remnants. Qi Changkong's long sword turned into thousands of sword energies, encircling the enemy in a storm of destruction. Under the siege of the four army leaders, a corner of the Roman mech defensive line was breached. The Central Plains army seized the opportunity to push through the gap. Friedrich III mobilized all his mechanized forces for a counterattack. Anti-aircraft guns lit up the night sky, bursting into splendid flowers of death. Activate the ion cannon and take them down. Friedrich III commanded. Immediately, the high-energy ion cannon batteries entered combat mode, and stable particle beams shot down several aircraft from the Central Plains Army. Damn it, they have powerful air defense weapons. We must disable those ion cannons, Ko Xiao said with a frown. Leave it to me. A cold female voice sounded behind her. Lyra soared into the air and rushed toward the ion cannon batteries. Frostbite, she chanted, pointing her sword downward. Suddenly, a cold wave surged, freezing all the ion cannon batteries into blocks of ice. Friedrich III saw this and became furious. Don't give them a chance. Block her. The Roman mechanized units took off in succession, forming an attacking formation. Take this. Zion waved his hands, and a gigantic black blade appeared in his grasp. He transformed into a shadow, instantly destroying over 10 enemy aircraft. At the same time, Zongshan, Qi Changkong, and Zhu Qingtian also joined the battle, annihilating the Roman mechanized forces. Friedrich III, seeing the battle turn against him, personally piloted his mech into the fray. The two armies engaged in an unprecedentedly intense melee mech battle above the capital. Zion swung his gigantic blade, and mech parts flew everywhere in his wake. Qi Changkong summoned layers of cyclones, pulling enemy machines into them and shredding them to pieces. Fire at will. Friedrich III pressed the fire control, launching heat-seeking missiles. Heaven and earth freeze. Ko Xiao quickly cast an ice-sealing spell, causing the missiles, laden with immense energy, to crash into an ice wall, resulting in a massive explosion. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ko Xiao broke into the battle circle and struck Friedrich III's mech at its vital point with a heaven and earth break technique. Friedrich III's mech emitted black smoke and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to chase after it, he crawled out of the wreckage, his face pale. Looking around, he saw that the Central Plains army had already occupied the capital of Saxony, and the Roman army was in disarray. I've lost. Father, I couldn't avenge you. Friedrich III despaired, kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, quickly take the remaining forces and flee west. We must ensure your safety. Several close aides hurriedly supported him. Go to Bremen. I need to request full support from the Church and the Illuminati. Friedrich III gritted his teeth. He led the remnants of his army and several trusted aides westward, heading straight for Bremen. Meanwhile, Ko Xiao had already occupied the capital of Saxony, and the leaders of the four main legions reported that they had intercepted news of Friedrich III's escape to the west. He wants to seek aid in Bremen. We must find a way to cut him off, Ko Xiao said, frowning. The commander is right. We need to act quickly, Zion interjected. How about we split into 3 routes? Zongshan and I will block from the north. Qi Chong Kong and Zhu Qingtian will encircle from the south, and the commander will lead the main force to pursue quickly. Exactly. Ko Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she immediately issued the order to pursue. The three routes of the Central Plains Army quickly mobilized, trying to intercept Friedrich III. Friedrich III also moved at top speed along the Western Front and finally reached the Bremen border first. Open the gate. I am the Roman Emperor Friedrich III. He urgently knocked on the Bremen city gate. The gate opened, and the Pope of Rome welcomed Friedrich III inside. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. Your Holiness, the Central Plains Army is about to pursue us. Rome is in danger. You must summon all forces to defend Bremen. Friedrich III said hurriedly. I understand. The reinforcements from the Illuminati will arrive soon. The Pope replied solemnly. Ko Xiaoxiao also led her troops to the outskirts of Bremen, and the leaders of the four main legions reported that none of the three routes were able to stop Friedrich III. It seems he has already entered Bremen. We must find a way to break through their defenses, Ko Xiaoxiao pondered. Commander, Bremen's defenses are tight. Relying solely on our strength may be difficult to win. Zion expressed his concerns. You are right. It looks like we will need to call upon the God-restraining master for assistance to achieve victory, Ko Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. She immediately sent a report to Jiang Chen, requesting reinforcements. After some contemplation, the Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen agreed to dispatch Lyra to assist. After a day, Lyra arrived at the gates of Bremen. Ko Xiaoxiao welcomed her and reported. Bremen is surrounded by mountains on three sides. Only the eastern gate is easy to defend but hard to attack. The Illuminati reinforcements are already fortifying the city. Leave it to me, Lyra nodded. She soared into the air and rushed toward the eastern gate. The city defenders, seeing her approach, fired hidden weapons, which Lyra easily deflected. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful strike, and the eastern gate crumbled into dust under the frost's assault. No, the Central Plains Army is coming from behind. Friedrich III's face changed drastically as he quickly organized his troops to prepare for battle. The two armies engaged in a brutal and bloody fight in the main camp. Ko Xiaoxiao led her troops into the fray, while Friedrich III fought valiantly on the front lines. Friedrich III roared, unleashing the Imperial Divine Fist aimed directly at Ko Xiaoxiao's vital point. Heaven and earth break. Ko Xiaoxiao swiftly wielded her sword, slicing through the Imperial Divine Fist, and a powerful sword chi cut open a gash. Friedrich III, caught off guard, bled profusely. Impossible. What kind of power have you obtained? Friedrich III's face turned pale in disbelief. You have the strength to resist. You might as well surrender and accept judgment. Ko Xiaoxiao pointed her sword at Friedrich III. Get lost. I will never surrender to you. Friedrich III gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed the Imperial Nine techniques, delivering a full-powered strike aimed at Ko Xiaoxiao's back. Ko Xiaoxiao raised her sword to block, and the two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the blood and chaos. After dozens of exchanges, Friedrich III was at his limit. Ko Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to stab her sword into his heart, and Friedrich III fell to the ground. Empire, I, Friedrich III, swear I will not surrender. He gasped, taking his last breath, and the Emperor of the Roman Empire fell. The Central Plains Army easily took the Roman army's camp, occupying all of Bremen, leading to the fall of the Roman Empire. Ko Xiaoxiao immediately sent someone to report the victory to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the news, the Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen was exceptionally delighted, smiling broadly. Ha ha, good. My Central Plains Empire has gained another piece of territory. He excitedly patted the armrest of the dragon throne, his dragon eyes filled with joy and pride. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Illuminati was gearing up for a counterattack. They were secretly constructing an unparalleled superweapon, the Corona Cannon, preparing to destroy the Central Plains Army in one fell swoop. On Lilith's suggestion, the Illuminati decided to launch an attack when the Central Plains Army was deep in the Balkans. The Central Plains Army marched into the heart of the Balkans. Kushao Shao set up camp at the border, preparing for further deployment. Everyone, if the Balkans fall, our empire's territory will connect to the Atlantic Ocean. This battle must be a success. Kushao Zhao's eyes were resolute. Yes, the four army commanders responded in unison. At that moment, a strong flare suddenly appeared in the sky above the border. Everyone looked up, stunned, as they saw a massive circular device materialize in the clouds, aimed directly at their camp. What is that? Everyone was dumbfounded. Get down! Kushao Zhao's expression changed, and she shouted. Immediately, a dazzling laser shot from the sky, striking the Central Plains Army's camp in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the entire camp turned to ashes, and the mech units were obliterated. What kind of terrifying weapon is this? As everyone scrambled to their feet, still in shock, a second, even more powerful laser sliced through the sky, heading straight for them. Dodge! Everyone hurriedly used their abilities to evade as the laser crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Ha ha! Kushao Shao. Let me show you the power of the Illuminati. From the sky, the voice of an elder echoed. Everyone looked up to see the Illuminati's Grand Master, George, standing in the center of the circular device, looking down at them coldly. This is bad. This is the Illuminati's super weapon. We currently have no power to resist. Kushao Shao said solemnly. Commander, what should we do? If this continues, our army will be completely annihilated. Zorn's face was ashen. It seems we can only retreat. Notify the entire army. Withdraw to the north immediately. Kushao Shao gritted her teeth and made the difficult decision. The Central Plains Army could only retreat in disarray under the bombardment of the Corona cannon, temporarily abandoning their plan to attack the Balkans. Kushao Shao immediately reported the situation regarding the Illuminati's new weapon to Jiang Chen, requesting powerful reinforcements. This is outrageous. How could they possess such a super weapon? Jiang Chen was furious upon learning of the terrifying power of the Corona cannon. Your Majesty, do not worry. We will do our utmost to develop countermeasures. The ministers also contemplated strategies. We need the top researchers and resources from the Empire of Huanzhong to quickly develop weapons to defend against the Corona cannon. Leah earnestly suggested, Your words are reasonable. I will issue an edict to establish a special task force in Xinjiang to develop a life-saving artifact. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately approved it. Soon, top scientists and researchers from across the empire gathered in Xinjiang, starting the development of a life-saving artifact. Under the leadership of Leah and Kushao Shao, various experts conducted repeated discussions and experiments, and a design plan began to take shape. That is, using the Empire's latest powerful energy to develop a device capable of forming a wide-area protective shield. This protective shield must be able to withstand a laser strikes from the Corona cannon, ensuring the safety of the army. Everyone proposed obtaining Leah's approval, and the development proceeded at full speed under her guidance. Scientists worked day and night on theoretical calculations, digital simulations, and physical experiments. It's a success. The scientists embraced each other with excitement. A massive light curtain unfolded, enveloping the target below layer by layer. Several powerful lasers struck the light curtain, but could not penetrate it at all. This is the prototype of the life-saving artifact. We name it the Sun and Moon Coexist Shield. Everyone was elated. Soon, after several rounds of improvements and optimizations, the Sun and Moon Coexist Shield was successfully developed. Jiang Chen held an inspection ceremony to personally verify the shield's protective effectiveness. He saw several powerful lasers strike the light curtain, and they remained completely unharmed. Good. I finally have a treasure to counter the Corona cannon. Jiang Chen praised greatly and immediately issued an edict for weapon production. Across the nation, vast resources and manpower were dedicated to the production of the Sun and Moon Coexist shield. Xiao Xiao also intensified training for special forces to use this divine weapon. 3 months later, tens of thousands of Sun and Moon Coexist shield arrived at the front line, installed at key strongholds. With the improved protection, the Central Plains Army finally had the confidence to fight the Illuminati again. Everyone, the strength of our empire proves that we can definitely win. As long as you all do your utmost, the Balkans will surely be trampled, Jiang Chen said confidently in the capital to the 4 army commanders. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we pledge our loyalty. The 4 army commanders also declared with determination. Soon, under the protection of the Sun and Moon Coexist shield, the Central Plains Army revived and once again surged into the Balkans. Charge! Strike down the enemy with thunderous force. Xiao Xiao issued the attack order at the front lines. The Central Plains Army, shielded by the Sun and Moon Coexist shield, quickly broke through the Illuminati's border defenses. Activate the Corona Cannon to stop their advance. Grand Master George of the Illuminati roared from the command platform. The Corona Cannon immediately entered full operational mode, firing dazzling lasers towards the Central Plains Army's location. This time, under the protection of the Sun and Moon Coexist shield, the Central Plains Army suffered no damage. Impossible. How could they be completely unharmed? George was stunned. Feel the power of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Xiao shouted, and the Central Plains Army, encouraged by the massive morale boost, launched a fierce attack on the Illuminati's defenses. With the dual protection of the Sun and Moon Coexist shield, the Illuminati's defenses crumbled one after another. The Central Plains Army swept away everything in its path, quickly occupying 2/3 of the Balkans. The Illuminati's reinforcements, reflecting off the Sun and Moon Coexist shield, could not exert their power and were forced to retreat. How infuriating! The Sun and Moon Coexist shield is so powerful. George pounded his chest, feeling utterly helpless. The Central Plains Army invaded deep into the Balkans, closing in on the last few strongholds of the Illuminati. At this point, the Illuminati was at its last gasp, outnumbered and outmatched. George, will you not surrender and accept judgment? Xiao Xiao called out from outside the city. Get lost. I will never surrender to you. George's voice was fierce and resolute. Since that's the case, you will die. Xiao Xiao's eyes darkened, and the Central Plains Army launched a full assault. The Illuminati struggled for 3 days, but ultimately could not hold together. The Central Plains Army swept through the entire Balkans, and the Illuminati was defeated. Just as the Central Plains Army prepared to advance north into the Illuminati's heartland, a figure suddenly appeared in midair. An old man with white hair stood in the void. It was Grand Master George of the Illuminati. Where does your strength come from? Today, I will sever your aura. His eyes shot out golden light, filled with deep hatred. Then, a massive circular device appeared in the sky, the Corona Cannon. Witness my brilliance. George fiercely struck his staff, and the Corona Cannon instantly unleashed thousands of lasers, aimed at the Central Plains Army. Under the dense bombardment, the protective power of the Sun and Moon Coexist shield also began to feel strained. Commander, our protective power cannot withstand it any longer. Please advise. At the Battlefield Command Center, the various generals anxiously awaited Xiao Xiao's decision. All commanders, heed the order. Dragon Rising 7-kill formation. Xiao Xiao shouted in a deep voice. The 4 major corps leaders revealed excited and passionate expressions at her command. They immediately ordered their troops to adjust their formations and quickly assemble a massive 7 stars ring moon formation. Heaven and Earth, Qian Kuan. 9 mysterious 7 kills. Devil subduing thunder. World extinguishing cold light. The commanders shouted together to activate their respective corps' trump cards, and the air surged with energy. Water and fire were incompatible, thunder rolled, and terrifying cold light suddenly appeared. 7 great energies converged at a single point, forming an enormous vortex wave that shot straight into the sky. It's impossible. They're going to destroy my corona cannon. George's face turned pale, realizing it was too late. With a thunderous roar, the corona cannon was instantly reduced to powder under the onslaught of this surging energy. We did it! Everyone cheered, the tense atmosphere dissipating. After the corona cannon was destroyed, the morale of the Central Army surged, charging fiercely against the remaining strongholds of the Radiant Association. The defense line of the Radiant Association instantly crumbled, and a large number of defending troops dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Quickly, the last few strongholds of the Radiant Association on the Balkan Peninsula fell into the hands of the Central Army. The retreating forces of the Radiant Association could only flee back to their headquarters in England for refuge. The two armies encountered each other again in the Balkans, and this time the Radiant Association adopted a method of alternating bombardments in an attempt to deplete the energy of the shield. The Central Army firmly held their positions behind the shield, refusing to give an inch. Both sides fell into a stalemate, exchanging blows for more than 10 days. Commander, this situation cannot continue in a stalemate. We need a new strategy. The generals urged Ko Xiao to make a new judgment. Ko Xiao pondered repeatedly in the military tent, and a glimmer of inspiration flashed in her eyes. Since we cannot break through head-on, why not retreat to advance and strike from the flanks? She slammed her hand on the table and immediately devised a new tactical plan. According to Ko Xiao's deployment, the main force of the Central Army would continue to hold the front shield, engaging in a tug-of-war with the Corona cannon. Meanwhile, the mech troops on both flanks would maneuver to the side and rear of the Radiant Association's army, launching a sudden attack. This unexpected strike proved effective, throwing the rear of the Radiant Association into chaos, unable to mobilize forces to respond. Ko Xiao immediately ordered a full advance, beginning to penetrate deep into the heart of the Radiant Association. Under the dual-pronged tactical strike, the Radiant Association's lines finally showed a breach. The Central Army pressed forward step by step, closing in. Damn it, their mech troops suddenly attacked the flank, and the defense line has been breached. George exploded with rage, but it was too late. Under the relentless pressure of the Central Army, the Radiant Association could only continue to retreat, nearing collapse. As the Central Army launched a fierce series of assaults, the defense line of the Radiant Association in the Balkans completely crumbled. The Central Army swept across the entire Balkan Peninsula, forcing the Radiant Association to flee north. With the Balkans falling into their hands, the Jiang Chen kingdom once again gained vast territories. The remnants of the Radiant Association, led by George, fled back to their headquarters on the British Isles, preparing to defend their last line of defense. George sat in the council hall, his expression solemn, while the remaining 9 elders of the Radiant Association wore worried faces. Commander, the forces of the Central Dragon Kingdom are about to invade our heartland. What should we do? One elder asked. We cannot sit idly by. We must fight with all our might. Even if we perish, I will make them pay a heavy price. George pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute. Then we must immediately prepare for war. The entire nation will enter a state of martial law, and all armed forces will be on high alert. Another elder proposed. Yes, we must mobilize all available resources. In addition to the active duty troops, we must conscript every able-bodied man into service. Furthermore, let the research department work day and night to develop new weapons and equipment as soon as possible. We must face the Central Dragon Kingdom with the strongest power. George said in a deep voice. Understood. The elders responded in unison. Both sides were fully prepared, resolved to fight to the death. A brutal showdown was about to begin. The Central Army had already reached the border of the Radiant Association's heartland, setting up camp and preparing to attack. Commander, we have reached the border of the Radiant Association. The enemy has entered a state of martial law across their territory, and their defenses are tight. Directly assaulting the city may encounter significant resistance. The 4 major corps leaders gathered in Xiao's tent for a meeting. You are right. We must first clear a path forward. Otherwise, a war of attrition will only deplete our strength. Xiao nodded. Commander, to break the deadlock, we must first capture their key strongholds on the border and seize the strategic positions. Zhao analyzed. Exactly. Zhao, you lead the infantry corps to attack the border fortress from the front, feigning an attack to attract the enemy's attention. The other commanders will strike from the flanks to breach the defense line and seize the fortress. We must win by surprise and break through the border defenses in one fell swoop. Xiao's eyes lit up. Understood. The 4 commanders replied obediently. The first great battle broke out outside the border fortress. Zhao led the infantry corps, charging forward under enemy artillery fire. The defending troops, with high morale, bravely resisted Zhao's onslaught. Just as both sides were engaged in fierce fighting, Chong Kong suddenly led the mech cavalry corps to burst out from the flank, directly penetrating the enemy's rear. Watch my calm seize divine needle, turning the Radiant Association into powder. Chong Kong combined his dual swords, unleashing countless blue rays toward the fortress, instantly shattering its exterior. Before the defending troops could react, Zhu Qingtian led the sharpshooters to surround the central control room of the fortress. The sharpshooters of the Central Plains will not let you traitors escape. With a sweep of his hands, countless silver lights fell from the sky, accurately piercing the enemy's vital points. Under the inner and outer joint assault, the border defense line of the Radiant Association instantly crumbled. Commander, the fortress has been breached. Zhao reported joyfully. Good. All commanders immediately lead their troops into the heartland, leaving no chance for the enemy to catch their breath. Xiao immediately issued the order to advance. Under Xiao's command, the 4 armies swept through the border of the Radiant Association's territory as if it were uninhabited, quickly capturing 100 miles into the heartland. The headquarters of the Radiant Association was also preparing for a counterattack in full swing. George personally commanded from the front, leading the main forces of the Radiant Association to meet the enemy head-on. The 2 armies quickly met in the British Isles, and a fierce battle broke out. In the name of the sacred, let down divine punishment. George raised his staff, and instantly, countless golden lights descended from the heavens, converging into a gigantic cross, striking the central army. Commander, please bless us. Zongshan clasped his palms together, unleashing his school's wind-burst fist. With a series of booming sounds, 9 fire dragons surrounded the central army, blocking this overwhelming divine punishment. Watch my breaking military blade. Zhao pointed his sword, the sword light swirling violently, slashing fiercely at George's face. George hurriedly summoned the light shield to defend in front of him, barely resisting this deadly strike. As the 2 armies clashed fiercely, they exchanged blows, and victory was hard to determine. On the 3rd day of battle, Xiao sensed that the situation was not favorable and ordered a temporary withdrawal of 10 miles to hold the Radiant Association at bay. Commander, the difference in strength between us is not significant. This battle may be difficult to resolve. The commanders expressed their concerns. It seems we need reinforcements. Send my command. Immediately summon Shun Liangzi to assist. Xiao's expression was serious. At this time, Shun Liangzi, who was repairing in the divine capital, received Jiang Chen's holy decree and without hesitation set out that night for the front lines. 2 days later, the figure of the Divine Guardian appeared in the skies over the British plains. The Divine Guardian has come personally. Victory is assured. The commander's spirits were lifted. Freeze your evil thoughts with ice. The Divine Guardian spoke coldly, pointing her long sword, and instantly, thousands of miles were frozen over. Before the soldiers of the Light Order could react, they were turned into ice statues. "You!" George roared in fury, channeling the power of his staff with all his might, trying to shatter this unparalleled cold ice. "Break!" the Divine Guardian shouted, and the sword light shot out, easily breaking through George's offensive. Following that, she leaped into the air, performing a technique of freezing heaven and earth, stabbing George in the chest. Impossible! George had no time to defend and was struck fatally by the Divine Guardian's fierce sword energy. "Captain, I have failed," he cried out in pain before plummeting, quickly turning into a cloud of blood mist. The morale of the Light Order was immediately shattered. Many soldiers fled, while others surrendered to the Central Plains Army. "Commander, the time has come. Please order a full assault," the generals requested. "All right, the entire army heed my command. Let's strike with all our might and directly attack their stronghold. Our emperor will surely reward us for this unparalleled achievement." Ko Xiao commanded loudly. Under the protection of the sun and moon coexistence shield, the Central Plains Army advanced as if entering uninhabited territory, swiftly sweeping through the Light Order's fortress in Britain. The remaining troops of the Light Order held their ground at the main base, Dragon Fortress. After 3 days and nights of fierce battle against the Central Plains Army, they were unable to withstand the assault, and the fortress was breached. Ko Xiao personally led the troops into the headquarters, capturing the last batch of high-ranking officials of the Light Order. Thus, the Light Order's significant reduction in strength was completely exposed. In the dragon capital of Central Continent, within the Golden Throne Palace, Emperor Jiang Chen sat upright on the dragon throne, dressed in a red robe with gold edges, radiating vitality. In the hall, important ministers of the empire stood respectfully on either side. "I have been thinking lately. The Light Order in the north has crumbled completely, which is no longer a concern. Should we shift our focus to the south and open up new territories?" Emperor Jiang Chen's voice echoed in the hall. "Your Majesty is wise," the ministers responded in unison. "The south indeed has abundant resources. We could develop towards the Bermuda Islands." The Prime Minister Ko Xiao respectfully proposed. "Your words are very true." Emperor Jiang Chen nodded, his eyes gleaming. "I have decided to appoint Lord Lia as the commander and lead the Divine Guardian army of 100,000 south to advance into Bermuda. Your orders will be obeyed." Lia immediately cupped her fists in acknowledgement, unable to hide her excitement. 3 days later, Lia led the Divine Guardian army south, beginning the war for Bermuda. Crossing the vast eastern sea, after a month, the army arrived near the waters of Bermuda. "Divine Guardian, over there is the Bermuda Islands," Deputy Commander Li Qing reported. "Very well. Prepare for landing operations," Lia instructed calmly. Soon, thousands of warships entered the waters near Bermuda, deploying mecha warriors and aerial units to commence landing operations. Outsiders are invading. All islands enter a state of war readiness. King Brenda of Bermuda immediately announced the entire nation was in wartime status and personally commanded the defense. The two armies engaged in fierce close combat on the North Island. "Freeze everything, gentle and hard ice." Lia suddenly waved her hand, unleashing a wave of cold that instantly froze the Bermuda soldiers into ice statues. Lord Commander's technique is indeed exquisite. It directly freezes the enemy's vitality, ensuring victory in one battle. The soldiers of the Divine Guardian army were awestruck, further worshipping Lia. However, just as the Central Continent army was preparing to search the entire island, King Brenda suddenly appeared in the sky. "Outsider fiends, do not rampage in my Bermuda!" He glared fiercely, chanting incantations, and suddenly a golden beam shot towards Lia. "Break!" Lia swung her sword down, shattering the golden light, and the king was severely injured, crashing to the ground. "Your Majesty!" Several trusted aides rushed forward to assist him, retreating to the center of the island. "Quickly pursue," Lia commanded. The Divine Guardian army swiftly traversed forests and mountains, quickly chasing to the center of the island where an ancient castle stood. "Commander, this ancient castle is surrounded by a barrier. We cannot enter no matter what." Li Qing reported the situation of being obstructed in their pursuit. "A barrier, is it? Watch my cold heart break it," Lia chanted, swinging her sword down fiercely. With a crackling sound, a corner of the barrier shattered. The Divine Guardian army seized the opportunity to storm into the castle. Seeing the situation turn dire, Brenda summoned a phantom beast to fight to the death. Cold as ice, unfazed, Lia shouted, her ice sword piercing through, annihilating the phantom beast. Before Brenda could react, his chest was pierced by the long sword. "We surrender." He struggled to utter his last words, then collapsed lifeless. The Bermuda Islands completely fell. Send orders to celebrate the great victory. Emperor Jiang Chen was overjoyed to receive the news of Bermuda's fall. "Ha ha! My Divine Guardian army is indeed invincible." He praised Lia's achievements greatly. "Such praise is excessive. It is your wise guidance that has led to this outcome." Lia humbly bowed in response. "I grant you to remain in Bermuda to consolidate our rule. The other generals may return to the capital to report." Emperor Jiang Chen said reassuringly, "We obey your holy will." Everyone again cupped their fists in salute. The Bermuda Islands quickly established a management model of the central continent. Lia appointed trusted aides as governors of Bermuda, using benevolent governance to pacify the local populace. At the same time, a transportation line was established, resource development was initiated, and trade connections with the empire's heartland were established. The Bermuda Islands became increasingly prosperous and wealthy. Meanwhile, on the distant new continent, an organization claiming to be the Hawaiian Chieftains Alliance took notice of the central continent's expanding ambitions and southern invasion. The central continent's dragon nation is advancing into the South Seas, and they are too arrogant, the leader Kamehameha said indignantly. "We must unite and prepare to counterattack this ant-like central continent." All the chieftains proclaimed their determination to win. "Our alliance has a fleet of 10,000 ships, and with divine protection, we can surely devour the central continent," Kamehameha declared boldly, waving his stone club. The chieftains decided to send an army of 100,000 to cross the Pacific and launch an expedition against the central continent. A month later, the Hawaiian coalition arrived at the waters near the central continent, launching a surprise attack on Lia's rule in Bermuda. Foreign forces are invading. All islands enter a state of war readiness. Lia, upon receiving the alarm of the Hawaiian coalition's attack, immediately commanded the Divine Guardian troops stationed on the island to prepare for a counterattack. "We vow to fight to the death, defend our home and country." The Divine Guardian army was filled with determination, ready to repel the enemy. The two armies engaged in fierce battles in Bermuda. Kamehameha sat in command, and the morale of the coalition was high. "Drown them with molten rock." Kamehameha struck the ground fiercely, and lava surged from beneath, instantly engulfing 100 troops. "Your Majesty, the enemy possesses deep magical power. We need reinforcements." Lia realized the situation was unfavorable and immediately requested support from the rear. Upon learning of the urgent situation of the attack on Bermuda, Emperor Jiang Chen was also greatly alarmed. He convened a military meeting and immediately ordered troops to march south to rescue Bermuda. He immediately issued orders for reinforcements. 3 days later, Zorn led an army of 100,000 to Bermuda to support Lia. Zorn has arrived. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Lia couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "Your Highness, please rest assured. With us here, we will certainly flatten these islanders." Zorn also wore a proud expression. After the reinforcements arrived, the morale of the Central Plains army surged, and they once again engaged the Hawaiian coalition in a fierce battle over the islands. Burial of heaven and destruction of earth. Zorn struck out with his palm, sending 10 warships flying. Kamehameha died. He leaped up fiercely, delivering a palm strike aimed directly at Kamehameha's chest. Want my life? Not so easily. Kamehameha also refused to back down, roaring out a divine incantation. Suddenly, a layer of lava armor coalesced around him, firmly resisting the attack of the burial of heaven and destruction of earth. General Zorn is powerful. I cannot compete. Today, I can only withdraw. Kamehameha's expression darkened as he realized the battle situation was unfavorable for the Hawaiian coalition. Under Zorn's fierce assault, he had no choice but to turn and lead the coalition in a retreat. You can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. Keep pursuing. Leah and Zorn organized the two armies to chase after the defeated Hawaiian coalition. Under the relentless pursuit of the Central Plains Army, the Hawaiian coalition could only regroup temporarily outside Tahiti. General Zorn, our army has already defeated the Hawaiian coalition. Should we consider capturing their base? Leah analyzed the progression of the battle. Your Highness is too kind. We will certainly fight to the death. Zorn reaffirmed his commitment. Soon, under their careful planning, the Central Plains Coalition began the assault on Tahiti. At this time, Kamehameha was busily moving around the island of Tahiti, trying to restore morale among the troops. Chiefs, the recent defeat is just a small setback. We have the strength to defeat the Central Plains Army. Kamehameha raised his arm high, rallying the spirits of his troops. But their military power is too strong. We can't defeat them. One chief hesitantly said, "What are you saying? Our alliance has 100,000 warriors and powerful magic. We can certainly turn the tide." Kamehameha was furious. Just then, the sound of alarm bells rang out. Not good. The Central Plains Army is attacking. Kamehameha's expression changed, and he immediately organized his troops to prepare for battle. The two armies engaged in a fierce showdown on Tahiti. The Central Plains Army gradually gained the upper hand under the suppression of their advanced weaponry. General, our army has taken control of the battlefield. Should we strike at their main camp? Zorn suggested to Leah. Now is the time. All troops charge and take down the enemy camp. Leah's eyes were resolute as she ordered a full assault. The Central Plains Coalition, under the cover of planes and heavy weapons, quickly broke into the center of Tahiti, heading straight for Kamehameha's main camp. Protect the main camp. Protect the chief. Although the Hawaiian coalition fought fiercely to resist, they were gradually pushed back under the relentless assault of the Central Plains Army, and the main camp was on the verge of falling. Damn Central Plains fiend, I will not let you succeed. Kamehameha gritted his teeth in the main camp. The Central Plains Army reached the gates of the main camp. Kamehameha, surrender. Leah commanded from the front line. Not a chance. Kamehameha appeared fiercely on the city wall, unleashing a lava explosion that severely injured the Central Plains Army. Watch my heartbreaker. Leah refused to back down, thrusting out her sword. A giant ice-blue dragon instantly froze the lava. Kamehameha was taken aback and hurriedly summoned all the power of his tribe to resist the ice dragon's attack. The two powerful forces clashed in midair, locked in a fierce struggle. After dozens of rounds of offense and defense, Kamehameha was clearly at the end of his strength. Even a woman from the Central Plains cannot be defeated by me. It seems I am destined to die. His expression darkened as he gave up the last of his resistance. Leah pointed her sword at his throat. Surrender or face death. I surrender. Kamehameha finally dropped his weapon, his tone filled with despair. Leah looked coldly at him, the tip of her sword just inches from his throat. This once arrogant leader of the chieftains was now completely humbled, devoid of any power to resist. Kamehameha, your ambitions and arrogance are destined to lead the alliance to ruin. Now, your only choice is to lead your people to unconditionally surrender and accept the rule of the Central Plains. Leah said indifferently, I will never let my people become slaves to the Central Plains. You outsiders will eventually pay a painful price for what you have done today. Kamehameha gritted his teeth, speaking each word slowly. A mere ant dares to speak so wildly. It seems you still need a deeper lesson. Leah sneered. As her voice fell, she flicked her wrist, a flash of cold light, and the sword pierced through Kamehameha's throat. Blood gushed out, and Kamehameha's eyes widened, unable to utter his last words before collapsing into a pool of blood. Chief, don't! The members of the Hawaiian coalition turned red-eyed upon seeing Kamehameha's tragic death, frantically rushing towards Leah and Zorn. Cold as heaven and earth, Leah swung her sword, and a sudden cold wave instantly froze dozens of brave Hawaiian warriors charging forward into ice sculptures. Burial of heaven and destruction of earth. Zorn also clapped his palms, unleashing waves of energy like a surging tsunami, directly sending the attacking warriors flying 10 zhang away. Other Hawaiian warriors, seeing this, realized the situation was hopeless and began to drop their weapons and choose to surrender. General Zorn, Kamehameha, is dead, and the Hawaiian coalition is essentially non-existent. How should we deal with the indigenous people here? Leah asked. I believe it is best to govern with kindness and win people over with virtue. Since they have already surrendered, we should not be overly harsh. Zorn pondered for a moment before speaking. Exactly. We will send people to stabilize the situation here, and later set up a Central Plains management agency on the island. Leah nodded. Understood. Zorn replied respectfully. Under Leah's arrangement, the Central Plains Army quickly established a governor's office on Tahiti to pacify the local populace, selecting locals for key positions to solidify the Central Plains rule in the area. At the same time, in the distant Holy Roman Empire, since the Central Plains Army captured the heartland of the Roman Empire, the remnants fled south to Lombardy to establish a regime. The leaders of Lombardy elected Fernando as the new king to continue resisting the Central Plains. At this moment, Fernando was anxiously pacing in the palace. Your Majesty, please calm down. The Central Plains Army is attacking our territories from all sides, and the situation is indeed critical. One minister advised, but we are already at the end of our rope. If this continues, we won't last a few more days. Fernando said irritably, You are right. We must come up with a strategy. The minister's face was also grave. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Just as the two were discussing strategies, Queen Karina suddenly spoke up. Speak. Fernando's eyes brightened. I suggest sending someone to the Central Plains capital to express our willingness to offer a vast fortune and treasures in exchange for a delay in their attack. Karina earnestly suggested. This, Fernando hesitated slightly. Your Majesty, as you can see, we are now at the end of our wits and can only gamble everything. May the Central Plains show mercy and grant us a moment of respite. Tears welled up in Karina's eyes. Your words echo my own sentiments. I will send my trusted confidant, Sig, to negotiate with the Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen in the capital of Central Plains. Fernando clapped in praise. The next day, Sig set off for the imperial capital of Central Plains, preparing to negotiate with the Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Leah led her army back to the capital to report. Inside the Golden Lawn Palace, Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen was receiving Leah's report of her mission. The natives of Bermuda and Tahiti have all submitted to the rule of Central Plains, and the South Sea battle has concluded. Leah reported respectfully. Good. I will hold a celebration banquet in your honor to commend your military achievements. Jiang Chen said, his face filled with joy. Your Majesty overpraises me. It is all thanks to the wise guidance of the late emperor. Leah humbly replied. Your Majesty, there is a messenger from the remnants of the Holy Roman Empire requesting an audience. At that moment, Chief Steward Zhao Zhen hurriedly entered the hall to report to the emperor. Remnants. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. Let him in. Soon, Sig was brought into the grand hall. Seeing Jiang Chen high above him, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. My lord, our nation is now at the end of its rope. We have no choice but to seek the mercy of the great Emperor Jiang Chen, Sig said respectfully. Not long ago, you were proud and arrogant, thinking you were invincible. It is not too late to know when to retreat. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. Your Excellency, my king is willing to offer a fortune just to delay your army's advance, Sig pleaded on his knees. Fortune? I have no interest in your gold and silver treasures. Jiang Chen dismissed him with a wave. Then what does my lord require? Please speak, and our nation will do its best to meet your demands, Sig quickly inquired. If that is the case, you must cede the land of Lombardy and make it a territory of Central Plains. I will then delay my advance, and we can renegotiate in 3 months, Jiang Chen replied after a moment of contemplation. Since my lord has spoken, our country has no choice but to accept. Sig's expression turned grim, but he had no alternative but to say so. All right, you may return and inform your king that I will temporarily spare his life, Jiang Chen said with satisfaction. Sig could only return home with a heavy heart to deliver the news. Upon learning that they would have to cede territory, Fernando gritted his teeth in frustration. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. We can only yield to the Dragon Emperor of Central Plains for now. Our country is weak and fearful, and we cannot resist. Karina comforted him from the side. But isn't this too humiliating? How can I face my ancestors? Fernando said anxiously. Your Majesty, please think this through. This is also a last resort for us, Karina urged bitterly. You speak wisely. I will prioritize calming the people, Fernando finally nodded. The leaders of Lombardy conveyed the orders, announcing the submission of the entire territory to the rule of the Dragon Emperor of Central Plains. Although the common people were unwilling, they had no choice. However, Karina's heart was not as calm as it appeared. She was secretly contemplating the next move. Your Majesty, I have a brilliant plan to break the deadlock. A few days later, Karina approached Fernando mysteriously. What plan? Fernando asked curiously. I suggest sending a trusted person to the Holy See to request assistance. If we can gain the Pope's support, we may have a chance to revive our country, Karina said, her eyes glimmering with insight. This idea is excellent. I will write to the Pope personally, requesting his presence to lead and help us restore our nation. Without hesitation, Fernando picked up a pen to draft a letter. A few days later, the messenger was dispatched to the distant Holy See to deliver Fernando's handwritten letter to the Pope. The ambitions of the Dragon Emperor of Central Plains have grown too inflated and unruly. We must find a way to counterbalance him, the Pope said with a serious expression after reading the letter. Send a messenger to summon the forces of the Illuminated Order. I will personally command them and fight this Central Plains tyrant to the death. The Pope's eyes flashed with determination. The Archbishop immediately received his orders and began to transmit the summons. A month later, the Pope personally led an army of 100,000 faithful and reinforcement from the Illuminated Order into Lombardy. Brothers, we vow to defeat the Dragon Emperor of Central Plains and clear evil from the land in the name of the Lord. He passionately spoke to the troops, rallying their spirits. Fernando was overjoyed to see the powerful reinforcements. Inspired by the Pope, he resolved to regroup and fight the Central Plains to the death. Upon learning that the Holy See's reinforcements were entering Lombardy, Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. They still have such a backup. It seems I cannot afford to be careless. He immediately summoned the Imperial Commander, Ko Xiao, to discuss strategies. General, I have decided to personally lead the expedition to Lombardy and capture the Pope and Fernando in one fell swoop. I am at your command. I will do my utmost to repay your Majesty's grace, Ko Xiao said earnestly. A month later, an army of 300,000 from Central Plains, led by Jiang Chen's appointed commander, Iswa, set off toward Lombardy. When the two armies encountered each other in the foothills, both commanders couldn't help but marvel at the scale of their opponents. A monumental battle was about to unfold. In the name of the Lord, bring down divine punishment. The Pope raised the heavenly staff and began to chant. Suddenly, divine light descended from the heavens, coalescing into a massive cross that pressed down upon the Central Plains army. Break! Aswa pushed with both palms, and a dragon's roar erupted. The divine punishment shattered in response, and the Pope was pushed back several steps by the shockwave. "My lord, let's handle this." Ko Xiao Xiao and other commanders charged through the encirclement, attacking the Pope from all sides. "Light will triumph over evil," the Pope shouted in anger, a long sword appearing in his hand. He swung the sword in a move called Sun and Moon Shine together, unleashing a dazzling wave of light that pushed back the 4 army commanders. "Ha! How dare mere heretics contend with me?" Aswa laughed heartily, soaring into the air and striking at the Pope with a palm of destruction. Not good. The Pope realized the grave situation, but it was too late. With a scream, he was sent flying 10 miles away, crashing to the ground, his spirit shattered. "Your Holiness!" Fernando saw the situation deteriorating and could only fight to the death. In Lombardy, within Julian Castle, King Fernando sat on the throne with a grave expression, worry etched across his face. "Your Majesty, the armies of Central Plains have reached the gates of the capital. Our defenses may not last until tonight," a guard respectfully reported on the current situation. "Damn it! I am powerless to protect my home and honor. I have brought shame upon my ancestors." Fernando clenched his fists, his tone emotional. "Your Majesty, please calm down. The most urgent matter now is to preserve your life," Queen Karina advised. "You speak wisely." Fernando's expression darkened. "I have decided to lead the remaining troops to break out of the city and retreat to the northern hinterland. I am at your command," the guard replied respectfully. Fernando led the remaining troops and a few trusted aides, quietly slipping out of the capital under the cover of night, retreating towards the northern hinterland. Meanwhile, the forces of Central Plains had already surrounded the capital, tightly monitoring every exit. "General, our army has thoroughly secured every city gate. Fernando will surely not succeed in breaking out," Zorn said confidently. "We cannot be careless. We must anticipate the enemy's moves. We must be prepared for their breakout," Ko Xiao Xiao reminded in a solemn voice. "Yes," Zuan respectfully replied. Just as the 2 armies faced off, a sudden alarm sounded from the northern gate. "Fernando has broken out from the northern gate," the sentinel reported urgently. "All personnel, listen to my orders. Quickly follow me to capture Fernando. We must capture the thief and the king." Upon hearing the report, Ko Xiao Xiao's eyes sharpened, and she immediately led the troops north to pursue. In the northern mountains of Lombardy, Fernando led his remnants in a frantic dash through the mountains overnight. "Your Majesty, our army has entered the mountains and seems to have temporarily shaken off the pursuing soldiers," a trusted aide reported. "Good. Let's quickly find a place to rest while we can," Fernando sighed in relief. But just at that moment, a white light suddenly appeared in the sky. The divine enforcer, Leah, descended from the heavens, her gaze icy as she looked at Fernando. "Fernando, you have nowhere to escape. Hurry up and surrender. It's you." Fernando's face changed dramatically. "Protect my king." Several trusted aides immediately formed a human wall to shield Fernando. Cold winds and frozen earth. With a swift swing of her sword, Leah unleashed a sudden wave of frigid air that instantly froze all of Fernando's aides into ice sculptures. "Stop! I surrender. Isn't that enough?" Fernando fell to his knees, hands raised above his head. "It's too late," Leah said coldly. As soon as her words fell, she suddenly flipped and appeared behind Fernando, her sword aimed at his back. "Don't!" Before Fernando could react, the sword tip had pierced through his chest. Blood gushed out, and Fernando fell to the ground dead. Just then, Ko Xiao Xiao and the main army arrived, and upon seeing the scene, she couldn't help but praise. "Leah, you are truly unmatched in your martial prowess. You have captured the king in one fell swoop." "Commander, you flatter me. It is all thanks to the guidance of the late emperor," Leah humbly smiled. "Ha ha! Fernando is finally dead under my divine sword of the Dragon Emperor of Shinjo." Hua laughed heartily, exhilarated. With the demise of the Lun body kingdom, it was completely absorbed into the territory of Zhongzhou. Upon receiving the report, Emperor Jiang Chen was also very pleased and immediately ordered the establishment of a province in Lun body for management. On the other hand, Karina, who had narrowly escaped, arrived at the headquarters of the Radiant Church seeking refuge. "Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to protect your safety," said the head of the Radiant Church, Edelin, respectfully. "Thank you. I only seek a temporary place to stay." Karina's expression was somber. "You have endured so much hardship. We will provide everything you need." Edelin comforted her. The next day, Edelin convened an emergency meeting at the Radiant Church. "Elders, I plan to appoint Karina as the Holy Empress to unite the remaining forces of Rome against the Dragon Emperor of Zhongzhou," he announced solemnly. "Headmaster, your decision is significant for our regrouping." The elders praised in unison. Soon, Karina held a grand ceremony at the headquarters of the Radiant Church. "Today I, Karina, officially inherit the bloodline of the Holy Roman Empire and become the Empress. All members of the Radiant Church must pledge allegiance to me and swear to fight against the Dragon Emperor of Zhongzhou," Karina declared solemnly. "We swear allegiance," everyone shouted. "Everyone, I have contacted the remnants of the Roman Holy See and requested their support for Empress Karina." Edelin reported on the progress. "Very good. With the Holy See's assistance, we may have the chance to rise again." Karina nodded in approval. Meanwhile, within Zhongzhou, "Your Majesty, Karina has been appointed as Empress by the Radiant Church. She may plot against us once again," Ko Xiaoxiao respectfully reported. A mere woman. Even if she appoints 10 emperors, what could she do to me?" Emperor Jiang Chen scoffed. "The commander is too harsh. We must remain vigilant. The influence of the Radiant Church should never be underestimated," Leah, who was beside him, cautiously reminded. "Indeed," Ko Xiaoxiao quickly expressed her agreement. "In that case, let AC Hua personally lead the army to attack their headquarters in England and eradicate this pest." Emperor Jiang Chen's eyes were resolute. A month later, the Zhongzhou army, led by AC Hua, set off to attack the headquarters of the Radiant Church. Karina at the headquarters also prepared for a desperate battle. "Everyone, I have decided to personally lead the Radiant Church to defend our last stronghold and protect our homeland," she announced at the meeting. "Your Majesty is heroic. We swear allegiance," everyone passionately declared. The two armies soon encountered each other on the plains of England, and an earth-shattering battle erupted. "In the name of the Holy One, descend divine punishment." Karina raised her staff and chanted incantations. Suddenly, heavenly light descended from the sky, converging into a massive cross that bore down on the Zhongzhou army. "Break my divine sword with a flutter, turn to dust," AC Hua shouted, swiftly wielding his divine sword. In an instant, thousands of sword energies shot out, easily shattering the divine punishment. "It's impossible. What kind of evil power do you possess?" Karina's face changed drastically, unable to believe it. "Just a mere woman. Hurry up and surrender," AC Hua coldly shouted, swinging his sword to unleash a blade of energy aimed at Karina's face. "Get away." Karina quickly summoned her radiant shield, barely blocking this terrifying strike. Just as both sides were in a fierce exchange, a voice of authority suddenly rang out from the sky. A white light descended, and an old man in a white robe appeared between the two armies. "Baralos? You dare to show your face?" Karina's expression changed, filled with shock. This old man was none other than Baralos, the retired former headmaster of the Radiant Church. "Everyone, we share the same roots. Why must we harm each other? Let us cease fire and negotiate peace, creating harmony." Baralos' aged, yet powerful voice resonated throughout the heavens. Karina knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Master, disciples have encountered calamities and fallen into difficulties. I hope Master can provide guidance." Aesvar also retracted his killing intent and asked solemnly, "Belisovs, do you have the sincerity to discuss a ceasefire?" If not, it can only be to the death. Isvar, both you and I have let hatred cloud our minds. We might as well postpone the fighting and sit down to talk it over, Belisathes advised with a kind expression. Isvar pondered for a long time and ultimately set down the divine sword in his hand. Since Belisathes also has the intention for reconciliation, I will trust you once. I am extremely grateful. Belisathes quickly approached and grasped Isvar's hand. Under Belisathes' mediation, the Central Plains and the Church of Light reached a preliminary peace agreement. The Church of Light would abandon the territories of the British Isles and acknowledge the Central Plains' rule over Europe. The Central Plains also postponed its attacks, giving the Church of Light some breathing space. Ha ha ha! Belisathes truly has some skill to convince Karina to cease hostilities. Emperor Jiang Chen of the Dragon Empire laughed heartily. I have been contemplating that even though the Church of Light is weakened, we cannot let our guard down. We must further consolidate our rule over Europe. He glanced at the ministers below and continued. Look, the Northwest still has the Britannia Kingdom asserting its independence, which is a clear challenge to our authority. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers responded obediently. Since this is the case, I have decided to dispatch troops westward to completely crush Britannia. Emperor Jiang Chen's gaze was resolute. I will accept the order. I will do my utmost to occupy all of Britannia. Captain Li Qing of the Empire's Fifth Legion immediately pledged. A month later, the Central Plains Army, led by Li Qing, set out westward with 300,000 troops, heading straight for Britannia. Meanwhile, inside the Britannia Palace, Your Majesty, the Central Plains Army has already set out westward, and it is said that their target is us, Britannia. The situation is serious. A worried strategist reported. Damn it, the ambitions of the Central Plains are everywhere. King Julius of Britannia was furious. Your Majesty, please calm down. Our priority now is to find a way to reach some compromise with the Central Plains. Given our national strength, it will be difficult to withstand the Central Plains cavalry. The strategist advised. You speak truly. We must seek to avoid direct confrontation with the Central Plains. Julius nodded heavily. Summon a delegation to the Central Plains camp. Express our willingness to resolve disputes through negotiation. He immediately issued the order. The delegation quickly set off for the Central Plains Army's camp, requesting to negotiate with Li Qing. General Li, our country is willing to negotiate for a compromise to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The envoy earnestly expressed the willingness of Britannia. You Britannia are too weak, and now you want to negotiate? It's too late. Li Qing snorted and then said, I can relay the message to the Dragon Emperor to see if he agrees to negotiate. You may return to prepare. If the Dragon Emperor consents, he will summon you. The envoy hurriedly expressed gratitude and returned home with hope. A month later, Emperor Jiang Chen personally arrived in the capital of Britannia to engage in direct negotiations with Julius. Julius, I have decided to spare your life for the time being, as a show of mercy. Emperor Jiang Chen said from a high position, but you must cede 1/3 of the border territory and submit to my Central Plains. Julius prostrated himself in gratitude towards the mercy of the Dragon Emperor and unhesitatingly agreed to the terms. Thus, Britannia preserved its entire territory and temporarily avoided the trampling of the Central Plains' iron hooves. The Central Plains also obtained important border areas from Britannia through external means. Ha ha! I truly am awe-inspiring, making this small country not dare to act rashly. Emperor Jiang Chen smiled broadly. The Central Plains' national strength was unprecedentedly strong. In the distant Middle Eastern region, a mysterious black-clad organization was gathering strength, eyeing the Central Plains Empire. This organization called itself the Arab League and aimed to unify the various tribes of the Middle East to resist external forces. Its leader was a man who called himself Emil, cold and ruthless, employing brutal methods. He rapidly absorbed various nomadic tribes in the Middle Eastern region, accumulating terrifying strength. Leaders, we should unite and launch an attack on the Central Plains Empire. Emil proposed a plan to invade the Central Plains during an internal meeting of the Arab League. The various tribal leaders expressed their agreement after hearing this. Under the leadership of Emil of the Arab League, an army of 700,000 set out by sea to march into the heart of the Central Plains. 1 month later, at night, the Arab League's warships quietly arrived at the coast of the eastern sea of the Central Plains, ready to launch a surprise attack. All troops, heed my command. I want to massacre the city without leaving a single one alive, for the Arabs to gain a place to live. Emil's flagship issued a sinister command. Under the cover of night, the 700,000 troops of the Arab League stealthily landed on the eastern coastal areas of the Central Plains and swiftly swept into the heartlands. Wherever they went, there were flames and devastation, with heavy casualties among the Central Plains citizens. An urgent warning about the border attack reached the capital. Who dares to covet the heartlands of my divine land? Emperor Jiang Chen was furious upon hearing the news. Dispatch the military order. Shun Liangzi shall lead 50,000 divine forbidden army to eradicate the invading enemies. He immediately issued the order for an expedition. After receiving the order, Shun Liangzi quickly led troops to the front line along the eastern coast. Soon, the two armies encountered each other in the wilderness outside the city, and a fierce battle ensued. With the power to freeze all things, I return you a world of death. Shun Liangzi swung a sword, unleashing a frigid air that instantly froze tens of thousands of enemy soldiers into ice sculptures. What kind of person can even control ice? Incredible! Emil was furious upon witnessing this and personally joined the battle. He furiously recited an ancient spell, and a dazzling light shot from his staff, aiming directly at Shun Liangzi's face. Cold heavens and freezing earth. Shun Liangzi remained unflustered, pointing his sword to the sky, and the cold air surged, sealing off the light. With the sword I wield, I return your cold blade. Shun Liangzi swung his long sword. An icy blue sword energy surged like a tsunami, instantly severely wounding Emil. Not good. This cold air seems to have demonic power aiding it. We must retreat. Emil's face turned pale as he realized the situation was dire and ordered a full retreat. Shun Liangzi intensified the pursuit, capturing Emil and his men in one sweep. The remnants of the Arab League on the eastern coast also surrendered completely, having been utterly defeated. Upon receiving the news of this victory, Emperor Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately issued a decree to commend Shun Liangzi for his outstanding military achievements. Although the surprise attack by the Arab League had been quelled, it made Jiang Chen realize that there remained a significant threat hidden in the western borders. He decided to take further measures to strengthen the defense of the western regions to prevent unforeseen events. Under Shun Liangzi's suggestion, Jiang Chen issued a decree to build several military fortresses in key locations of the western regions, garrisoning heavy troops and actively fortifying defenses. He also dispatched a trusted general, Renjia, to oversee and manage military and political affairs locally, and sent a large number of merchants to the western regions for commerce, using economic means to infiltrate the area and consolidate the Central Plains rule there. With these measures, the western region gradually stabilized, and the threat to the Central Plains was greatly reduced. Emperor Jiang Chen also felt much more at ease and began to consider the next steps of action. Everyone, since we have stabilized the northwest, we should also turn our attention to the southeast. He said to the ministers during a confidential meeting, "You speak truly. The southeast countries are small and weak, which is precisely the right time to launch an attack. Look, among them, the Kunlun Kingdom has the strongest power. Once we take it down, the other smaller nations will surely collapse." Emperor Jiang Chen Long spoke up. "Your Majesty is wise and mighty. You will surely achieve victory." The officials bowed respectfully in salute. "Since that's the case, I appoint the Empire's fist, Li Qing, as the commander to lead 100,000 troops south to conquer Kunlun. Emperor Jiang Chen eyes were resolute as he issued the command for the expedition. I accept the command. Let Kunlun feel the power of Zhongzhou. Li Qing immediately clasped his fists in promise. I grant 20,000 800 mechas to support the army. Jiang Chen slowly spoke. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Qing respectfully accepted the command. 3 days later, the 100,000 troops of Zhongzhou, led by Li Qing, set off on their journey to conquer Kunlun. After a month of marching, the Zhongzhou army finally arrived at the border of the Kunlun kingdom, immediately setting up camp to prepare for the attack. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun kingdom, my king, the invasion from Zhongzhou does not bode well. We are likely to engage in fierce battle. Prime Minister Li Jing advised with concern to King Li Ji of Kunlun. Even if Zhongzhou comes, with my imperial divine skill, they will never be able to easily take down our Kunlun kingdom. Li Ji declared proudly. On the morning of the 7th day, the Zhongzhou army began its assault on Kunlun. Under the pressure of advanced weaponry, the Kunlun army was forced to retreat, unable to withstand the offensive from Zhongzhou. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Li Ji personally took to the battlefield to engage Li Qing in a decisive battle. Die, barbarian from outside. He unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that surged towards Li Qing. A mere trick dares to show off before me. Li Qing snorted coldly and swung his fist, producing a thunderous sound as the imperial divine skill of the Kunlun emperor was sent flying 10 miles away. Impossible. What ultimate technique have you cultivated? Li Ji was on the verge of collapse. Take this. Li Qing let out a loud roar, leaping into the air to strike at Li Ji's vital point. Before Li Ji could defend himself, he was sent flying, blood surging, his meridians severed. Don't! Before he could finish his cry, he became a pool of blood. The Kunlun kingdom immediately crumbled, completely falling. Emperor Jiang Chen, upon receiving the good news from the capital, was overjoyed and immediately held a celebration feast to reward Li Qing. The fall of Kunlun caused the other southeastern small nations to be terrified, and they all came to surrender and pay tribute. Thus, the territory of Zhongzhou expanded to the southeastern coastal area. Just as Emperor Jiang Chen was preparing to stabilize the southeastern situation, he suddenly received an urgent report about turmoil in the north. While the Zhongzhou army was on its eastern campaign, several northern minorities took the opportunity to revolt on a large scale. Led by someone claiming to be the leader of the Xiongnu, the north was thrown into chaos. The rule of Zhongzhou in the north was precarious. A mere barbarian dares to covet my Zhongzhou territory. Emperor Jiang Qianlong's eyes burned with anger, and he immediately ordered General Meng Zhengtian of the Dawn of Light Legion to quell the rebellion in the north. I accept the command. I swear to eliminate the Xiongnu demons. Meng Zhengtian respectfully took the command and immediately headed north to suppress the rebellion. A month later, Meng Zhengtian arrived at the main camp of the Xiongnu and engaged in a decisive battle with its leader, Dai Zhongzhou Barbarian. The Xiongnu leader Wilson was known for his boldness. Confident, he challenged Meng Zhengtian first. The two began a fierce battle in the sky above the camp. I'll take you down alone. I will surely take your head. Meng Zhengtian also did not back down, using all his strength to counterattack. After several rounds of combat, it was difficult to distinguish the victor. At that moment, a white light suddenly appeared in the sky. Godly Feng Lingzi descended from the heavens, coldly observing the chaotic battle below. General, let me relieve your worries. Feng Lingzi spoke. Before her voice fell, she leaped up and struck Wilson from behind, piercing his vital point. Don't! Wilson didn't have time to resist before he died. Seeing their leader slain, the Xiongnu army immediately collapsed and fled. With the assistance of Feng Lingzi, Meng Zhengtian ultimately quelled the northern rebellion. Emperor Jiang Qianlong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news of the suppression. After the northern conflict ended, Zhongzhou's power was unprecedentedly prosperous. At this time, Emperor Jiang Chen gradually ignited his ambitions to conquer even farther territories. He sent people to gather intelligence from various places, looking for opportunities to expand outward. A goal gradually became clear. That was Turkey. That was a distant and unknown realm, said to be inhabited by various strange tribes. Conquering the West would make Zhongzhou a truly empire where the sun never sets. Thinking of this, Emperor Jiang Chen could no longer contain himself and immediately began preparations for a long-distance expedition. He first ordered the collection of information on Turkey from various places to understand its customs and culture. Then he commanded that efforts be made to develop advanced long-range warships. He also drew elite troops from the army to form an expeditionary force. He appointed General Zuan, commander of the Sword of Conquest Legion, as the main commander for this western expedition. Zuan, you and I have fought together many times. I can trust you with this important task. Emperor Jiang Chen said to Zuan, this is a distant land where battles will be fought in foreign territories. Do you have confidence? Your Majesty is right. I only wish to break the cauldrons and sink the boats, to expand our territory and vow not to disgrace the command. Zuan's eyes sparkled with ambition. The Zhongzhou Expeditionary Army was finally assembled, equipped with personnel, warships, and weaponry. At this time, the weather was fine and the sun was shining brightly. It was a perfect day for departure. Emperor Jiang Chen personally came to see them off, encouraging the soldiers to bring glory to the nation. Amidst the crowd, the expeditionary fleet set sail, heading straight for the western continent. A grand and magnificent expedition officially began. The Zhongzhou Expeditionary Fleet had been sailing on the sea for several months, braving the elements and enduring hardships. Under Zuan's command, the fleet maintained a neat formation, continually advancing toward the western land. At this time, the weather was calm and the sky was clear. The border of the western continent finally came into view. General, the place where we will land is just ahead. 1st Brigade Commander Min Yen reported. Very good. Prepare the whole army for landing operations immediately. Soon, the warships of the Zhongzhou Expeditionary Army reached the coast of the western continent, and they sent mecha warriors to begin the landing. The western continent was inhabited by many white people who believed in Christianity and paganism. Seeing the incoming invasion, the residents all took up arms to resist fiercely. Under the pressure of advanced weaponry, the Zhongzhou army still held a significant advantage, quickly defeating the coastal defenders and beginning to advance into the interior. However, the local residents resisted tenaciously, and after repeated defeats, they refused to give in. The allied forces of the Western Lords quickly organized to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Zhongzhou army at the border. Zuan supervised the front lines, with elite sharpshooters using advanced long-range weapons to bombard the enemy. The Western Allied forces also launched a frenzied counterattack, taking advantage of their knowledge of the terrain. The two armies clashed violently on the vast plains, staining the yellow sand with blood. "Behold my dragon, roar divine sword," Zuan shouted, swinging his long sword fiercely, producing a sound like the air shattering. A powerful sword energy shot out, sending thousands of enemy troops flying. The Turkish coalition commander, Butel, was also fighting back desperately. He unleashed his full strength, surprisingly managing to draw even with Zorn's dragon roar divine sword. "You have some skill." Zorn's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. "Watch what I do next." Before his words fell, he suddenly withdrew his sword and swung his knife, revealing a black giant blade in his hand. Drawing a perfect arc in the air, like a crescent moon, he aimed it at Butel's face. Tiandi fu undicesimo. Butel exerted all his strength to barely block this fierce strike, but he was still forced back several steps, his expression slightly changing. The two armies had been locked in a bloody battle at the border for 7 days and nights. a truly horrific ordeal. Although the Western feudal states were fighting fiercely in resistance, they continued to suffer defeats, ultimately retreating to fortifications at the border for a desperate defense. Seizing the opportunity, Zorn ordered a full-scale attack. Under the bombardment of artillery, the Western coalition's fortifications quickly crumbled. The Central Plains Expeditionary Army advanced deep into the Western heartland, as if it were an uninhabited land. Brothers, the Central Plains invasion is not to be taken lightly. We must unite and vow to fight to the death. Budal convened various feudal lords in the heartland to discuss strategies. Even if I fight alone, I will never retreat. A blond, muscular man stood up and declared, "We are willing to do our utmost and fight to the death against the beasts of the Central Plains." The other lords also expressed their loyalty to fight to the death. "Yes, we shall fight to the death right here." Budal's eyes radiated with golden light. The Western feudal states mobilized all their elite forces to engage in a decisive battle with Zorn's Central Plains Expeditionary Army. The two armies remained locked in a stalemate for more than a month, trading blows and difficult to separate. The Western lords, relying on their familiarity with the terrain and their stubbornness in struggle, managed to drag the Central Plains Army into a war of attrition, and the situation became deadlocked. Zorn felt unprecedented pressure. The determination of these Westerners to hold their ground far exceeds my expectations. I need reinforcements to achieve final victory. He rubbed his temples in the military tent and decided to request the Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen to send reinforcements. Let Ko Xiang be the commander, leading 500,000 troops to provide support. Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, "I shall take the order." The empire's chancellor, Ko Xiao, immediately clasped his fists in agreement, but felt slightly apprehensive inside. The Western coalition's territory was vast. Conquering it completely would not be easy. "Great commander, the Eastern expedition may be arduous. Please plan carefully," Liaya reminded cautiously from the side. "You are right. I will do my utmost." Ko Xiao humbly accepted the advice. 3 days later, the Empire's 500,000 troops, under Ko Xiao's command, set out with great momentum. At the same time, within the capital of the Western Coalition, "Your Majesty, the Central Plains Army has already begun its advance into the west." A strategist reported worriedly, "Does the mere Central Plains think they can flatten us?" Turkish coalition commander Budal's eyes flashed with malice as he proclaimed, "Even without any support, I will defend my homeland and kingdom, vowing not to let the Central Plains occupy even a step. Commander, we pledge our loyalty to the death." The ministers were also filled with righteous indignation. Budal pondered for a moment and wrote a letter, sending a swift horse to the Central Plains Dragon Emperor, advising, "I wish for friendly exchanges between our two countries, and will gladly serve as a shield for the Central Plains in the southeast." He sincerely expressed his desire to avoid conflict. A month later, the letter arrived in the capital of the Central Plains. Jiang Chen opened it, looked down on it, and immediately tore it to pieces. "Only now do you know fear, after not surrendering earlier. Do these mere coalition forces dare to stand against me? The army's advance must not stop. Seize the vital points in the southeast." Ko Xiao commanded coldly. When the Central Plains Army reached the southeastern border, their numbers had reached 800,000. Ko Xiao divided the troops into two routes, sending Shun Liangzi to lead 50,000 along the coastal route to seize the southeastern coastal fortresses. Zorn led 200,000 south from the interior, attacking from both sides to capture the coalition's rear. Seeing the situation turning against them, the kings had no choice but to unite and vow to fight to the death, sending troops to defend the southeastern coastal fortresses and various inland strongholds for a decisive battle. As Shun Liangzi's army approached the fortress, they saw the mudfish flag fluttering in the wind atop the castle. "With the ability to freeze all things, I return you to a realm of silence." She suddenly swung her sword, instantly freezing the coastal fort. The defending troops had not yet reacted and were frozen into ice statues. Shun Liangzi's army surged into the city and quickly occupied the European coalition's coastal stronghold. Zorn, advancing from the interior, also encountered resistance at the strongholds defended by the coalition forces. Watch my breaking army blade. He pointed his sword and unleashed sword energy, leveling several outer city strongholds to the ground. The Turkish coalition also fought back fiercely, shooting a rain of arrows at the Central Plains army. Zorn paid little heed, coldly laughing as he swung his sword back, destroying all arrows. The two armies engaged in a brutal melee outside the southeastern strongholds. Although Zorn was temporarily unable to break the defense, he gradually began to gain the upper hand. At this moment, Shun Liangzi had occupied all coastal territories of Europe and was assembling forces in the interior. With her support to Zorn, the southeastern coalition's defense line finally collapsed. Zorn's army surged forward as if in an uninhabited land, rushing toward the southeastern royal capital. Butel, escorted by allied reinforcements, retreated back to the royal capital to make a final stand. Ko Xiaoxiao personally led the main force to besiege the city, encircling the royal capital with layers of troops, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. "Will you not hurry and surrender?" Ko Xiaoxiao shouted from below the city. "The mere Central Plains traitors. To capture the bandits, one must capture the king. I will show no mercy." King Butel also roared from the city wall. The two armies then launched a fierce battle, with the siege continuing for days without success. Finally, on the 7th day at dusk, Shun Liangzi unleashed her ice-sealing divine skill, completely freezing the outer 3 layers of fortifications. The Central Plains army surged into the city, forcing Butel, surrounded by his ministers, to surrender without a fight. From this point on, all the southeastern countries submitted to the rule of the Central Plains. In the Central Plains Dragon Capital, within the Golden Lawn Palace, to celebrate the complete victory of the Turkish campaign, Jiang Chen held a banquet to reward the 3 armies. "Haha, my divine land troops are indeed unstoppable." He was in high spirits, praising Ko Xiaoxiao and the others for their military achievements. "All thanks to your majesty's wise judgment. We will continue to serve diligently." The various generals bowed down, humbly acknowledging. "Bring forth rewards of elixirs and manuals for Minister Ko and the others, and confer titles upon them as kings." Jiang Chen's face was filled with joy. "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace." The crowd bowed in response, their voices filled with gratitude. At the same time, news of turmoil arrived from the western regions. Several small nations were attacking each other, and the situation was chaotic. Jiang Chen was furious upon hearing the news. These mere barbarians still do not know the might of the Central Plains. He immediately ordered Zhu Changtian to lead troops to quell the disturbances and gain complete control over the western regions. Zhu Changtian was overjoyed upon receiving the order, and that night led 50,000 western region garrison troops to set out. They quickly occupied several small nations in Guangzhou, initially stabilizing the situation. However, the more powerful Tubo Empire was very displeased with this. The two armies encountered each other in the Hushi corridor, leading to fierce clashes. Zhu Changtian clapped his palms together, unleashing thousands of energy winds that transformed into a rain of darts, shooting at the Tubo army. The Tubo Emperor on the opposite side also refused to back down, wielding a cold iron halberd to attack Zhu Changtian. The two confronted each other in midair, killing intense soaring, and they remained locked in battle without a decisive outcome. At this moment, in various valleys of Hushi, troops from the Central Plains and Tubo also engaged in several bloody battles. "Great Commander, the Tubo army is exceptionally fierce. Our army is struggling to achieve victory." The Hushi corridor was engulfed in a fierce battle between the troops of the Central Plains and the Tibetan army. The two armies clashed violently on the vast plains, with soldiers blinded by rage, weapons clashing, and blood staining the yellow sands. Charge! Zhu Changtian urged on the front lines, wielding a long sword to strike down enemy soldiers one after another. Not far away, the Tibetan Emperor Wu Yunsong was fighting his way through the crowd, wielding a cold iron spear that danced with a chilling light. Take this! He suddenly thrust his spear towards Zhu Changtian's face. Zhu Changtian sidestepped, countering with a palm strike that unleashed a powerful, heavenly might palm. Wu Yunsong was unfazed, blocking the attack with his spear held in front of him, withstanding the terrifying blow. How dare you, mere barbarian, flaunt your strength before me? Zhu Changtian scoffed, his figure flickering as he created 9 afterimages that simultaneously attacked Wu Yunsong. If heaven has feelings, it too shall grow old. Take my move that shatters the universe. Wu Yunsong shouted, his energy surging as he opened and closed his hands, the spear technique sweeping across the battlefield like a hurricane. With a deafening roar, the 9 afterimages were shattered, and Zhu Changtian was forced back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with astonishment. The two engaged in a deadly struggle in the air, their murderous intent soaring, on the verge of explosion. In several valleys of the Hushi region, the armies of the Central Plains and Tibet were locked in intense combat. Military camps were scattered throughout the valleys, weapons clashed, and cries of battle and screams of agony echoed. Quickly, send reinforcements to the left flank. The right flank has been breached. Hold your ground. We must not let the enemy break through. Various generals were desperately commanding their troops to defend their positions. However, the Tibetan army charged fiercely, vastly outnumbering the Central Plains troops, quickly breaching several defensive points at the mountain passes. Damn it, the Tibetans are coming at us with great force. It seems they're determined to drive us out of the western regions. Zhu Changtian realized from the reports coming back from various fronts that the situation was extremely unfavorable for the Central Plains Army. Commander, our troops can no longer hold out against the Tibetans. We seek your orders for how to respond. Several lieutenants urgently requested Zhu Changtian's further deployment. Zhu Changtian's face grew solemn as he fell into deep thought. Continuing to confront the Tibetans head-on would only lead to their annihilation. Yet there were no reinforcements in sight, and they could only fight on alone. Since we cannot engage in a war of attrition, we must adapt to the changing situation and buy time. He issued a command to withdraw to the Hushi fortress for defense. The Central Plains Army temporarily retreated from the Hushi area, returning to the fortress to hold their ground and form a standoff with the Tibetan Empire. At this moment, in the imperial capital of the Central Plains, Emperor Jiang Chen was anxiously awaiting news from the Hushi front. Report: Commander Zhu Changtian has suffered defeat against the Tibetans and is now retreating to the Hushi fortress. A messenger knelt and reported, "What? A mere barbarian dares to contend with the Central Plains?" Emperor Jiang Chen was furious. "I will personally lead a campaign against such audacity. Summons Zwe in to immediately lead reinforcements to the Hushi." "I accept the command." Zwe in respectfully responded and set off that night with an army of 100,000 heading west. A month later, Zwe In's army arrived at the Hushi fortress and met up with Zhu Changtian. Brother Zwe In has arrived just in time. This is truly great news. Zhu Changtian's spirits lifted, and he eagerly sought advice on tactics. The Tibetans are strong and numerous. We must unite to confront them. Zwe In also spoke with a serious tone. At dawn, the Central Plains Army launched 2 prongs of attack, targeting the Tibetan Army's left and right flanks. An eye for an eye. Let us eradicate the invading enemy. Zwe In led the charge, as if the land were empty, and wherever he passed, the Tibetan soldiers fell in chaos. The might of heaven cannot be avoided. Zhu Changtian also broke through on the right flank, shattering stones with a single palm and flattening the mountains before him. Under the assault from both sides, the Tibetan army was thrown into panic, unable to organize an effective defense, and could only retreat hastily. When the army returned to the fortress, morale was soaring high. However, reinforcements from the Tibetan Empire were continuously arriving, advancing towards the Hushi region. The Central Plains army quickly found itself embroiled in fierce battles once again, struggling to withstand the Tibetans' frenzied counterattacks. "Commander, our troops are already in bitter combat. We seek your orders for how to respond." News reached the capital. "A mere barbarian horde dares to oppose our divine Central Plains. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Emperor Jiang Chen issued an order for Aihua to personally lead the army to suppress them. A month later, Aihua led a 1,000,000-strong army to the Hushi battlefield. The Tibetan emperor also mobilized the entire nation's strength, vowing to drive out the Central Plains army in one fell swoop. "In the name of the Central Plains, we shall eradicate you." Aihua exuded an imposing aura, unleashing a palm strike that shattered rivers, instantly turning thousands of enemy troops to dust. "You mere traitors of the Central Plains, prepare to die." The Tibetan emperor, burning with rage, called upon the national secret arts to engage in a fierce battle against Aihua. The two terrifying forces clashed in midair, causing mountains to collapse and sands to rise in tumultuous waves. For a whole month, the two armies remained stalemated, unable to determine a victor. At this moment, news of reinforcements arriving from the capital reached them. A white light descended from the sky, as Shun Liangzi respectfully appeared before Aihua. "Commander, please allow me to assist you." She spoke resolutely, her tone revealing unwavering determination. "You have come at the perfect time." Aihua was overjoyed. Shun Liangzi closed her eyes, focusing her energy, and suddenly thrust out her sword, unleashing a chilling wave that instantly froze everything around her. The Tibetan emperor did not have time to react and was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. With Shun Liangzi's ice-sealing divine skill in play, the Central Plains army finally defeated the Tibetan forces thoroughly. "Ha ha! The might of our divine Central Plains truly shakes the world." He smiled broadly and held a grand victory ceremony for the troops. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to lead his army triumphantly back to the capital, a sudden alarm rang out from outside the Central Plains camp. "Report, the Xia army is invading. They have already breached the camp." The Central Plains forces were depleted, and the Xia took advantage of the situation, launching a large-scale counterattack. They had long planned this, waiting for the Central Plains army to be deeply embroiled in the Western War to strike back. "Shameless savages, you dare betray us like this." Emperor Jiang Chen was furious. The Central Plains and Xia armies quickly clashed on the battlefield once again, both sides aware that this was a life-and-death battle fraught with danger. "To protect our homes and defend our country, we vow to fight to the end." The Xia commander issued a battle order at the front lines, pledging to fight at all costs. The Central Plains army was caught off guard, and the entire camp was thrown into chaos. "All troops, heed my command, strike back against the invading enemies." Emperor Jiang Chen shouted loudly from within the command tent. Although the Central Plains army was taken by surprise, they quickly readied themselves for battle and engaged in fierce combat with the Xia army outside the camp. "Swallow the heavens and devour the earth." The Xia leader charged in like a tiger pouncing on the moon. "I'll return tenfold." Aihua fiercely pointed his sword to the sky, unleashing multiple sword energies that cleaved down towards the enemy. The two powerful forces clashed in midair, creating terrifying waves. "Behold my divine dragon dance." Zhuan combined his strength, conjuring a myriad of divine dragons that spiraled toward the Xia army like a torrential storm. "Break!" The Xia commander unleashed a powerful roar, releasing his true energy to forcefully repel the multitude of divine dragons. The two armies engaged in a brutal melee on the plain, with the Xia forces gradually gaining the upper hand due to their numerical advantage. The army of Zhongzhou was retreating step by step, only able to fall back to their camp to hold out. Commander, the disparity in strength between us and the enemy is too great. Our army can no longer hold on. The generals were all anxious. Emperor Jiang Chen's face grew increasingly grim as he realized that this time, he might truly lose his life due to defeat in battle. Just when the situation was at its most critical, reinforcements finally arrived. Allow me to share your burden. A clear, cold voice rang in the emperor's ear. The figure of Shun Liangzi descended from the sky, looking coldly at the chaos below. Shun Liangzi, you have come just in time. Jiang Chen's spirit lifted. Shun Liangzi nodded, leaping into the air above the army of the Xia clan. The heavens are frigid and the earth is frozen. I return to you a land of death. With a sharp thrust of her sword, the sky turned cold, and instantly, the armies of the Xia clan were frozen into ice sculptures. The Xia clan's commander was also caught off guard by this sudden cold wave and was quickly captured by the Zhongzhou army. Under Shun Liangzi's ice-sealing divine power, the Xia clan's army collapsed in defeat, fleeing in panic to the north. The Zhongzhou army took advantage of the victory, reclaiming all the lost territories in the north. Jiang Chen, saved by Shun Liangzi's assistance, finally retreated safely. Upon returning to the capital, he personally hosted a banquet to reward the three armies and praised Shun Liangzi without end. Ha ha ha! Shun Liangzi's ice-sealing divine power is indeed unmatched. He was exceedingly excited and immediately promoted Shun Liangzi to the empire's #1 divine general. Shun Liangzi humbly accepted Jiang Chen's praise and continued her closed-door training, striving to enhance her strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was deeply pondering the next strategic moves. The most urgent matter was to completely eliminate the remaining forces of the northern clans to avoid future troubles. Secondly, the acceleration of the annexation of the southeastern nations was necessary to make the territory more complete. Moreover, establishing a solid alliance with the western nations was crucial to secure the northwestern defense line. While Jiang Chen was secretly plotting during the court meeting, he proposed his strategic ideas to each minister. After listening, all the ministers expressed their agreement and support. I have decided to send the empire's fist, Ko-Ching, to the southeast to crush all local stubborn forces. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, Xiang, as the commander, will lead an army of 100,000 westward to negotiate and establish good relations with the western nations. I accept the order. The two men respectfully accepted the decree. 3 days later, the two armies set out on their campaigns, heading straight for the southeast and the western regions. At the same time, in the northern border of Zhongzhou, the remaining forces of various clans were gathering strength, preparing to counterattack Zhongzhou. A middle-aged man, claiming to be the leader of the Han clan, was building a temporary camp, training soldiers all around. Brothers, we must unite to jointly resist the invasion of Zhongzhou, he shouted as he inspected his troops. But Zhongzhou's strength is too great. How can we fight against them? A young man asked in confusion. As long as we unite as one, we can definitely defeat them. The leader patted the young man on the shoulder. He sent messengers to various places to convey their intentions. Soon, many northern clans responded to the call, sending envoys to meet. The Northern Coalition was formally established under the leadership of the clan leader, with nearly 100,000 troops unified. Good. With these brave warriors, we now have the strength to contend with Zhongzhou. The leader was full of confidence at the meeting. When will we start the attack on Zhongzhou? An envoy inquired. Let's wait a little longer. I am still discussing cooperation with an important force. The clan leader smiled mysteriously. Having already contacted the remnants of the Tubo Empire through certain channels, they realized that they must join forces against Zhongzhou's oppression. Otherwise, being annexed would only be a matter of time. At this moment, the Northern Coalition arrived in Tubo Empire territory, meeting with its remnants of the imperial power. We were just thinking of seeking an alliance with you. It truly is fate. The Tubo Emperor smiled broadly. Come on, brothers. Let's strike hard and directly invade the heart of Zhongzhou. The clan leader raised his wine cup high in the camp, speaking passionately. Let's flatten Zhongzhou and secure a place for our clan. Kill the 50,000-strong Northern Coalition and the 50,000 remnants of Tubo quickly set off southward, targeting the heart of Zhongzhou. At this point, Ko Qing had already led his army into the southeastern nations, commencing the assault. The southeastern nations were also prepared for a death struggle against the Zhongzhou army. Watch as I unleash the heavenly fire. Ko Qing clapped his palms together, flames erupting, engulfing the land for miles. The southeastern coalition fought back desperately, with powerful experts displaying their full capabilities to resist the Zhongzhou army. The two armies clashed on southeastern land for 7 days and nights, staining the yellow sands with blood, resulting in a fierce battle. Just as the two sides were locked in a heated confrontation, a report suddenly came from the north. The 100,000 coalition troops had invaded the heart of Zhongzhou. What? Daring to invade the heart of my divine land. These mere ants are trying to block my path. Jiang Chen was furious upon hearing the news and immediately ordered troops to head north to confront the enemy. At this time, the Northern Coalition had already reached the border of Zhongzhou and quickly launched attacks on several border cities. You rebels die. The Zhongzhou garrison fought fiercely to defend, but soon they could not withstand the Northern Coalition's frenzied assault. Several border cities quickly fell, and the Zhongzhou defenders could only retreat to hold their positions. The Northern Coalition, taking advantage of their victory, pressed on, sweeping through and closing in on the outskirts of the imperial capital. These mere ants dare to invade my divine land. While surveying the army, the commander's expression was ferocious, and his tone revealed an eagerness for bloodshed. This time, the Northern Coalition must be completely annihilated here to prevent future troubles. At the same time, another army led by Ko Xiaoxiao was advancing towards the western regions. Through amicable exchanges, they quickly reached a non-aggression agreement with several western nations. Zhongzhou gained the friendly support of several western nations, avoiding unnecessary conflicts. In stark contrast to this was the chaotic situation in the southeastern direction, where Ko Qing's army was engaged in a brutal battle. With fire, I burn the heavens. With scorched earth, I give birth anew. He forcefully pushed his palms, a sea of fire sweeping across the southeastern territory. The southeastern lords fought back valiantly, showcasing their unique skills. Raging seas and wild waves. A young Taoist pushed forward with a palm, summoning water dragons to sweep through the fire, creating a clash of energies in midair that sparked flying embers. Insignificant water and fire cannot withstand my divine sword. Ko Qing swiftly drew his long sword and swung it fiercely, producing a deafening sound as the water dragons shattered under the attack. The Taoist's expression changed, and he summoned all his strength to fight back. The Northern Coalition surged forward, aiming directly for the imperial capital of Zhongzhou. Charge! Get to the imperial capital as quickly as possible. He brandished his spear, issuing a fierce attack order. The Northern Coalition surged into Zhongzhou's defenses like a tidal wave, driven by their fervent resolve, launching wave after wave of assaults towards the imperial capital. Hold them back. We must not let them break through our defenses. The Northern Allied forces, under the command of their leader, concentrated their troops to strike at the weak points of the defense line. They broke through several key strongholds of the Zhongzhou defense line. The army surged forward like a tide into an unguarded land, heading straight for the outer city of the imperial capital. How dare these barbarians be so rampant? Jiang Chen, witnessing the breakthrough of the defense line, was filled with rage. I will personally take action and vow to crush these rebels under the might of my divine land. Putting on his battle armor in the military tent, he clenched his fists, exuding a fierce killing intent. At this time, outside the imperial capital, the Northern Allied forces were wantonly burning and killing, causing heavy casualties among the residents of Zhongzhou. Now is the time to plunder resources. We must drain Zhongzhou dry, commanded their leader. The Northern Allied forces rampaged around the outer areas of the imperial capital like locusts, burning villages and seizing supplies. Seeing his homeland suffer such immense damage, Jiang Chen was also filled with fury. These mere ants dare to be so arrogant. He approached the Northern Allied forces, his eyes blazing with fury and his presence overwhelming. "Come and face me." Jiang Chen suddenly struck out with a palm, his power shaking the heavens and earth, instantly turning the thousands of troops before him into dust. Who is this person with such overwhelming strength? The leader of the Northern Allied forces changed color, personally stepping forward to face him. Heavenly Doom. Jiang Chen, as the Dragon Emperor, unleashed the supreme killing move from the Dragon God's secret teachings, slamming his palms together. The air burst apart, and shockwaves surged. The leader, in a moment of desperation, used a defensive technique to barely withstand this terrifying blow. "In the name of Zhongzhou, I will extinguish you all." Jiang Chen's entire being radiated like a blazing sun, his energy rolling like waves, causing the Northern Allied forces to fall to the ground in trembling fear. The leader's face turned pale, realizing he was no match for this Central Plains demon. Yet thinking of his people and descendants behind him, he gritted his teeth and stood firm, vowing to resist to the death. "For the sake of future generations, I vow to fight to the death." His aura surged, the blood of his entire clan boiling forth, transforming into a protective, true energy. "How dare you remnants of Emil show off in front of my divine land?" Jiang Chen sneered, vigorously slashing his palm to unleash a massive wave, directly striking at the leader's vital spot. The force of this palm was immense, seemingly ready to overturn the heavens. The leader was suppressed by this momentum, his mind wavering, and his defensive technique could not exert its full power. With a scream, he was blasted away 100 feet, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. "It's bad. The clan leader has been defeated." The Northern Allied forces suddenly felt panic, their morale shattered. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, launched a follow-up attack, slamming down another palm. This strike was even more powerful, directly turning the main force of the Northern Allied forces into a mist of blood. The Northern Allied forces instantly collapsed, suffering heavy casualties, and could only flee in disarray. The Zhongzhou army took advantage of the situation to counterattack, driving them back in a rout. Jiang Chen achieved a great victory over the Northern Allied forces, establishing a significant contribution for Zhongzhou. "I rely on your unparalleled martial prowess, and hereby appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Empire, fully responsible for exterminating the remaining northern forces." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your recognition. I will do my utmost in return." Shun Liangzi accepted the command with respect. 3 days later, she personally led 100,000 divine forbidden troops north to eradicate the bandits. Soon, they annihilated the remaining factions of the northern tribes in the heart of the Central Plains, leaving no roots behind. The Northern Rebellion was completely quelled, and Zhongzhou's power once again struck all across the lands. At the same time, on the southeastern battlefield, the decisive battle between Zhongzhou and the allied lords was also reaching its conclusion. Li Qing's army had fully suppressed the southeastern lords, forcing them back to their final stronghold. The southeastern lords, filled with despair, steadfastly defended the city, vowing to resist to the death. The two sides engaged in a brutal offensive and defensive battle outside this city, fighting fiercely. "Watch my heavenly fire, divine flame, turning you all to ashes." Li Qing unleashed a fiery attack that swept across the entire plain. The southeastern lords also used all their strength to resist, with various masters joining forces to deploy a united technique, desperately countering the heavenly fire divine flame. The two powerful forces clashed on the plain, fire illuminating the sky and dazzling sparks erupting. This decisive battle lasted for 7 days and nights, and finally, after a massive explosion, the defensive line of the southeastern lords collapsed. The remaining southeastern lords had no choice but to abandon their armor and flee in all directions. Thus, the southeastern region was completely pacified, all returning to the territory of Zhongzhou. Jiang Chen received the news in the capital and was overjoyed, immediately announcing the establishment of a governor's office in the southeast, dispatching trusted ministers to maintain order. The power of Zhongzhou reached unprecedented heights, its territory continually expanding. The Dragon Kingdom of Jiang Chen dispatched a large number of merchant caravans to the western regions, engaging in trade with various countries and further infiltrating the area. The countries of the western regions were wary of Jiang Chen's ambitions, strengthening their border defenses and refusing trade. Both sides experienced several skirmishes at the border. Dissatisfied with the resistance from various nations, Jiang Chen ordered General Li Qing and his army to march westward, demanding that the nations open their trade routes. The nations of the western regions united to resolutely resist the Zhongzhou army's invasion. A fierce battle unfolded in the Kunlun Mountains. Both sides engaged in brutal combat in the Kunlun Mountains, with the fighting between the two armies exceptionally intense. Charge! Advance and occupy the strategic points. Li Qing commanded from the front lines, urging his troops to attack fiercely. Defend our homeland, we fight to the death. The commander of the Western Region Allied forces also directed from the front, raising his spear and shouting. The two armies engaged in bloody combat at several mountain passes in the Kunlun Mountains, with the valleys littered with corpses and rivers of blood flowing. The Zhongzhou army had an obvious advantage due to their advanced weaponry, but the Western Region Allied forces were familiar with the terrain and adept at mountain warfare, causing the Zhongzhou army to struggle to advance. How dare these ants obstruct my great army? Li Qing's eyes widened with anger, smashing his palm to shatter the mountains before him. However, the Western Region Allied forces still held firm at several key strongholds, causing the advance of the Zhongzhou army to be extremely slow. The situation was dire for General Li Qing, and this undecided battle of life and death could likely drag on for a long time. Upon hearing the news of the battle situation in the capital, Emperor Jiang Chen was furious and immediately issued a decree to the front lines. I am the one destined by heaven. How can I allow the ants of the western regions to block my path? I have decided to personally lead the campaign and will eradicate the Western Region Allied forces. Li Qing and others at the front lines felt their spirits lift upon receiving the news of Jiang Chen's personal campaign. A month later, Jiang Chen personally led a powerful army to the Kunlun Mountains battlefield, where Li Qing and others came to welcome him. With your majesty personally leading the campaign, our morale will double, and we vow to conquer the western regions. These mere barbarians dare to obstruct our Zhongzhou cavalry. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Jiang Chen's eyes shone like lightning, his tone solemn. The next day at dawn, he personally led the army to launch a fierce attack on the defensive positions of the Western Region Allied forces. Burial of Heaven and Earth Seal. Jiang Chen pushed with both palms, unleashing a tremendous airwave that flattened the mountains before him. The Western Region Allied forces fell into chaos, suffering heavy casualties. Under Jiang Chen's overwhelming offensive, the defensive line of the Western Region Allied forces collapsed one after another, ultimately shattering completely. The remnants could only flee westward into the desert. Jiang Chen led his troops in relentless pursuit, soon catching up with the Western Region Allied forces at the desert border. You cannot escape. Surrender quickly, Jiang Chen shouted from the front lines. We would rather be shattered into pieces than to yield. We vow to fight to the death. The commander of the Western Region Allied forces also showed a fierce determination. The two armies once again engaged in fierce combat in the desert. The Western Region Allied forces took advantage of the desert terrain, using the mobility of their camel units to launch surprise attacks, putting the Zhongzhou army in a difficult position. Damn it! A mere desert dares to trap my divine land army. Jiang Chen watched his troops retreating step by step in the desert, and he was furious. Your Majesty, please make a decision. Otherwise, my army will be completely exhausted here. Li Qing also had a serious expression. The anger in Jiang Chen's eyes surged, and he directly sat down in mid-air to meditate. Behold my dragon god descending. Awaken the lion under the blazing sun. He suddenly recited the dragon god's secret incantation, and immediately, boundless true energy erupted from within him, transforming into a massive Tenjong, about 33 feet, dragon. This dragon-shaped, true energy breathed heavenly fire, spiraling into the sky, making the air feel like it was about to burn to ashes. The Western Alliance was overwhelmed by such might, and for a moment, they had no power to resist. The giant dragon roared in the air, sweeping hot waves across the entire army. The Western Alliance felt as if the sand beneath their feet was melting, and they fell into complete chaos. The Central Plains Army, under Jiang Chen's grand true energy, regained its morale and launched a fierce offensive once again. The Western Alliance gradually felt overwhelmed and could only retreat to the large city of Samarkand in the west. Jiang Chen coldly watched the scene of the Western Alliance's collapse and retreated, collecting his true energy, his gaze sharp. It seems we must launch a strong attack on Samarkand to completely crush the Western Alliance. He immediately led his army to pursue, quickly arriving at the foot of Samarkand and began to besiege the isolated city. Quickly open the city and surrender, and I can show mercy. Jiang Chen shouted to the defenders from below the city. Who dares to surrender? I will kill their entire family immediately. The commander of the Western Alliance roared from the city walls. Give me a fierce attack. We must settle this quickly. Jiang Chen impatiently urged his army to intensify the siege. Swear to resist to the death. We will die if we have to. The two armies fought fiercely outside Samarkand, resulting in heavy casualties. My brute strength cannot easily secure victory. It seems I must summon Shen Liangzi to assist me. 3 days later, Shen Liangzi's figure appeared in the Central Plains camp outside Samarkand. What orders does your majesty have? I will do my utmost to serve. She respectfully knelt on one knee. I need your ice-sealing divine art to assist me in attacking the city. Do you have confidence? Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. I will take my orders. Shen Liangzi's eyes were resolute as she turned and soared into the sky, pointing her sword at the heavens, rushing towards Samarkand. With the power to freeze all things, I bring forth absolute zero. Her bright red figure dashed through the air, accompanied by a determined shout. Suddenly, a violent wind swept across the desert, and an ice-blue light wave descended from the sky, instantly engulfing the entire city. All buildings and city walls rapidly froze, deteriorated, and collapsed before this cold wave. In just a few breaths, Samarkand was reduced to ruins. The resistance of the Western Alliance crumbled under Shen Liangzi's ice-sealing divine art. Jiang Chen, witnessing this scene in the camp, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha! Shen Liangzi is indeed the source of our military might, unstoppable. The remnants of the Western nations, seeing the situation was irreversible, could only come to pay their respects to Jiang Chen and surrender to the Central Plains. Jiang Chen, feeling triumphant, established several provinces in the Western territories for management, showcasing the power of the Central Plains once again. The morale of the Central Plains Army surged under Jiang Chen's leadership, and they began their advance towards the South Sea. Under Jiang Chen's successive offensives, the South Sea nations retreated step by step, nearly all submitting to Central Plains rule. Only one isolated island in the southwest continued to resist bravely, and the Central Plains Army's repeated attacks had all ended in failure. This island nation was located in a strategic position with united citizens, making it impossible for the Central Plains Army to break through. Your Majesty, our army's progress is obstructed. What strategy should we use? Jiang Chen summoned the Imperial Chancellor Ko Xiaoxiao to discuss strategies. Ko Xiaoxiao frowned and said, I have a plan to quickly destroy them. Speak. Jiang Chen showed interest. I suggest using a strategy of sowing discord to undermine them from within. Ko Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as Jiang Chen explained the entire plan. According to his idea, the Central Plains would secretly buy off tribal leaders of the island nation, causing them to collude from within, waiting for the right moment to quickly collapse the island nation's defenses. Brilliant strategy, Jiang Chen exclaimed with delight. Under Ko Xiaoxiao's implementation, this plan quickly bore fruit. The island nation's defenses crumbled under the internal and external collusion. The Central Plains army took the opportunity to invade, quickly occupying their capital and forcing the island nation to surrender. Ha ha, what a clever chancellor. Jiang Chen praised Ko Xiaoxiao endlessly. With both strategy and talent, I shall appoint you as the imperial chancellor and put you in charge of military affairs. Ko Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and repeatedly bowed to express gratitude for the imperial favor. At this point, the territory of the Jiang Chen Empire had expanded across the 4 seas in all directions. Its national strength was so formidable that it shook the world. The Central Plains Empire was in an unprecedented period of prosperity, with peace across the seas and stability for the people. However, Jiang Chen still harbored concerns about the remnants of the northern tribes. Though they had been defeated, they still posed a significant threat. Jiang Chen issued an order to form an expeditionary force, led by Shun Liangzi and Li Qing, to completely eliminate the northern remnants. Shun Liangzi led the Ice Expeditionary Force, while Li Qing commanded the Flame Expeditionary Force, advancing in 2 directions to launch their attacks. With the power to freeze all things, I return you to a land of silence. Shun Liangzi lightly waved her sword, and the northern plains were instantly engulfed in a wild wind, freezing for thousands of miles. All the northern remnants hiding in the plains were turned into ice sculptures. With fire to burn the living, I return you to a scorched earth. Li Qing also clapped his palms together, and roaring flames swept across the northeastern region, leaving nothing but charred earth in their wake. Under the powerful assaults of the 2 expeditionary forces, the northern remnants suffered heavy casualties and fled without fighting. Only a few remnants escaped to the northwestern highlands, engaging in skirmishes with the Central Plains army. The northern remnants were frozen to death on the snowy highlands, their bodies encased in ice, sending shivers down one's spine. Thus, the northern rebellious forces were completely eradicated. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, celebrating the nation's triumph and praising Shun Liangzi's ice-sealing divine art. At the same time, reports of victory also came from the southwestern sea. The colonies established by the Central Plains in this sea area were attacked by the Atlanteans. The Atlanteans, who lived underwater, had once established a powerful oceanic civilization in ancient times. They used oceanic magic to harass the Central Plains colonies, causing severe destruction. The governor of the colony, unable to tolerate it any longer, reported to Jiang Chen for assistance. Jiang Chen immediately dispatched the Imperial Flame Expeditionary Force to exterminate the underwater aliens. With blood to sacrifice to the sea god Poseidon, grant me unparalleled sea prowess. The leader of the Atlanteans raised a trident before the underwater altar and recited oceanic incantations. Suddenly, the sea surged, waves roared, and water columns rose from the seabed, shooting into the sky. The Central Plains colony suffered devastating blows, with the entire area in a state of unbearable misery. Take this. At that moment, Li Qing led the Flame Expeditionary Force to arrive. With fire to burn all things, I will consume your ocean. He suddenly clapped both palms, and the sea surface ignited into roaring flames, spreading toward the seabed. No, it's impossible. How can the sea burn? The Atlanteans were terrified and began to flee into the deep sea. Under Li Qing's command, the Central Plains Flame Expeditionary Force broke through the underwater defenses and forced the Atlanteans back to the deep sea's lightless abyss. After receiving the report of the extermination of the race, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Warriors, we have finally arrived at the deepest part of the trench, where our ancient secret base was built, the chieftain of Atlantis said with resentment. Chieftain, is the base you mentioned the legendary ruins of Atlantis? It contains the most advanced technological data from our time, an Atlantis warrior spoke up. Exactly. Although the facilities have aged, as long as we work together, we can surely revive our former glory. The chieftain of Atlantis's eyes sparkled with hope. Great. With this technological data, we can make a comeback and launch a counterattack against the central continent that invaded us. The Atlantis warriors exclaimed, for Atlantis, we will make the central continent pay a bloody price. We vow to wash the central continent in blood, the chieftain said with deep hatred. After more than half a year's hard work, this underwater base has regained vitality. Various high-tech equipment was activated, and the energy system was back online, preparing for the counterattack. The most important development was their new type of underwater warship, made from basalt and genetically modified marine organisms by the Atlanteans. Not only could these warships move at high speed underwater, but they were also equipped with powerful ancient high-tech weapons like the anti-gravity cannon. With these warships, they had the capability to stir up waves and unleash tsunamis to attack the coastal cities of the central continent from the depths of the sea. It would surely make the people of the central continent taste the lesson of blood. In the imperial capital of the central continent, Emperor Jiang Chen was sitting high on his dragon throne. Ha ha ha! Atlantis has been destroyed, and there is no longer a powerful enemy in the world that dares to compete with my central continent empire, he said triumphantly. Your Majesty is mighty and valiant, ensuring the eternal existence of the central continent, the ministers flattered. At that moment, a palace guard rushed in, looking anxious. Report to your Majesty. There is urgent military news. What is it? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. The guard knelt and said, according to reports from the border outposts, the remnants of Atlantis have regrouped their military forces and boldly declared their intention to take revenge on the central continent. What? These demons are not completely dead yet. Jiang Chen exploded with anger. I ordered their extinction. How dare they still bark like this with just a few scraps left? Send my military orders. Immediately dispatch the Navy to annihilate Atlantis, Jiang Chen declared. These underwater barbarians have repeatedly harassed my colonies. They are a significant threat to our divine land. Jiang Chen frowned during the court meeting. I wonder what Atlantis' strength is like. Should we respond cautiously? There is no need to be overly cautious. Just a mere underwater insect. What could be so impressive? Jiang Chen replied dismissively. I believe that General Li's words are reasonable. It would be better to send someone to investigate deeply, understand Atlantis' situation, and then formulate a countermeasure, suggested the Imperial Chancellor, Ko Xiao. I have made up my mind. I will send you to secretly investigate Atlantis for 3 months. Jiang Chen nodded and issued the command. I accept the order. Ko Xiao immediately clasped his fists in response. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, Ko Xiao specially selected 20 scholars from the Imperial Academy to form an investigation team. They carried various advanced equipment and quietly set out in a scientific research submarine. Everyone must be careful. We are only 100 miles from the capital of Atlantis, and we must not expose our whereabouts, Ko Xiao reminded in a low voice within the submarine. However, just as the investigation team approached the capital, they encountered Atlantis' patrol forces. Intruders! You Central Continent thieves! The Atlantis warriors clearly noticed them and surrounded them angrily. We have no intention of invading your territory. We're just here for scientific research, Ko Xiao quickly explained. It doesn't matter what kind of research, just capture them first. The leader of the Atlantis patrol, with a wary look, waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to arrest Ko Xiao and the others. Ko Xiao had no choice but to temporarily surrender and was taken to the capital's prison. A few days later, the Atlantis Prince Meridian came to the prison for questioning. Central Continent spy, you dare to spy on Atlantis' secrets. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. He pressed Ko Xiao and the others fiercely. Your Highness, please don't worry. We have no ulterior motives. We only wish to establish friendly relations with your country, Ko Xiao said politely. A mere mouse wants to compare friendliness with Atlantis? Bring out your weapon technology as a gesture. Perhaps I will spare your life. Meridian sneered. Ko Xiao knew Atlantis' ambitions were not small, so he had to stabilize the situation temporarily. Deal. Hand over the goods, and I will let you go. Meridian narrowed his eyes. Ko Xiao handed over a few ordinary Central Continent technological products to Meridian in hopes of escaping. You have some sense? I will let you go this time, but it won't happen again. After inspecting the goods, Meridian chuckled coldly. The Imperial Scientific Research Team was able to leave, ending this unsuccessful secret investigation mission. Your Majesty, I have returned from the investigation. A few days later, Ko Xiao reported back to the capital. Did you gain anything? Emperor Jiang Chen asked with an unreadable expression. Reporting to your Majesty, although I couldn't fully investigate everything, I can confirm that Atlantis indeed possesses mysterious oceanic magic and advanced military power. Their ambitions are great, and we must respond cautiously, Ko Xiao respectfully reported. A mere insect in the water dares to spy on our divine land. It seems we must strike with a heavy hand and crush them into dust. Emperor Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. I agree with your magnificent decision, Your Majesty. To attack Atlantis, we first need to overcome our technological bottleneck, Ko Xiao interjected. You speak well. I hereby command you to take charge of forming a special project team to develop weaponry and equipment suitable for deep-sea combat. Emperor Jiang Chen said after pondering for a moment. I humbly obey the imperial decree. Ko Xiao respectfully accepted the order. Soon, with Jiang Chen's support, Ko Xiao pulled a large number of scientists from the Imperial Academy to work on the Sea Dragon project. After repeated discussions and experiments, a design plan was finally confirmed. Using reinforced steel to build robust submarines equipped with various weapons, power devices, and life support systems to adapt to deep-sea combat conditions. The resources and manpower of the entire empire quickly concentrated on the Sea Dragon project. After arduous efforts, the first batch of operational deep-sea submarines was successfully developed and was about to be put into service. At the same time, a powerful Sea Dragon Brigade was also formed, composed of the best naval warriors and researchers from the Central Continent. They will take this new type of submarine to Atlantis to carry out Jiang Chen's conquest plan. Sea Dragon Brigade, heed my command, set off immediately. Target Atlantis. In the resounding pledge led by Jiang Chen himself, the Zhongzhou Sea Dragon Brigade embarked on their journey. Before long, the patrolling Atlantis forces discovered this unexpected military group. You rode in from Zhongzhou. What do you intend to do? Meridian led an elite army to intercept the Zhongzhou submarine fleet. I come on the orders of Emperor Jiang Chen to demand the surrender of Atlantis. The commander of the Sea Dragon Brigade replied proudly. Meridian was enraged and invoked a sea spell with his trident, summoning surging waves that suddenly attacked the Zhongzhou submarines. Under immense pressure, several Zhongzhou submarines were severely damaged, their power systems paralyzed. Counterattack! Give me a counterattack! The weapons of the Sea Dragon Brigade also began a frantic counteroffensive, with laser cannons and torpedoes wildly firing at the Atlantis military. The two sides engaged in fierce combat underwater. Lasers and magical projectiles illuminated the dark depths of the sea. Atlantis began summoning sea creatures to aid in battle, with giant sharks and octopuses surging towards the Zhongzhou submarines. A giant octopus managed to entangle a Zhongzhou submarine with its tentacles, squeezing violently. The researchers on the submarine used sound waves to counter the ocean magic, launching net projectiles to ensnare the sea creatures. However, the Zhongzhou submarines were at a disadvantage in their first deep-sea battle and could only retreat in panic against the relentless Atlantis military. Damn it! Atlantis's ocean magic is far too powerful. We must urgently develop countermeasures. It turned out that relying solely on traditional weapons was not enough. Breakthroughs in technology were necessary. The Imperial Academy of Sciences once again gathered various authoritative experts for an emergency discussion. After repeated experiments and testing, they finally found a simple and direct research method, developing more powerful sonic weapons. Based on a new design plan, Zhongzhou scientists developed a type of weapon capable of generating ultra-strong, penetrating, localized, focused sound waves. This sonic weapon was very small, but could concentrate high-density sound energy, directly disrupting the acoustic structure used by Atlantis when casting ocean magic. Additionally, more advanced torpedoes and underwater mechs were also being urgently developed. Good, the Sea Dragon Brigade is re-equipped and ready to set off. This time, I will definitely wipe out these underwater barbarians. Jiang Chen was full of confidence regarding the Sea Dragon Brigade's upcoming expedition. After their victory, the Atlantis Prince Meridian was also full of himself. Suddenly, a servant reported the news that the Zhongzhou army was invading again. Those useless rodents from Zhongzhou dare to come to their deaths again. Meridian sneered and immediately mobilized his army to prepare for battle. This time, the Zhongzhou Sea Dragon Brigade adopted a more covert attack plan, quickly avoiding patrols and entering the heart of Atlantis. When the royal capital appeared in the porthole, the Zhongzhou submarine fleet suddenly launched a full-scale attack. Behold the roar of the Sea Dragon! The Vanguard submarine suddenly emitted a powerful sound wave, instantly destroying the outer protective shield of the capital. Immediately following, various weapons bombarded Atlantis. No, it can't be. How could the protective shield be breached so easily? Meridian was dumbfounded. Under the immense offensive, the Atlantis military suffered continuous defeats, and the outer defenses of the capital collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, the Zhongzhou submarines surged in and engaged in urban warfare with the Atlantis military within the capital. Both sides used all their might, with the clash of magic and technology producing dazzling sparks. With their technological stronghold, Zhongzhou ultimately gained the upper hand, forcing the Atlantis royal family to retreat deeper into the ocean trenches. Upon receiving word of the victory, Jiang Chen was beaming with joy. It seems that the technology of my Sea Dragon Brigade is indeed formidable. These barbarians are no longer a threat. However, the resistance from Atlantis was far from over. In the deepest part of the trench, they awakened the power of the sea god using ancient runes and launched a massive counterattack. In a coastal colony on the borders of Zhongzhou, the sky was suddenly filled with gigantic waves, sweeping in like an apocalyptic tsunami. Boom! The colossal waves crashed upon the land, destructively obliterating coastal cities. This is bad. It seems Atlantis is using some kind of sea god spell to launch an attack. The governor of the colony reported in panic to Zhongzhou. The evil forces of Atlantis must be punished. I will personally lead the divine forbidden army to exterminate them and secure the southwestern sea region. Emperor Jiang Chen was furious upon hearing the news. Under the leadership of Leah and Jiang Chen, the divine forbidden army boarded the latest warships and rushed to the Atlantis area. Meanwhile, under Meridian's command, Atlantis summoned sea monsters from the depths using the power of the sea god to attack the Zhongzhou warships. Suddenly, a gigantic octopus emerged from beneath the sea, its long tentacles wrapping tightly around the hull of a Zhongzhou warship. May the sea god bless you, and may your military fortunes flourish. We pledge to fight the enemy to the death and never return without victory. Meridian shouted incantations at the underwater altar, his morale soaring. At this critical moment, Leah launched a counterattack. A flash of icy blue light instantaneously froze the sea monster, sending it plummeting into the abyss. Under the powerful strikes of the divine Forbidden Army, the Atlantis military was forced to retreat again, having to fall back even deeper. When Jiang Chen led his army into the Atlantis royal capital, it was already an empty city, leaving behind numerous ancient relics of marine civilization. Quick, send people to protect these and transport them back to Zhongzhou for research. Jiang Chen immediately ordered the collection of artifacts. Zhongzhou had essentially occupied the territory of Atlantis. However, remnants of Atlantis still lurked in the deep trenches, frequently launching attacks and harassing the Zhongzhou Sea area. Thus, Jiang Chen appointed the Imperial Chancellor Ko Xiao as the Minister of Southern Sea Defense, responsible for thoroughly eliminating the remnants of Atlantis. After a long period of focused research, Zhongzhou finally broke through the bottleneck and successfully developed a brand new underwater combat technology weapon. This new weapon could freely navigate any sea area and possess capabilities to counter Atlantis' ocean magic. Equipped with powerful scanning systems, it could penetrate all obstacles to locate targets. Good. Set out with the new weapons. I will hunt down and capture the remnants of Atlantis. Under Ko Xiao's command, the new Zhongzhou Sea Dragon Brigade began their extermination campaign. They conducted a thorough sweep layer by layer from the depths of the sea. The remaining forces of Atlantis faced ambushes everywhere and were annihilated, forced to continually retreat deeper into the trenches. Far away in a mysterious tribe on a new continent, the Maya civilization, plans were secretly taking shape to counter Zhongzhou's invasion. One day, the Maya priests gathered before the Pyramid Temple to perform ancient rituals, offering sacrifices to the sun god Quetzalcoatl. Great God Quetzalcoatl, grant us the power to repel the invading outsiders. The Maya chief Casas raised a stone knife, chanting fervently. The other priests joined in prayer, hoping to have the gods possess them. With a sudden darkness falling from the sky, the bodies of the Maya priests began to radiate miraculous colors. They gained the power to control the jungle and summon divine beasts. Excellent. With this divine power, we will surely capture and annihilate the Zhongzhou invaders. Casas' eyes blazed with purple flames as he roared. Soon, Zhongzhou scouts reported back the news of the Maya army advancing north. The impudent outsiders dare to spy on our divine land. Jiang Chen was furious upon hearing the news. Allow me to lead the army to confront them. I will eradicate them to the root. The Imperial General Qing Tian pleaded to go on an expedition. I appoint you as the commander. Go forth and annihilate the Maya army. Jiang Chen nodded. Before long, 100,000 elite Zhongzhou troops set out under Qing Tian's command to confront the advancing Maya army from the south. The two armies met in the vast jungles of the new continent. The Maya forces launched surprise attacks using the cover of the jungle. Enormous vines reached out to ensnare the Zhongzhou war chariots, while poison darts rained down like a shower. Watch me ignite the heavens. Qing Tian shouted angrily, thrusting his palms forward, unleashing fierce flames from his palms. The flames instantly engulfed the jungle, exposing the Maya army, which suffered heavy losses. In the vast and primitive jungle of the continent, the Central Plains army and the Maya tribe were engaged in a brutal, decisive battle. Maya savages, let you experience the might of the divine land. Li Qing's eyes turned bloodshot as he unleashed his move, heavenly fire burning the wilderness again. The raging flames instantly engulfed the entire jungle, incinerating the Maya's tree men, vines, and other jungle monsters. Great God, protect us. We vow to fight to the death against the enemy. The Maya chieftain, Casas, roared in a pyramid temple deep in the jungle. The priests waved their long knives, cutting their palms to let their blood drip onto the idol while chanting incantations. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning struck down from the clouds like a sudden awakening of spring. The Central Plains army was thrown into chaos, suffering severe impacts. Yet, Li Qing remained at the front line, wielding his sword to fend off the lightning. What can mere witchcraft do? Break! He shouted fiercely, and the sword energy swept out, actually parting the dark clouds in the sky. No wonder it's the Empire's might. The martial strength is profound. The morale of the Central Plains army surged, and they began to organize a counterattack. The Maya forces, familiar with the terrain, resisted using tree walls and poisonous vines. The two armies fought fiercely in the dense jungle, making it difficult to determine a victor. The Maya priests continued to pray for divine protection, and their magical powers grew stronger. Suddenly, the mountain springs surged and transformed into gigantic waves, sweeping through the Central Plains army. Countless vines emerged from the soil, entangling the war chariots. Commander, our strength is too inferior to the enemy. Our troops cannot continue to advance. The lieutenant reported the current predicament. Li Qing was also filled with anxiety. It was unexpected that the barbarian tribes could contend with the divine land. It seems I must request reinforcements from His Majesty Jiang Chen at the Empire Academy. Otherwise, victory will be difficult. Li Qing immediately issued orders for reinforcements. The urgency of the situation made Jiang Chen realize he had to take action as well. I command Ko Xiaoxiao to personally lead the team to support. Do you have confidence? He asked, gazing into Ko Xiaoxiao's eyes. Although I lack exceptional martial power, I am quite skilled in the art of strategy. I have a brilliant plan this time. Ko Xiaoxiao respectfully replied. She immediately began to mobilize a large number of researchers from the Empire Academy to form a jungle assault team. Among the most important were various advanced long-range weapons they would use, which were especially effective against the Maya's jungle magic. If they could leverage their technological advantage, they would definitely be able to turn the tide of the battle. A month later, the jungle assault team arrived at the battlefield in the continent's jungle to join forces with Li Qing. The two quickly agreed on an attack plan. The jungle assault team will launch a full-scale offensive. Our army will take the lead. Ko Xiaoxiao personally commanded from the front line. The scientists from the Central Plains aimed various advanced weapons at the Maya targets in the jungle. Thunderbolt fire. A member of the vanguard shouted, and a high-frequency pulse gun in his hand instantly shot out a powerful electromagnetic shockwave. The Maya tree men and vines exploded under the electromagnetic impact, creating a deafening roar. Wonderful! With such treasures, our army need not worry about prolonged combat. Li Qing was overjoyed. Under the technological strike of the jungle assault team, the Maya army began to retreat, and the jungle magic grew increasingly ineffective. Great God, I ask you to once again grant us divine power to help our tribe through this crisis. With a rumble, dark clouds once again gathered in the sky, and a stronger lightning bolt struck down from the clouds, attacking like a natural disaster. Reflective shield. The helmets of the jungle assault team instantly projected a shield, deflecting the lightning. The technology's defensive power shocked the Maya tribe once again. It seems I must personally take the stage to turn the tide. Cassis's eyes gleamed with frenzy as he took a helmet from the altar of the temple and put it on. A buzzing sound erupted, and the helmet emitted a faint glow. Cassis seemed to merge with some powerful force. Central Plains ants, I will have your blood stain the jungle. He suddenly stretched out his hands, and a thick blood light surged from the jungle. All the grass and vines were stained red with blood, exuding a foul smell and transforming into terrifying weapons that slashed through the Central Plains army. Counter-force cannon. Ko Xiaoxiao's expression changed as she immediately ordered full fire against Cassis. Several beams of blue light shot from the jungle assault team's weapons, converging in midair to form a huge light net that completely enveloped Cassis. How could this be? My power is being sealed. Cassis exclaimed in shock, feeling his strength drain away. The counterforce light net was actually able to directly weaken his connection to the divine power. Charge! Give me a full-on assault. Li Qing also issued a general attack order, and the Central Plains army surged into the heart of the jungle. Brothers, we have already retreated to the limit and can only decide our fate here. Maya chieftain Kasak gathered the remaining leaders in a cave, his voice resonating against the rock walls. Everyone's gaze was resolute, vowing to fight the Central Plains army to the death. Commander, ahead is the stronghold of the Maya remnants. Their defenses are exceptionally tight. The reconnaissance soldier from the Empire Academy reported the mountain conditions to Li Qing. Humph! Mere barbarian nests. How long can they withstand my Central Plains army? Li Qing coldly snorted, preparing to issue an order for a strong assault. At that moment, a white light suddenly appeared in midair. Suddenly, Shun Liangzi descended from the sky, gently landing in front of Li Qing. Shun Liangzi has come to assist. Our army has gained another great general. Li Qing was overjoyed at the sight. With a fierce general like Shun Liangzi arriving, victory was surely not far off. Thank you for your high regard, Commander. Allow me to relieve your worries, Shun Liangzi said humbly and politely. The next dawn, the Central Plains army, led by Shun Liangzi, began a full-scale assault on the mountain stronghold of the Maya remnants. Freeze all things and return you to a realm of death. With a gentle wave of Shun Liangzi's long sword, a fierce wind arose, and the mountains and plains were covered in a layer of frozen ice and snow. The Maya remnants didn't even have time to react before being turned into ice blocks in the sudden arrival of this severe cold. Charge! Give me a fierce attack and quickly capture the key points. Li Qing urged from the rear, pushing the army to quickly annihilate the remaining enemies. With the aid of Shun Liangzi's ice-sealing divine power, the Central Plains army quickly broke through the mountain stronghold and captured high-ranking remnants like Kasak. The Maya civilization was thus obliterated under the iron hooves of the Central Plains army. At the Empire's top scientific academy, batches of scientists were working day and night on various cutting-edge technology developments. They gathered the smartest minds of the entire empire with the goal of ensuring that the technological prowess of Zhongzhou would always be at the forefront of the world. Under the leadership of the president of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, Wu Fansun, many revolutionary concepts and cutting-edge technologies were in the design and trial production stages. Among them, the most eye-catching were the two advanced systems they were developing, the all-around shield system and the long-range precision strike system. The research on the long-range precision strike system granted the Zhongzhou army an unprecedented advantage in long-range firepower. This system, composed of high-density phase detectors and autonomous guided munitions, could accurately strike any living target over 100 miles away. Zhongzhou soldiers only needed to input the target coordinates into the detector, and the system would automatically aim and fire, achieving a perfect hit on the enemy's vital parts. Wu Fansun looked at the progress of the two projects and couldn't help but clench his fist. With these advanced technologies, the Zhongzhou army would become invincible and undefeated. Any enemy would be forced to kneel and surrender, yielding to Zhongzhou's technological strength. The shield system was first installed around the capital and important military bases. This placed the core of Zhongzhou's regime in a perfect strategic defense. The long-range precision strike system also began to be installed on the weapon platforms of frontline combat troops. Zhongzhou's heavy tanks, mech warriors, warships, and even the rifles of ordinary soldiers were upgraded, increasing their range from hundreds of meters to over 1,000 meters. Wow! With such treasures, Zhongzhou's strength has taken a big leap. Emperor Jiang Chen laughed heartily as he witnessed the power of the two advanced technologies during a review ceremony. Your Majesty is wise. The enhancement of technological strength will lead to the flourishing of Zhongzhou. The ministers all bowed and celebrated. Just as Zhongzhou was immersed in the joy of rapid technological development, a troublesome enemy emerged from the southern continent, the Mexican Empire. This powerful southern empire had inexplicably obtained a portal from another world, and its national strength suddenly surged several times, even declaring its ambition to conquer the entire southern continent. What is this Mexico? Another fool who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Emperor Jiang Chen was furious upon learning of Mexico's ambitions. I command the sharpshooter Zhu Qingtian to immediately lead troops south to conquer and capture this reckless fool. I obey the command. Zhu Qingtian responded respectfully and set off for Mexico that very night. A month later, the Zhongzhou army arrived at the border of the Mexican Empire, and the offensive began fiercely. Watch my 9 heavens divine arrows. I will shoot you all to pieces. Zhu Qingtian directed the front lines, unleashing countless silver arrows. Before the Mexican soldiers could react, they had already fallen in droves. Foolish Zhongzhou people, let you see our strength. Emperor Montezuma of Mexico glared angrily from his palace. He suddenly recited an incantation, causing a huge black hole to appear in front of him, for which countless monsters crawled out to attack the Zhongzhou army. What the hell is that? The Zhongzhou soldiers were terrified upon seeing this. Keep firing, eliminate them. Zhu Qingtian's expression turned serious as he quickly deployed defenses. The Zhongzhou army and the Mexican monsters engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand battle at the border, with casualties on both sides, a scene of carnage. Just as the two armies were locked in bloody combat, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky. Shun Liangzi descended from the heavens, coldly watching the chaos below. Shun Liangzi, you have arrived just in time. Zhu Qingtian was overjoyed. Shun Liangzi nodded, leaping into the air above the Mexican army. By freezing all things, I return you to silence. She suddenly pointed her sword downward, and a fierce wind whipped up, with snow falling from the sky. Before the Mexican soldiers and monsters could react, they were immediately frozen into ice sculptures. In the face of Shun Liangzi's ice-sealing powers, the Mexican Empire was nothing but ants, quickly collapsing. Emperor Jiang Chen laughed heartily upon receiving the news of victory back in the capital. Once again, I, the wise and mighty emperor, have achieved a great victory. He felt even more spirited, believing that no one could rival him now. At this moment, within Zhongzhou's secret military base, another shocking and incredible black technology was about to be completed, the technology for human weaponization. The most powerful human weapons could single-handedly annihilate an entire battalion. To this end, the Zhongzhou Empire had abducted thousands of suitable young men from various places as test subjects for this program. During the brutal human trials, most subjects quickly died. However, a few cases of success eventually emerged. A month later, the first batch of successfully modified human weapons was born, and Jiang Chen personally visited the experimental base for inspection. With your strength, what can mere enemy troops do? He looked at the expressionless human weapons, filled with delight. Soon, human weapons began to be deployed to various combat units, greatly enhancing the combat power of the Zhongzhou army. With the backing of super technology, the combat capabilities of the Zhongzhou army rapidly increased, and Jiang Chen became even more arrogant and spirited. At this time, in the distant northern polar region, a mysterious tribe was preparing to make their move. They possessed ice magic and, combined with their naturally robust physique, survived in the freezing ice wilderness. This tribe called themselves the Frost Giants, and they had long been eyeing the vast territories of the south. Brothers, the time has come. We must march south immediately and occupy the vast lands. The leader of the Frost Giants, Fabjin, stood atop the ice and spoke with glowing eyes in a low voice. He led 10,000 tribesmen southward from the polar ice. Zhongzhou scouts quickly reported the disturbances in the polar region. Frost Giants? I've heard of this barbaric tribe. Jiang Chen frowned in contemplation. Your Majesty, according to the scouts' reports, they possess exceptional martial power and ice magic. Their strength should not be underestimated. We must be cautious, Li Qing earnestly advised. What can a mere barbaric tribe do to me? I possess the world's #1 technological might. Jiang Chen dismissed it disdainfully. The Zhongzhou Empire paid little attention to the movements in the polar region, believing that their technological advantage would allow them to easily win. However, they were unaware that the frost giants also possessed a terrifying black technology weapon, the ice spear. This weapon could instantly summon giant ice blocks to deliver lethal strikes to any target. Just as the Zhongzhou Empire was still immersed in confidence, the frost giant army had already reached their northern borders. In a watchtower at Zhongzhou's border, the garrison was anxiously discussing countermeasures. The enemy has reached the border. We must immediately report to the capital, the tower chief said anxiously. Reporting, Commander, the communication equipment has been frozen. We have lost contact with the capital, a soldier reported in panic. How is this possible? The communication lines are made from cold-resistant materials. How could they be frozen? The tower chief was taken aback. At that moment, a blue ice light suddenly appeared in the distance. With a loud rumble, the entire watchtower was instantly engulfed by a massive ice block, and all the garrison soldiers were immediately frozen into ice sculptures. Ha ha! Zhongzhou ants, let you witness our power of ice. The frost giant leader sneered as he withdrew the ice spear and led his troops to continue their mad advance southward. Zhongzhou's northern border quickly fell, and the frost giant army pressed into the heartland. At this point, Jiang Chen realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately summoned the Empire's generals for an emergency meeting. The situation is dire. We must quickly come up with a way to deal with the enemy, he said with a grave expression. Your Majesty, the enemy's ice magic seems to counter our technology. Our army must seek alternative strategies, the Prime Minister, Ko Xiaoxiao, analyzed. Who else can we rely on? The divine cool child cannot provide support from the south. Li Qing also looked anxious. Everyone, please wait. At this moment, a solemn voice echoed in the conference hall. Everyone turned their heads to see the aged Holy Master of the Sacred Dragon Empire slowly walking in. The Holy Master trembled as he handed an ancient box to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen carefully opened it, and inside was a feather radiating a strange brilliance. This is the true phoenix feather. With it, you can summon heavenly fire to burn your enemies. Go, lead the army to crush the foe. The Holy Master reminded him before transforming into heavenly light and departing. Only then did everyone realize that the Holy Master had lived for hundreds of years and was on the brink of death. Haha, with the true phoenix feather, our army gains divine might. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The next day, Jiang Chen personally led the army north to confront the enemy. When the two armies faced each other on the plains, he raised the true phoenix feather and recited an incantation. With a loud cry, fire rained down from the heavens. The blazing flames swept through the frost giant army, leaving nothing behind. The phoenix true fire easily neutralized their ice magic, and the frost giant clan collapsed like a house of cards before the heavenly fire. You despicable central continent people, I vow to make you pay blood for blood. Fabugen shouted in anger as he retreated. But the central continent was at its peak, with both technology and true fire unmatched, leaving him with no chance of a comeback. The central continent Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen, after obtaining the legendary true phoenix feather, felt unstoppable and full of ambition for conquest. Haha, now that I possess the true phoenix feather, what can mere enemy nations do to me? Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, laughed loudly, his eyes gleaming with lofty satisfaction. Your Majesty is wise and mighty, and shall ensure the eternal existence of the central continent. All the courtiers bowed and flattered him. I have decided to immediately form an expeditionary army to advance to the distant east and crush the island nations beneath the iron hooves of our central continent. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with fervent ambition. He then appointed the Empire's fist, Li Qing, as the great commander of the Eastern expedition, leading a 100,000-strong army across the ocean eastward. The climate here was warm and humid, with islands scattered like stars, and the people were simple and honest. After interrogating the islanders, Li Qing learned that the inhabitants of the islands worshipped nature spirits and sea gods, living a life free from conflict. How dare these mere islanders impede our central continent? Li Qing snorted coldly and immediately ordered an attack on these islands. Burn the heavens with fire, turning them to ashes. He clapped his hands, and raging flames suddenly engulfed a small island. The islanders, caught off guard, quickly screamed in the fire and turned to ashes. The Central Continent Army launched a frenzied massacre against the eastern islands, leaving bloodshed in their wake, turning the sea red. The island residents fought back desperately, but facing the advanced weaponry of the Central Continent, they had no means of defense, and soon the entire island fell. Only two adjacent large islands continued to resist stubbornly, with the islanders forming their own forces to engage in fierce combat against the Central Continent Army. You despicable Central Continent devils, let you taste the wrath of the wind spirits. The elder of the island prayed for the wind spirits to bestow their powers in a cave. The islanders gained the ability to control the wind, and, combined with their superb staff skills in close combat, they managed to hinder the Central Continent Army's advance. How long can mere wind spirits trap my Central Continent Army? Li Qing scoffed. He suddenly raised his hand, and a ball of fire shot into the sky, quickly transforming into a sea of raging flames descending from above. In the face of this heavenly fire catastrophe, the islanders' wind spirit powers proved useless, and they soon suffered defeat. Thus, the entire eastern archipelago fell. When the Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen in the imperial capital received the report, he was all smiles. My conquering power has swept through the east. What could those islanders do to resist? He said arrogantly. All the courtiers flattered Jiang Chen for his martial prowess and wisdom. In the distant depths of the new continent, a tall priest rallied the tribal warriors in the jungle. Brothers, we must unite to resist the ambitions of the Central Continent. But they are so powerful. How can we defend ourselves? A chieftain asked in confusion. As long as our hearts are united, we will have strength. Come, brothers, let us together guard the peace of the jungle. The priest's words contained incredible charisma and cohesion. Soon, many tribes in the Amazon jungle responded to the call and joined the Amazon Alliance, preparing to fight back against the Central Continent. 3 months later, the Central Continent Empire dispatched its third expeditionary army, aiming to conquer the heart of the new continent. Under Li Qing's leadership, the expeditionary army quickly breached the border defenses and plunged deep into the Amazon jungle. However, upon reaching the depths of the jungle, they lost their sense of direction and advantage. The dense foliage severely interfered with the advanced instruments of the Central Continent. The warriors of the Amazon Alliance, familiar with the jungle, moved stealthily and inflicted heavy casualties on the Central Continent Army. Is our Central Continent Army really going to be trapped here by this jungle? Li Qing roared in anger. Take this! At that moment, the Amazon priest appeared before Li Qing. With the power of the earth, crushed the enemy. He struck the ground hard, and suddenly countless black vines surged from the jungle, ensnaring the Central Continent Army like living creatures. Mere plants can obstruct my might? Li Qing scoffed and swung his fist, producing a thunderous sound as all the vines were instantly shattered. Impossible! What kind of power do you possess? The priest exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Li Qing roared and unleashed a fiery fist aimed at the priest's face. Before the priest could react, he was reduced to charred remains. The Amazon Alliance, seeing their leader killed, was demoralized and could only retreat deeper into the jungle. Under Li Qing's command, the Central Continent Army unleashed a devastating massacre on the Amazon jungle. The roads were littered with scenes of horror. As the Central Continent Army prepared to return, someone reported the discovery of an ancient temple deep in the jungle. The entrance of the temple was engraved with strange totems, emitting an inexplicable aura. The soldiers entered in single file and soon discovered a black stone tablet deep within the temple. What's going on? The inscriptions on it are actually prophecies of the downfall of the central continent. A soldier reported, bewildered by the content of the tablet. Quickly blow this damned stone tablet to pieces. Do not let it spread its wicked words. After personally inspecting it, Li Qing's face changed dramatically. In the explosion, the black stone tablet quickly turned to dust. The mysterious prophecy, however, deeply imprinted itself in the hearts of every soldier of the central continent. In an instant, the morale of the army plummeted. After the Central Continent Expeditionary Army triumphantly returned, Li Qing privately reported this strange occurrence. A mere stone tablet cannot be called a prophecy. This is nothing but the wild rumors of those barbarians. But Emperor Jiang Chen only laughed heartily. He expressed that he was not at all concerned and remained ambitious, preparing for the next step of expansion. This time, Jiang Chen ordered troops to advance westward, quickly occupying vast territories in North Africa and the Middle East. In just 2 months, North Africa and the Middle East were completely annexed by the central continent. However, just as the momentum of conquest was at its peak, a piece of bad news came from the east. A powerful new empire was rising there, not only consolidating its rule over the Asian continent, but also advancing towards the eastern islands, reclaiming the territories occupied by the central continent. This new empire called itself Nile, and its strength and military power were surprisingly on par with the central continent. What? Is there a land in Asia that dares to confront me? Upon learning about the outbreak of war in Asia, Emperor Jiang Chen of the Dragon Empire was furious. I command the sword of the empire, General Zorn, to lead an army of 500,000 across the East Sea and take down this ignorant brute. He immediately ordered Zorn to lead the troops eastward. 2 months later, the armies of Zhongzhou and Nile encountered each other in the central plains of Asia. A shocking battle soon unfolded. In the name of the divine land, I will annihilate you all. Zorn swung his great sword, and each strike could cut through the Nile warriors in front of him. The Nile king, Ferdinand, also fought bravely on the front lines, single-handedly equaling the strength of 100 men. The two armies clashed for 7 days and nights, fighting to a standstill. General, our army can no longer advance. I request a strategy for the current situation. A lieutenant came to report on the current state of affairs. Zorn was also troubled and anxious in the military tent. He had not expected that this seemingly emerging empire would possess strength comparable to Zhongzhou. After stabilizing the situation, Zorn sent a report back about the battle. Upon hearing the news of the two armies being evenly matched, Emperor Jiang Chen in the capital was also greatly enraged. It seems this Nile is not a fish in a pond. We must reassess, he said solemnly at the imperial meeting. I have decided to personally lead the troops eastward to annihilate Nile once and for all. A month later, Emperor Jiang Chen personally led an army of 1 million across the ocean. The two armies quickly engaged in another fierce battle in the central plains of Asia, with a gruesome scene unfolding. King Ferdinand also personally entered the battlefield to clash with Jiang Chen. The two fought in the air, neither able to gain the upper hand. You and I are evenly matched. Why not negotiate for peace? Ferdinand gasped. Negotiate? What a joke. You either die, or I will. Jiang Chen scoffed, and suddenly threw a punch. The force contained in this punch was immense, and Ferdinand barely managed to block it, but was still knocked back 10 paces. The war quickly fell into a stalemate. At the same time, within the borders of the Nile Empire, this gem contains the souls of all beings. Whoever possesses it can summon divine beasts to combat the enemy. Ferdinand's eyes lit up. He immediately organized a team to search deep within an ancient temple for this gem. After a painstaking search, the spirit gem was finally discovered. It emitted a dazzling light containing boundless power. With the blood of my king, I awaken you, slumbering spirits. He cut his palm, and his blood dripped onto the gem. Boom! A brilliant light erupted. A massive divine beast appeared from the void. For my master, annihilate the enemies. Ferdinand shouted, and the divine beast let out a roar that sounded like thunder and charged at the Zhongzhou army. What? Nile has summoned a divine beast. Jiang Chen was shocked upon hearing this. At that very moment, the divine beast charged into the Zhongzhou camp, leaping up and swallowing Jiang Chen whole. Your Majesty! Oh my God! The Zhongzhou army was thrown into chaos, people and horses falling over each other. Break my sword of the divine butterfly, and turn to dust. At this critical moment, Zorn roared, and his long sword transformed into 1,000 sword energies, shooting straight at the divine beast's weak point. The divine beast let out a mournful howl, its figure swaying, and Jiang Chen broke free from its body, finally seeing the light of day again. Your Majesty is safe. The generals were overjoyed. After a bloody battle lasting 7 days and nights, both armies were exhausted, unable to determine a victor. Emperor Jiang Chen and King Ferdinand were also weary. This battle required new strategies, or else they would only fall into a war of attrition. Thus, both sides agreed to a ceasefire to regroup and return to their own territories. A mere Nile can stand against Zhongzhou. It's simply absurd. Emperor Jiang Chen paced back and forth angrily in front of the court. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Our army may not have won, but we have not been defeated. As long as we adjust our strategies, we can surely turn the tide. The Imperial Chancellor, Ko Xiao, earnestly advised. I have the same intention. You immediately take people deep into the Imperial Library and search for records about secret treasures. Jiang Chen nodded. I accept the order. Ko Xiao immediately led the officials to review the texts, searching for treasures that could enhance their strength. Finally, in a fragment of an ancient book, they found records of the legendary crystal from the demon realm. This crystal from the demon realm contained boundless energy. Whoever possessed it could manipulate demonic power and summon an army of demons. I found it. With this, our army's strength will greatly increase. Ko Xiao was overjoyed. Quickly find this demon realm crystal. I will defeat Nile with the hands of demons. Emperor Jiang Chen nearly jumped from his dragon throne. It is said that the crystal is located in the secret chamber of the temple. Hurry to search. Ko Xiao personally led a team through many traps to reach the secret chamber. There, they saw a stone platform with the shimmering demon realm crystal radiating an extraordinary glow. We found it. With this, Nile will undoubtedly be defeated. Ko Xiao carefully lifted the crystal with both hands. A month later, Emperor Jiang Chen ceremoniously received the demon realm crystal in front of the court. Ha ha! With this, our strength will increase 100-fold. He laughed loudly, his eyes filled with fervor. That night, Jiang Chen went to an open outdoor area and raised the crystal high above his head. With my imperial blood, I awaken you, slumbering demons. He chanted words, cutting his palm to let blood drip onto the crystal. Boom! The demon realm crystal emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Countless dark red cracks suddenly appeared in the air, and 100,000 demons crawled out from within. They were grotesque and terrifying, their faces fierce, letting out chilling howls that sent shivers down one's spine. Ha! My army of demons has finally come to the world. Jiang Chen was ecstatic. These demons, with their unpredictable movements and unimaginable power, would rapidly increase Zhongzhou's strength. At the same time, in the capital of the Nile. Excellent. With this, our army will be invincible. Ferdinand began to envision the scene of driving the warship to bombard the Zhongzhou army. A month later, the Nile military engineers announced that the warship repairs were completed and fully ready for actual combat. Ferdinand also changed into a special flight suit and sat in the control cabin of the warship, preparing to pilot it personally. Zhongzhou Demon Lord, let you see my power. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he activated the warship and flew towards the front lines of the Central Plains. At the same time, Jiang Chen also led the Zhongzhou army and the demon troops to set off again, heading towards the Central Plains of Asia. The two armies quickly encountered each other on the open plain, and a new round of decisive battle began. Demon troops, listen to my command. Tear apart the barbarian soldiers of Nile. Jiang Chen commanded from the front line. The 100,000 demons let out a mournful howl, pouncing on the enemy like starving wolves. With their massive jaws and sharp teeth, wherever they passed, Nile soldiers were torn apart alive. By the holy light, I will banish you all. Ferdinand also conjured defensive magic in the air, using light to repel the demon army. Just as the two armies were fiercely battling, a thunderous roar suddenly came from above. A giant silver warship pierced through the clouds, with Ferdinand's figure standing atop it. Zhongzhou, demon lord, let you witness my power. His eyes burned with fire as the warship's cannon aimed at Jiang Chen's direction and suddenly fired an energy beam. Jiang Chen struggled to deploy the dragon god's light barrier to resist, but was still knocked back more than 10 steps, his expression slightly changing. Watch my demon dragon emerge. He was unwilling to back down and suddenly summoned a gigantic, forbidden realm demon dragon from the crystal of the demon realm. The demon dragon breathed out black flames, swooping down from the sky towards Ferdinand's battleship. Ferdinand pressed a button in the control cabin, and the battleship instantly dodged the demon dragon's fire attack. The two formidable forces clashed in the heavens and earth, black flames and light cannons colliding, producing dazzling brilliance. Jiang Chen personally joined the battle alongside the demon army, while Ferdinand piloted the battleship for aerial maneuvers. This earth-shattering battle lasted for a full 7 days and nights. The two nations, Zhongni and Nilo, engaged in fierce contention here. Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, led 1,000,000 troops from Zhongzhou to face off against Nilo's king, Ferdinand, head-on. Both sides fought fiercely across the vast plains, resulting in a brutal war of attrition. Charge! Jiang Chen continuously urged the troops at the front line, boosting morale. The Zhongzhou army gradually gained the upper hand under the suppression of advanced weaponry, but Nilo's stubborn resistance made it difficult for them to advance. This bloody battle continued for a full month, with both armies suffering heavy casualties and falling into a stalemate. Commander, our army can no longer sustain such losses. I request a strategy. A young officer came to Jiang Chen's tent, earnestly seeking direction. Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, also frowned in concern. Nilo's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. If this war continues to consume our forces, Zhongzhou will suffer greatly. It seems we must find some secret techniques or treasures to achieve a qualitative breakthrough in strength. He pondered deeply. Your Majesty is wise. Our army truly needs external assistance. The officer softly echoed his thoughts. Quickly return to the capital and convey my decree to search the Imperial Library for any records of secret treasures. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly gave the order. 3 days later, this sacred decree arrived in the capital. In the Empire's library, officials began to scour various texts, searching for clues about treasures that could enhance their strength. The Heavenly Book, originating from ancient times, was said to record the mysteries of the creation of the world, and possessing it could summon ancient divine power. It had long been hidden in the underground palace of an ancient city in the central plains of Asia. We found it. With the Heavenly Book, our army's strength will greatly increase. The officials were ecstatic and hurriedly reported this matter to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the news about the Heavenly Book's location in the central plains of Asia, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Quickly go retrieve it. The Heavenly Book will surely aid us. He immediately dispatched the Imperial Guards to hasten to the ancient city to bring back the Heavenly Book. The Imperial Guards soon arrived at the ancient city and indeed discovered the Heavenly Book exuding an ancient aura in the secret chamber. Protect the Heavenly Book and return to the capital day and night. The captain of the guards carefully secured the Heavenly Book and immediately led the team back. Unexpectedly, halfway back, the team was suddenly ambushed. With a clang, an arrow whizzed past, striking the heavenly book from the guard's hands. Enemy attack. Protect the heavenly book. The captain urgently commanded his men to pursue, but it was already too late. A figure in black suddenly leaped out from the forest, seized the heavenly book, and fled. It turned out that Nilo's spies had long stolen the heavenly book and set up an ambush on their way back. Damn it! The heavenly book has been taken. Our army has lost the initiative. The captain felt utterly humiliated and could only return with the remnants of his troops to report back to the capital. The figure in black quickly delivered the heavenly book to Nilo's capital. Your Majesty, the great feat of seizing the heavenly book has been accomplished. Ferdinand received the heavenly book, his expression filled with joy. Good. With the heavenly book, our Nilo's strength will greatly increase. He immediately studied the secrets of the heavenly book, and a month later, he became enlightened, his power skyrocketing. Jiang Chen learned of the bad news that the heavenly book had been taken by Ferdinand, and he was furious. A mere Nilo dares to steal my Shinjo's treasure. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. He immediately led his army to march again towards the central plains of Asia, vowing to reclaim the heavenly book. When the two armies encountered each other on the plains, Ferdinand had already transformed, his newfound power from the heavenly book making him incredibly formidable. Hand over your heavenly book. I will reclaim it today. Jiang Chen shouted. Want to take it? Dream on. Ferdinand laughed heartily, and with a wave of his arm, countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky. Thousands of demons crawled out, shrieking and charging toward the Zhongzhou army. Damn it! How dare mere monsters block my way? Jiang Chen, seeing the demon army crashing into the Zhongzhou troops, was also furious. He took out an ancient treasure box from his storage ring and gently opened it. Inside the box was a feather radiating immense power. With the true fire of the phoenix, I will burn you all. Jiang Chen raised the phoenix true feather, and a thunderous sound erupted in the air. Flames fell from the sky, incinerating all the demons summoned by Ferdinand. What can mere true fire do to me? Ferdinand was unwilling to back down either, taking out a beautifully decorated artifact from his storage ring. He leaped into the air, hovering above, and two enormous black wings suddenly sprouted from his back. Let you see the true power of the winged demon god. He sneered, and with a mighty flap of his wings, a dark storm surged through the air. Jiang Chen felt a heavy blow to his chest, and his entire body was sent flying. Winged demon god. He forced himself to focus and saw that Ferdinand had indeed gained new powers after acquiring the ancient artifact. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the air, clashing dozens of times, unable to decide the outcome. This battle for the legendary Heavenly Book lasted for a full 7 days and nights, ultimately ending in both sides fainting from exhaustion. Both armies suffered heavy casualties and had to cease fighting to regroup. At that moment, a sudden whirlwind arose in the sky, revealing a rift. A majestic woman stepped out, the ruler of the otherworld, Queen Xiao Luo. Foolish humans, do not recklessly wage war any longer. She spoke, her tone ominous. Jiang Chen and Ferdinand felt an invisible force suppressing them, rendering them unable to move. I am Xiao Luo, the supreme of the otherworld. Should you dare to wage war again, I will destroy your entire race. Xiao Luo coldly issued her warning before turning to leave. That force soon vanished, and Jiang Chen and Ferdinand regained their freedom. The two exchanged glances, seeing mutual unwillingness and fear in each other's eyes. Under the pressure from Xiao Luo, both sides reached an agreement to never invade each other's territory. Thus, the bloody battle for the Heavenly Book came to an end. Though the Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen was unwilling, he still agreed to the treaty on the surface. After reaching a peace agreement with Nilo, the Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen, while outwardly compliant, still harbored thoughts of defeating Nilo and dominating the world. This was the time when the true dragon of ancient times had fallen into decline. The dragon bones contained boundless power. Possessing it could grant one the true dragon bloodline. We found it. The supreme dragon bones will greatly enhance our army's strength. The scout returned, overjoyed, to report. Emperor Jiang Chen of the Dragon Empire was equally delighted upon hearing the news and immediately led the Imperial Guard to the ruins with great caution to retrieve the dragon bone. Ha ha! With this artifact, there will be no rivals in Zhongzhou. He held the dragon bone aloft, his eyes filled with fervor. After months of seclusion, Jiang Chen had finally comprehended the power of the supreme dragon bone. When he re-emerged, he exuded an overwhelming might, with immense true energy contained in every gesture. Your Majesty is invincible. Zhongzhou's strength has reached new heights. All the ministers bowed down before him. Ha ha! I will use the power of the true dragon to trample all enemies beneath my feet. Jiang Chen laughed wildly in front of his court, like a ferocious dragon unleashed, his eyes filled with defiance. At the same time, in the Nile Empire, Emperor Ferdinand secretly collected intelligence and learned of Jiang Chen's acquisition of the supreme dragon bone. Such a supreme treasure exists. No wonder he's stirring again. Ferdinand's brow furrowed in concern. Your Majesty, we must prepare a response in advance. A strategist advised. Exactly. Order the border troops to strengthen their defenses against a potential attack from Zhongzhou. Ferdinand's eyes flashed with determination. However, at that moment, the Zhongzhou army stealthily mobilized, launching a surprise attack on the Nile border. Quickly capture the fortress. I want to push forward and strike directly at the imperial capital. Emperor Jiang Chen commanded from the front lines. The Zhongzhou army quickly broke through the border defenses and surged into the heart of the Nile. Damn it, Zhongzhou violated the pact first. Immediately mobilized the entire nation and vowed to resist to the death. Ferdinand was furious at the emergency meeting and immediately issued a counterattack order. The people and military of the Nile rose up to resist, leading to an earth-shattering battle with Zhongzhou. No matter how you struggle, I will trample you underfoot. Jiang Chen glared down at the Nile army from the front lines, exuding boundless might. With a gentle gesture, he unleashed the dragon god's roar, and a powerful dragon chant erupted from the air. Nile soldiers were instantly thrown into chaos, collapsing in disarray. Behold my secret art from the Book of Heaven, and dispel your demonic magic. Ferdinand personally stepped into battle, employing the mystic arts of the Book of Heaven to counter the dragon roar. The two engaged in a titanic battle in the skies, exchanging blows with neither side gaining the upper hand. A mere Book of Heaven cannot block my true dragon power. Jiang Chen scoffed, suddenly invoking the secret arts of the supreme dragon bone, chanting incantations. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic black hole appeared in the sky. Countless magic dragons emerged from the void, surging towards the Nile army under Jiang Chen's command. Not good. Zhongzhou has summoned the magic dragon troops. The morale of the Nile army instantly crumbled. Jiang Chen pressed the advantage, and the Zhongzhou army advanced like a flood, charging into the very heart of the Nile. Surrender the city at once, and I may spare you. Jiang Chen commanded from below the city walls. A fierce offensive and defensive battle erupted outside the capital between the two forces, with the sound of battle shaking the heavens. Ferdinand personally led the Imperial Guard in a valiant defense, but the Zhongzhou army, aided by the magic dragons, grew increasingly fierce, their assault unstoppable. After a brutal and bloody conflict, the Nile defenses collapsed, and the Zhongzhou troops crossed the city wall, storming into the capital. I, Ferdinand, will never surrender to you. The Nile Emperor retaliated fiercely, engaging Jiang Chen in a fierce battle within the city. However, he was already at the end of his strength, ultimately unable to withstand the power of the supreme dragon bone in Jiang Chen's hands. You are powerless to turn the tide. Why not surrender? Jiang Chen unleashed a mighty palm strike, sending Ferdinand flying hundreds of feet away. Ferdinand crashed heavily to the ground, blood spraying violently. Struggling to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot, he tried to counterattack but found himself utterly drained of strength. Deserving of death 1,000 times. Damn Zhongzhou. He gritted his teeth in rage, finally collapsing and dying. The Nile capital fell, and this empire, once evenly matched with Zhongzhou, was annihilated. Emperor Jiang Chen returned victoriously, his face beaming with joy. Ha ha! I have finally avenged past grievances and dominate the world. He laughed wildly in front of his court, where all the ministers bowed down, chanting "Long live the emperor." The immense power of the supreme dragon bone made Jiang Chen feel invincible, elevating Zhongzhou's strength to new heights. In the dragon capital of Zhongzhou, within the Golden Throne Hall, Emperor Jiang Chen sat high on the dragon throne, a proud smile on his face. Under his leadership, Zhongzhou's power reached unprecedented heights, with nations around the seas submitting. Once formidable rivals of Zhongzhou were trampled one by one. Jiang Chen's ambitions had swollen to new heights. He intended to develop Zhongzhou into a super empire spanning the 3 continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa, dominating the ancient world. Ha ha! My Zhongzhou has already unified Asia and Europe. It's time to extend the march of conquest to even broader territories. Emperor Jiang Chen laughed loudly, his voice resonating. Your Majesty is valiant and majestic. Zhongzhou's might will surely spread across the world. All the ministers also knelt and shouted, "Come here, convey my decree. I have decided to personally lead the army southward to conquer the Indus River basin." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with fierce brilliance as he made the decision to march south. According to his plan, the target of this southern expedition was the region around the Ganges River in the Indian subcontinent. They have long believed in Hinduism, possessing deep magical powers, and are known as the Shield of Brahman. If he could conquer the Peacock dynasty, the Indus River basin would easily fall into Zhongzhou's hands. 1 month later, under Jiang Chen's command, a 1 million-strong army from Zhongzhou set off, heading straight for the Indian subcontinent. This was the largest expedition in Zhongzhou's history. Personnel and supplies continuously poured in from all over, and preparation for the campaign were proceeding in full swing. Finally, the expeditionary force was organized and embarked on the journey to expand southward. After 2 more months, the advanced troops finally crossed the mountains and arrived at the middle and lower reaches of the Ganges River. The climate here was warm and humid, with fertile land and abundant water and grass, making it an excellent place for agricultural and pastoral development. However, just as the Zhongzhou army set up camp, urgent reports began to arrive about scouts being attacked. It turned out that heavy troops had already been stationed here, evidently a defensive line set up by the Peacock dynasty. "How dare you bark in front of my divine Zhou army? You deserve death." Jiang Chen was furious upon learning of the attacks. He personally led a heavy force into the heart of the Ganges basin to engage the defending troops in the first major battle. "In the name of the divine Zhou, I will annihilate you." Jiang Chen wielded a divine axe, his body radiating dragon energy, charging into the enemy ranks, leaving chaos in his wake. "Great God Gautama, bless us to destroy the enemy." The defenders of the Peacock dynasty also fought back valiantly, invoking the secret arts of Brahmanism to summon the avatar of the deity Gautama. A 6-armed giant appeared at the forefront of their formation, emitting a thunderous roar, with radiant beams shooting from the staff in its hands towards the Zhongzhou army. The 2 armies clashed on the Ganges plain, battling fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, with neither side gaining an advantage. "A mere monster dares to obstruct me." Jiang Chen was infuriated and suddenly took out an ancient box from his waist. He chanted incantations, and as the box opened lightly, a feather radiating immense energy flew out. With the true fire of the phoenix, burn it all away. He swung the feather violently, and in an instant, flames rained down from the sky, instantly incinerating the six-armed giant to ashes. The defenders of the Peacock dynasty instantly lost their morale, retreating several dozen miles back to Fanacheng, just 500 miles from the capital. The Central Plains Army, led by Jiang Chen, pursued relentlessly and quickly reached the outside of Fan Na City, beginning a fierce assault. Barbarians of the Peacock, watch me turn your royal city into nothingness. Jiang Chen roared at the foot of the city, wielding a divine axe. The heavy siege weapons equipped by the Central Plains Army began bombarding the city. Meanwhile, the defending troops inside the city, empowered by the Brahmin religious god, fought back fiercely. The two armies engaged in an intense war of attrition outside Fan Na City. After 7 consecutive days of fighting, the Central Plains Army began to feel the strain, and their offensive was hindered. General, the defenses of Fan Na City are exceptionally strong, and our army is finding it difficult to breach them. We seek your orders. The officers approached Jiang Chen, pleading for a decision. Jiang Chen frowned, his expression grave. This stronghold had been meticulously fortified by the Peacock dynasty, and its defenses were extraordinarily robust. A new strategy was necessary. It seems we must concentrate our firepower and launch a decisive attack on their stronghold. Only then can our army gain the initiative. A light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Send out the order. The entire army shall cease the siege of Fan Na City and immediately maneuver around, heading straight for their capital, Luoyang. Jiang Chen decisively issued a new attack plan. According to his deployment, the Central Plains Army would split into 2 routes to advance. One route would be led by him directly, targeting the capital of the Peacock dynasty, Luoyang. The other route would be commanded by the empire's General Li Qing, who would continue to harass the defenders of Fan Na City and conduct a feigned attack to draw attention. The Central Plains Army quickly acted according to plan, with the main force beginning to maneuver around, heading straight for the heartland of the Peacock dynasty. Jiang Chen led his troops into the city, engaging in a bloody battle with the royal dynasty's imperial guards. Die, barbarians! He wielded his giant axe, engaging in close combat with the enemy, leaving devastation in his wake. Watch me set the city ablaze, turning it to ashes. He shouted violently, clapping his hands together. Suddenly, a raging sea of fire engulfed the entire city, flames soaring into the sky. The defenders were thrown into chaos, suffering countless casualties. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Qing led his troops into the city, stirring up even more chaos within the stronghold. Under the assault from inside and outside, a breach finally appeared in the defense line of the Peacock dynasty. The Central Plains Army surged in like a tide, seizing control of the entire Indus River Valley. Upon his triumphant return to the capital, Jiang Chen was all smiles. My Central Plains Empire has gained new territory. With the conquest of Asia's military campaigns basically complete, Jiang Chen set his sights on the broader expanse of the Red Earth continent. The vast land south of the Sahara held an irresistible allure for him. This new world would surely allow his Central Plains Empire to become a true empire on which the sun never sets. After careful planning, Emperor Jiang Chen appointed General Zui In as the Grand Marshal for the expedition to conquer the Red Earth. Zuan, can you avenge our Central Plains disgrace in the Red Earth? He gazed into Zuan's eyes, solemnly advising him. 3 years prior, a small expedition from the Central Plains had been utterly decimated by the venom of the Red Earth Titans, a sight too terrible to bear. Now, the barbarians of the Red Earth still loomed like the sword of Damocles over Jiang Chen's heart. Rest assured, General, I vow to tread the Red Earth and showcase the might of our Central Plains to the world. Zuan's eyes brimmed with fervor as he respectfully accepted the order. A month later, Zuan led an expeditionary force of 500,000 from the Central Plains, crossing the ocean, with their sights set on the Red Earth. General, ahead lies the Sahara Desert. The climate is extremely hot and arid, and our army may suffer heavy losses, The division commanders reported with concern regarding the current difficulties. "Do not worry too much." Zhuan frowned and responded. He also dispatched engineers to dig wells, using advanced equipment to store water. However, the real severe tests were yet to come. These tribes were brutal and fierce, having lived in a harsh environment for a long time, making them highly adaptable. They rode camels, coordinating cavalry and poisonous archers, swiftly darting through the sand dunes, causing heavy casualties to the Central Plains army. "Damn it! How dare these mere desert barbarians block our great army?" Zhuan was furious. He personally led the elite troops to battle against the tribal alliance, and both sides quickly erupted into several brutal skirmishes. The rolling yellow sand surged towards them, nearly tearing away their clothing. The Central Plains Expeditionary Army had penetrated deep into the Sahara Desert, engaging in a brutal struggle against the harsh conditions. The army marched through the endless wind and sand. Under the blazing sun, everyone donned heavy armor, wary of snake and insect attacks. Every few hundred meters, they had to stop to rest, erecting protective tarps to shield against the sun and wind. Supplies of food and fresh water were nearly exhausted on the way, forcing the army to subsist on emergency rations carried with them. Zhuan, mounted on his horse, was now darkened by the sand and wind, his expression anxious. This expedition across the Sahara had severely exceeded his expected difficulties. If they continued to venture deeper, the survival of the entire expeditionary force would be in jeopardy. "All division commanders, heed my order. The entire army will halt and stand by here. I will personally return to the capital to report." He issued the order to stop and immediately led the vanguard back north, hastily returning to the capital of the Central Plains. That morning, Emperor Jiang Chen was holding court when he suddenly received an urgent report from Zhuan requesting assistance. "What? Our mighty Central Plains army cannot be trapped by a mere desert." He was taken aback, then immediately flew into a rage. He slammed the table, pacing back and forth in the court, agitated. "I will personally go to the Red Earth, and I will capture these barbarians alive and punish them to uphold the majesty of the Central Plains." After several considerations, Jiang Chen made the decision to lead the expedition himself. His subordinates immediately conveyed the emperor's edict, and heavy troops were dispatched from various places in the empire, preparing to form an expeditionary army. 3 months later, a 1,000,000-strong force from the Central Plains completed their formation and gathered, setting off towards the Red Earth. Emperor Jiang Chen personally led this expedition, standing at the forefront of the army, fully armored and imposing. Another month later, Jiang Chen's army finally crossed mountains and valleys, arriving at the heart of the Sahara, where they joined forces with Zhuan's beleaguered 500,000 remnants of the army. "General, you have finally arrived. Our troops are like a strong bow at its end." Zhuan heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Jiang Chen's army and knelt down respectfully, tears in his eyes. "How can a mere desert trap the emperor of our Central Plains? I have come, and I will capture these barbarians alive." Jiang Chen helped Zhuan up, his eyes filled with unwavering confidence. According to his plan, the Central Plains army would not venture deeper this time, but would set up camp on the spot and engage the Sahara tribes in a decisive battle. Rather than passively defend, it was better to take the initiative to attack. Relying on sheer numbers, they could defeat the enemy. The next morning, the Central Plains army began its offensive against the tribal alliance's encampment. "In the name of the Central Plains, I will extinguish you all," Jiang Chen shouted, wielding his divine axe, urging the troops forward. The Central Plains army was numerous and quickly surrounded the tribal alliance. Both sides engaged in a brutal melee across the vast desert, blood-soaked in the yellow sand. The Central Plains army, relying on its numerical advantage, gradually gained the upper hand, but the tribal alliance fought back flexibly in familiar terrain. A tall tribal warrior suddenly appeared before Jiang Chen, swinging a giant spike made of camel bone towards his chest. "Dare to die?" Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he swung his axe at the warrior. With a loud crash, the camel bone spike shattered, and the warrior was sent flying, splattering into a pool of blood. Bold fool! Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with fury, his dragon energy surging, like an enraged dragon. He stomped on the sand, causing a sandstorm that sent all nearby tribal warriors flying. Jiang Chen personally led the Imperial Guards into the enemy ranks, leaving destruction in his wake. The tribal alliance retreated step by step, forced back to their encampment to endure. The two armies battled in the desert for a full 7 days, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses with many casualties. On the evening of the 7th day, Jiang Chen called out from the front lines, "If you do not quickly surrender, I will make the red earth desert float with your heads." Oomph. A mere bunch of rodents from the Central Plains. Our coalition army vows not to surrender. The commander of the tribal coalition shouted defiantly in response, proud and unyielding. As the fierce battle raged on, with no clear winner in sight, Jiang Chen suddenly had a brilliant idea. He quickly took out an ancient treasure box from his waistband and gently opened it, causing a red feather to float up. "By the phoenix true fire, I shall burn you all." Jiang Chen violently waved the phoenix true feather, and an earth-shattering roar erupted in the air. Dark fire clouds gathered in the sky, and fire dragons descended from the clouds. In an instant, the entire desert was engulfed, and the tribal coalition was reduced to ashes before this catastrophe. "Ha ha! A mere bunch of ants in the desert dare to obstruct my divine land army." Jiang Chen laughed loudly, raising the phoenix true feather high above, his face beaming with pride. Under the assault of the phoenix true fire, the tribal coalition instantly collapsed, suffering over half their casualties, and could only flee in all directions. The Central Plains army took advantage of the victory to pursue and completely annihilate the remaining enemies, achieving the conquest of the Sahara. The African alliance, witnessing this brutal battle, quickly realized the situation was dire. They promptly sent representatives to Jiang Chen's camp to seek surrender. "My lord, we are willing to offer up vast territories in exchange for a temporary ceasefire." The representatives knelt before Jiang Chen, pleading earnestly. "Oomph, you are somewhat sensible. I shall spare your lives for the time being." Jiang Chen snorted coldly, his gaze filled with arrogance. While counting the spoils of war, Jiang Chen suddenly became intensely interested in a mysterious nation, Egypt. The residents there worshipped animals and were said to possess secret methods to summon divine beasts. If he could conquer Egypt, it would be equivalent to controlling the strategic choke point connecting Asia, Europe, and Africa. Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, was overjoyed and immediately ordered the army to advance eastward, heading straight for the heart of Egypt. Meanwhile, Pharaoh Ramses II had long been prepared. "With the power of divine beasts, I shall unleash calamity." Ramses chanted incantations atop the pyramid. A thunderous roar echoed as countless space-time rifts appeared in the air. Thousands of ferocious beasts crawled out, howling as they pounced towards the Central Plains army. "Damn it! A mere pack of monsters dares to obstruct me." Jiang Chen roared in fury, quickly taking out a crystal from his storage ring. "With my imperial blood, I awaken you slumbering demons." He decisively cut his palm, allowing blood to drip onto the crystal from the demon realm. Boom! The crystal emitted a dazzling blood-red light, and the summoned demon dragon legion instantly shattered Ramses' divine beast army. Impossible! Such demonic power! Ramses' face turned pale, his eyes wide in shock. "In the name of the divine land, I shall trample Egypt." Seeing the situation was hopeless, Ramses had no choice but to lay down his weapons and lead the remnants to surrender. "I, Egypt, surrender without a fight." He knelt at Jiang Chen's feet, his tone filled with despair. Jiang Chen gleefully accepted Egypt's surrender. This crucial point connecting the three continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa was finally under the control of the Central Plains. However, A very mysterious race was rampaging in the north. They possessed terrifying sorcery and great strength, leaving the border troops of the Central Plains utterly powerless to resist. What? The northern front has fallen? A mere barbarian dares to covet my divine land territory. When Jiang Chen learned of this grim news in court, he was furious. I will personally lead the troops to suppress these barbaric sorcerers and eradicate them completely to pacify the hearts of the people. He immediately began mobilizing heavy troops, personally leading the expedition against the northern barbarians. In the last border city between the Central Plains and the barbarian tribes, the defending troops were engaged in a bloody battle with the barbarians. In the name of the divine land, I vow to fight to the end. The Central Plains commander raised his great sword high, courageously directing the battle from the city walls. The barbarians amassed their formidable forces below, crazily attacking the city. They possessed strong magic and could summon terrifying tree spirits and mud monsters to assist in battle. Watch me burn the city with heavenly fire, incinerating you all. The commander struck out with a palm, and fierce flames swept over the barbarian army. However, they were quickly extinguished by the mud giants summoned by the barbarians. Ha ha! The Central Plains rats will see our power. The barbarian leader roared below, his voice booming. He chanted an ancient incantation, and the ground suddenly heaved, revealing a gigantic figure. It was a mud giant, towering several dozen meters high. The giant clapped its hands, almost reducing the entire city to powder. Although the defending troops fought valiantly, they were steadily pushed back, suffering heavy casualties. Ha ha! The cities of the Central Plains cannot contain us. The barbarian warriors were ecstatic as they rushed to occupy the border city, boasting they would directly invade the heart of the Central Plains. At this moment, reinforcements from the Central Plains were also on their way. Jiang Chen personally led the heavy troops to the border, preparing for a decisive battle against the barbarians. Watch me burn the city with true fire, incinerating your filthy stronghold. The defense battle between the Central Plains and the barbarians reached a fever pitch. Jiang Chen, leading the army, had already arrived at the border and encountered the barbarian forces, immediately igniting an earth-shattering clash. In the name of the divine land, I shall annihilate you. He raised his heavy axe on the front lines, roaring like an enraged dragon, unstoppable in his advance. Though the barbarians possessed powers far beyond normal, they could not withstand the might of Jiang Chen's axe, and many were slain. You barbaric savages, why do you not quickly surrender? Jiang Chen commanded loudly from the front line. Who cares about surrender? We vow to fight to the bitter end. The barbarian leader defiantly responded, proud and unyielding. As the fierce battle raged on, with no end in sight, Jiang Chen suddenly had a brilliant idea. He quickly took out a beautifully crafted treasure box from his waistband and carefully opened it, allowing a red feather to float up. By the phoenix true fire, burn them completely. Jiang Chen waved the phoenix true feather, and an earth-shattering roar erupted in the air. Flames rained down from the clouds, instantly engulfing the barbarian army. Though the barbarians possessed formidable magic, they could not withstand such a catastrophe, and soon their entire army was annihilated. Ha ha ha! A mere barbarian dares to oppose my divine land. Jiang Chen returned the feather to the box, laughing heartily, his demeanor triumphant. Under the might of the phoenix true fire, the barbarian forces instantly crumbled, fleeing in all directions. The Central Plains troops pursued relentlessly, eliminating all remaining foes. I trust you for your unparalleled martial prowess, and hereby appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Empire, fully responsible for exterminating the remaining barbarian forces in the north. He declared solemnly, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I will certainly do my utmost to repay it. Shen Liangzi humbly accepted the order. 3 days later, she personally led 100,000 divine troops north to quell the bandits. Before long, the remaining barbarian factions in the north were completely annihilated in the heart of the Central Plains, eliminating future threats. With the northern rebellion thoroughly suppressed, the might of the Zhongzhou Empire was once again intimidating to all. Upon her triumphant return to court, Jiang Chen personally held a banquet to reward the three armies, praising her endlessly. At this moment, news arrived from the south. Colonists sent by Zhongzhou to the new continent had discovered abundant gold resources. The area was covered in sparkling gold, the quantity astonishing. This was undoubtedly great news for the recently war-torn Zhongzhou Empire. Haha! My Zhongzhou has gained a rich source of wealth once again. Jiang Chen was overjoyed upon hearing the news of the gold discovery. Quick, send miners to extract it. I want a large amount of gold returned to the national treasury. He immediately issued a decree for gold extraction. Soon, Zhongzhou dispatched a large number of miners from various places, equipped with advanced tools, to the new continent to extract gold. With their efforts, a significant amount of gold was quickly mined and continuously transported back to the imperial capital of Zhongzhou. Haha! I will build a golden palace to showcase the majesty of my Zhongzhou. Jiang Chen, seeing the gold coming in, was overjoyed and decided to construct a golden imperial palace. Before long, a magnificent and resplendent golden palace rose in the center of the imperial capital. The dragon throne was made of pure gold, and the walls and floors were covered in gold, radiating a dazzling light. Jiang Chen also moved his administrative duties to the golden palace, further enhancing his authority. The entire Zhongzhou was in a festive mood. As the power of the Zhongzhou increased, Emperor Jiang Chen's ambitions grew even more inflated. He began to set his sights on the vast Pacific region, coveting the rich resources of those mysterious islands. My lords, I have noticed that there are still vast, undeveloped islands in the eastern Pacific. He revealed his ambition to conquer the Pacific in front of his ministers. I wonder if the other side of the ocean is truly as rich and superior as the legends say. This needs careful investigation. Although there are many islands, the residents are few. We must not underestimate them. The ministers all advise caution. I will first send a fleet to gather intelligence. Once we understand the specific situation, we will devise a strategy. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. However, at this moment, urgent reports suddenly came from the western frontier. It turned out that several small countries in the west were embroiled in disputes and conflict, plunging the situation into chaos. This posed an obstacle to Jiang Chen's plans. He had to stabilize the west first to avoid fighting on two fronts. Therefore, Jiang Chen appointed the imperial sharpshooter Zhu Chantian to lead troops to the west to mediate the disputes. 1 month later, Zhu Chantian arrived in the west with his army and quickly resolved the conflicts among the small countries. However, the powerful Tubo Empire was extremely dissatisfied with this. The situation in the west was temporarily stable, creating favorable conditions for Zhongzhou's Pacific plans. Seeing that the west had basically stabilized, Jiang Chen once again turned his attention to the mysterious Pacific. Send for the commander of our fleet to return to report. He immediately summoned the fleet commander who had been sent far away. 1 month later, that commander returned to the Golden Palace and reported to Jiang Chen in detail about the situation in the Pacific. Your Majesty, the Eastern Islands are indeed rich in resources, and the residents are simple and possess development value. He reported respectfully. Good. I appoint you as the commander to lead the fleet to secure the Eastern Islands and open the trade route to the Pacific. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately made the decision to expand. This marked the beginning of Zhongzhou's official development and conquest of the Pacific. A grand journey of expansion across the new continent was about to unfold. With several victories under his belt, Emperor Jiang Chen's ambitions continued to swell, and he was in high spirits. Ha! The power of my Zhongzhou is ever increasing, and all under heaven submits. He said triumphantly, Your Majesty is brave and mighty, ensuring the eternal longevity of Zhongzhou. The ministers all bowed and celebrated. Come, I have thought of a new conquest plan. Jiang Chen suddenly slammed the table, his eyes filled with fervor. Your Majesty looks far into the distance. We shall await your orders. The ministers all looked up eagerly, anticipating his words. Proclaim my decree. Appoint Ko Xiang as the commander to lead the fleet on a long voyage across the ocean to open up the new continent. Jiang Chen decisively made a new decision for territorial expansion. I accept the command. I vow to conquer new lands for your Majesty. Ko Xiao also knelt down to receive this important task. 1 month later, the first fleet of Zhongzhou set sail under Ko Xiao's leadership. The new continent is far away, but is said to be rich in endless, abundant resources. Jiang Chen's gaze was filled with fervor. If we can occupy it, the power of my Zhongzhou will surely multiply. Your Majesty is brave and mighty, and your great enterprise will surely thrive. The ministers also kneeled in homage. I have decided, appointing the Chancellor of the Empire Ko Xiao as the Grand Marshal, to lead the fleet on a long voyage across the ocean to conquer the new continent. Jiang Chen made a decisive decision regarding the expedition. I accept the command. I vow to open up new lands for your Majesty. Ko Xiao also accepted this significant mission. 1 month later, the Zhongzhou Expeditionary Force's First Fleet, under the command of Ko Xiao, set out from the East China Sea. Personnel and supplies were continuously transported from various places to the East China Sea port. 30,000 elite troops quickly assembled and boarded the ships. It was a beautiful day of the spring equinox, with clear skies and bright sunshine. Ko Xiao stood on the flagship's deck, facing the wind, her expression resolute, her gaze fiery. Fleet, hear my command, set sail. With a single command, the expeditionary fleet set off in a grand manner, heading straight for the unknown new continent. A grand journey of territorial expansion across the ocean officially began. Under Ko Xiao's command, the fleet moved in unison, with warships forming a massive square formation, like a floating mobile fortress. To prevent getting lost, Ko Xiao had astronomers navigate based on the stars, continuously maintaining a westward direction. After 2 months of life at sea, the army had ventured deep into the central Blue Sea. Due to entering unknown territory, strong currents and whirlpools began to appear, affecting the ship's speed. Grand Marshal, based on our speed, we still have at least 2 months of sailing to reach the new continent. The fleet's staff reported the current situation. Is there enough food and supplies? If not, we need to conserve them. Ko Xiao frowned. Currently, it's sufficient, but in the later period, there may be shortages, the staff replied. Let's wait and observe for a while before deciding. Ko Xiao nodded and continued to command the fleet to sail westward. The fleet began to enter areas with larger waves, and their speed was further hampered. Thick fog also obscured visibility. Be vigilant. Prepare the formation and reduce speed while passing through the foggy area. Ko Xiao raised her alertness on the flagship to prevent any sudden situations. Yes, we will execute the orders immediately. Various officers transmitted the commands. At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Before their eyes, a massive water column erupted from the surface of the sea, shooting up into the clouds, resembling a heavenly water dragon. What is this? Before anyone could comprehend the phenomenon, countless water arrows suddenly shot out from the top of the water column, spraying toward them. Everyone dodged quickly. Ko Xiao's expression changed, and she immediately ordered evasion. But it was too late. The water arrows had already struck the fleet, causing several supply ships to explode, spilling countless barrels of fresh water. This is bad. Everyone watched helplessly as precious fresh water was consumed, their faces filled with despair. At this moment, another towering column of water shot up into the sky, with water arrows raining down, sinking more supply ships. What's going on? Such a bizarre attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ko Xiao was furious. Impertinent sea monster. Dare you show yourself? He paced the deck, calling out in anger. Before his words had faded, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. A sea giant slowly rose from the water, surrounded by a strange blue light. Ants from Central Continent. You wish to conquer my ocean? Dream on. The sea giant let out a thunderous laugh, his voice booming. A mere water monster dares to block my Central Continent cavalry? Ko Xiao was enraged, bending his body and leaping from the deck, stabbing his sword towards the giant's face. However, at that critical moment, an arrow suddenly flew through the air, knocking Ko Xiao's sword away. His expression changed, and he hurriedly fell back onto the deck, looking towards the source of the arrow. There stood a tall, strong man in the sea, surrounded by flowing water, drawing back a gigantic longbow. It seems we have encountered the Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua tribe from the New Continent. They possess monstrous strength and are incredibly difficult to deal with. Ko Xiao's expression was grave as he muttered to himself. Ants from the Central Continent, let you witness our power. The tribe leader Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua raised the longbow high, emanating a terrifying aura. Commander, the opponent seems formidable. How should we respond? The advisors were also worried. Ko Xiao pondered for a moment, determination flashing in his eyes. Since they are so arrogant, we shall subdue them with war. All troops, listen up. Prepare for battle. Immediately land and counterattack. He decisively issued the order for a counterattack. Soon, the vanguard troops of the Central Continent began to land rapidly, engaging in fierce combat with the Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua tribe. The Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua people were incredibly strong, able to throw giant stones over 10 zhang away. The vanguard troops suffered repeated defeats with heavy casualties. Ko Xiao had no choice but to personally lead the main army to land and engage in a fierce, decisive battle with the Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua. The two fought fiercely on the open ground by the coast, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Although Ko Xiao was highly skilled, he found himself struggling against the monster strength of Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua, unable to gain an advantage. It seems I must seek external assistance. Only then can we turn the tide. After continuous personal combat, Ko Xiao realized that relying solely on brute force would be insufficient for victory. He decided to temporarily halt the army and send people deep into the New Continent to scout for conditions. Sure enough, soon the scouts reported good news. Within an ancient temple deep in the New Continent lay a legendary sacred artifact. The holder could obtain unmatched power. This is great. With this artifact, I will surely defeat Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua. Ko Xiao was overjoyed and immediately deployed a special team to delve into the depths in search of the sacred artifact. The Imperial Guard of the Central Continent finally arrived outside the ancient temple. Before them stood towering trees, overgrown weeds, exuding a sinister atmosphere. Be careful. There may be traps in the ancient temple. We must be extremely cautious. The team leader sternly warned the members and then led the way into the temple. The sound of the wooden door creaking open echoed in the empty temple. Everyone held torches, cautiously making their way through the deep corridors. Just as they reached the secret chamber at the heart of the temple, the ground suddenly collapsed with a rumble. Not good. A trap. Before the team members could react, they all fell into an underground pit. Grab hold of the protruding stones above. The team leader shouted, clinging tightly to the tree roots on the stone wall, struggling to avoid falling into the abyss. Other team members hurriedly reached for nearby stones and branches, their feet hanging over the endless pit. If they let go, they would plummet to the depths. We can't get in. This ancient temple is too treacherous. We must retreat. The team leader assessed the situation and immediately decided to retreat. The members scrambled and climbed slowly out of the pit. After finally climbing back to the surface, they found a place in ruins and chaos. Damn ancient temple. We will never set foot here again. Everyone looked grim. They could only return to the main camp empty-handed. Ko Xiao learned that the ancient temple was filled with traps and could only devise a new plan. He decided to personally lead the army to launch a strong attack on the ancient temple, capturing the guards and seizing the sacred artifact. A month later, the Central Continent's powerful army arrived at the jungle where the ancient temple was located. Ko Xiao stood at the entrance of the temple, his gaze resolute. All troops, listen up. Capture the guards and seize the sacred artifact. 100,000 troops surged into the ancient temple like a tide, quickly taking control of the area near the entrance. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the darkness, the giant of the Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua tribe. Outsiders, you wish to seize my tribe's treasure? Dream on. He glared with anger, radiating a terrifying aura. The two engaged in a spectacular duel in the temple square. The Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua fought with the full strength of his tribe, but ultimately could not withstand the offensive of the Central Continent's powerful army. Under Ko Xiao's leadership, the Central Continent troops finally broke into the temple's secret chamber and seized the mysterious sacred artifact. Ko Xiao slowly held the sacred artifact up. It was a radiant golden weapon lying quietly at the center of the magic array. He carefully picked up the artifact and immediately felt a surge of true power within him, almost bursting out. It turned out that this object was an ancient sacred item, granting the holder boundless magical power. Ha ha! With this treasure in hand, Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua will no longer be my opponent. Ko Xiao laughed heartily, already eager to test the power of the sacred artifact. A month later, Ko Xiao's army returned to the coast for a final showdown with the Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua tribe. Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua, let you witness my newfound power. He raised the sacred artifact high, its brilliance dazzling, its might immense. With a gentle wave of the artifact, Ko Xiao easily deflected the massive boulders thrown by Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua. It's impossible. What kind of devil possesses such immense power? Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua was furious, and he chanted incantations, his aura surging violently. Unlocking all his potential, he engaged Ko Xiao in an earth-shattering battle by the seaside. The clash of their energies caused the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake. This titanic struggle lasted a whole day and night, until the next dawn. Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua finally could no longer bear the overwhelming force and collapsed to the ground. Stop! I concede, he murmured, despair evident in his expression. Ko Xiao aimed the sacred artifact at Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua's face. You are already powerless to resist. Surrender. Ma Lan Jiao Ju Tua gritted his teeth, but ultimately dropped his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. Seeing their leader defeated, the various tribes of the new continent could only come forth to pay tribute, submitting to the rule of the Central Continent. After a series of conquests, Ko Xiao returned triumphantly. Emperor Jiang Chen welcomed him in the Golden Hall, lauding his achievements. Ha ha ha! Ko Xiang has made outstanding contributions. I hereby appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Southern Expedition to open up new territories. He smiled widely, his ambitions swelling further towards the mysterious southern seas. After Ko Xiao's triumphant return, Emperor Jiang Chen's ambitions turned towards the distant southern islands. One day, Jiang Chen summoned the sword assistant of the empire, saying, "The southern islands have been mysterious since ancient times. Everything there grows eternally. I command you to lead an expedition to the south and expand the territory." "I shall obey. I vow to trample the southern islands underfoot." Sane replied obediently. A month later, Sane led a fleet of over 20,000 men, crossing the vast ocean with their sights set on the southern islands. Zorn stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, only to see a cluster of islands like emeralds scattered across the sea, the scenery enchanting. "Men, prepare to attack immediately," he decisively commanded, issuing the deployment for the assault. The islanders, armed with rudimentary wooden defenses, tried to resist, but soon crumbled under the pressure of the advanced weaponry from the central continent. Zorn led the vanguard ashore, establishing a position on the island and beginning the full-scale occupation. In the name of Jean, we seized the South Seas. He raised his sword high, patrolling the island. However, the next morning, the central continent camp was suddenly attacked. A group of gigantic birds swooped down from the sky, snatching away dozens of central continent soldiers. Another group of sea beasts leapt from the ocean, attacking the central continent warships and dragging them under the waves. Despicable savages dare to obstruct my great cause. Zorn was furious. This was clearly a counterattack by the native beasts of the South Seas. Watch my dragon roar divine sword and turn you into powder, Zorn bellowed, swinging his sword with force. A mighty wind howled, and a powerful sword energy surged through the air, slaying all the flying beasts and sea creatures. Under Zorn's relentless strategies, the islands of the South Seas could no longer unite in resistance and fell one by one under the control of the central continent. Finally, the remnants retreated to a solitary island to conduct a stubborn defense. Zorn personally led the army to the edge of the island and issued an ultimatum: surrender quickly, and I will show mercy. Silence reigned on the island, with no response. If that is the case, then I shall annihilate you all. Zorn snorted coldly and immediately launched the attack. The Central Continent fleet launched a fierce assault on the solitary island, quickly breaching the defenses. Zorn, wielding his sword, led the charge into the island. After a bloody massacre, the solitary island was finally completely exterminated, with no resistance left. The islands of the South Seas thus fell entirely under the control of the Central Continent, and Zorn triumphantly returned to the capital. Emperor Jiang Chen praised his military achievements endlessly and appointed him as the Grand Marshal of the North Expedition. The vast snowfields of the North, I command you to lead the troops northward and bring them into our territory. Jiang Chen's ambitions were now set on the mysterious polar snowfields of the North. Emperor Jiang Chen ordered the Empire's sharpshooter, Zhu Qingtian, to lead the army on an expedition to the vast northern snowfields. Your Majesty is wise. I will ensure the snowfields submit to the central continent. Zhu Qingtian humbly accepted the order. 3 months later, the Central Continent Expeditionary Force arrived at the border of the snowfields and soon entered the harsh environment of ice and snow. Truly a bitter cold. Our soldiers must strengthen their cold weather measures. Zhu Qingtian warned his advisors in the military tent. The army began to march forward on the heavily snow-covered paths, making slow progress. The wind and snow raged, and all they could see was a vast expanse of white. Grand Marshal, our movements are hindered, and it is difficult to continue, the advisors expressed their concerns. Zhu Qingtian's expression grew serious. The conditions of the snowfields were far beyond their expectations. Continuing would undoubtedly consume vast amounts of manpower and resources. Just as he was feeling anxious, intelligence arrived. The tribes of the snowfields were secretly forming an alliance, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Central Continent Army. What can a handful of barbaric tribes do against me? Zhu Qingtian dismissed the report. However, soon, the Snowfield Army charged into the Central Continent camp and launched a fierce assault. Dressed in white furs and blending with the ice and snow, they caught the Central Continent soldiers off guard. Zhu Qingtian personally led the army to resist, but the Snowfield warriors were familiar with the terrain and moved freely, making them difficult to handle. After 7 days of fierce fighting in the wind and snow, the Central Continent Army suffered heavy casualties, leaving them with no choice but to temporarily retreat. Grand Marshal, our troops lack the strength to continue deeper. We suggest a temporary retreat, one advisor proposed. Zhu Qingtian was also anxious. This defeat would severely undermine the prestige of the Central Continent. But under the current circumstances, retreating was their only option. Just as the Central Continent Army was preparing to withdraw, a scout brought back critical intelligence. The snowfield, which possessed a secret method to enhance her powers, requiring the mystical roots that grow in the polar regions. Now I understand. With the mystical roots, I can surely turn the tide of battle. Zhu Qingtian's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered a change of course, leading the vanguard deep into the polar region. There, the snow remained perpetually frozen, and the cold was bone-chilling. At this moment, Zhu Qingtian was leading a small team from the central continent, struggling through the icy landscape. Everyone, stay strong. According to the witch, the mystical roots are at the top of that mountain. We must obtain them as soon as possible. Zhu Qingtian encouraged the morale of the team from the front. In the biting wind and relentless cold, they pressed forward toward their destination. After 2 months of arduous trekking, the great snow mountain finally came into view. It was a towering peak covered in snow, with sheer cliffs that were intimidating to behold. We've arrived. The mystical roots are in the cave at the summit. Everyone forward. Every second counts. Zhu Qingtian's gaze was resolute as he led the way onto this unknown, perilous ground. This was a struggle against the brutal environment of nature. The team members climbed slowly on the icy walls, their hands and feet slipping. The biting wind made it easy for one misstep to lead to a fall into the abyss. Hold on, for the glory of the central continent. Zhu Qingtian cheered, constantly encouraging morale as he forged ahead. After 2 days and nights of climbing, the team finally reached the summit. There, they found a cave that emitted a faint, dazzling light. Finally here, the mystical roots are inside. The team members' eyes brightened, and they rushed into the cave with renewed energy. In the center of the cave stood a peculiar plant radiating light, which was exactly what they were searching for, the mystical roots. We did it. With these mystical roots, my strength will greatly increase. Zhu Qingtian carefully dug up the roots, filled with joy. A month later, with the witch's blessing, Zhu Qingtian finally mastered the secret method of the mystical roots, integrating it into his own abilities and gaining the power to control ice and snow. Thank you, great witch, for imparting your divine power. I will surely use it wisely. His eyes sparkled, and an aura of cold radiated from him. He had completely transformed, becoming extraordinary. This time, the morale of the Central Continent Army surged, especially with Zhu Qingtian, the master of ice and snow, leading them. The snow demons are attacking. Quick, throw snowballs to drive them away. The snowfield soldiers panicked as they discovered Zhu Qingtian had suddenly appeared before them. Freeze! Turn stone into ice. He casually waved his hand, instantly freezing all the snowfield soldiers before him. No, it can't be. How does he have such powerful magic? The snowfield leader gaped in disbelief. Under Zhu Qingtian's leadership, the Central Continent Army quickly turned the tide against the snowfield forces. They systematically defeated the snowfield defenders. The tribes of the snowfield retreated step by step, only able to fall back to the last fortress at the border for a desperate defense. Surrender quickly, and I will show you mercy. Zhu Qingtian commanded from below the city. You mere Central Plains people, we vow to fight to the end. The snowfield leader shouted defiantly from the city walls. Snowstorm. Zhu Qingtian suddenly thrust his sword forward, summoning a raging blizzard that swept in, catching the city defenders off guard and freezing them into ice sculptures. The city walls began to crack under the freezing onslaught of the storm. The Central Continent Army seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, finally breaching the city. No, our homeland! The snowfield soldiers cried out in despair. The Central Continent Army quickly took control of the border fortress, annihilating the main forces of the snowfield tribes. Only then did the tribes realize the dire situation and come to plead for mercy from Zhu Qingtian. Please, Great One, show us mercy. We are willing to submit and pay tribute. The snowfield leader cried, bowing and begging for forgiveness. You mere barbaric tribes dare to obstruct my central continent. Zhu Qingtian looked at them coldly. He smiled broadly as he summoned the victorious Jiang Chen, generously praising him. Ha ha! My territory has expanded significantly again. He was exceptionally excited. Jiang Chen's ambitions were far from satisfied. He heard that there was a mysterious nine-cold tribe even further north in the snow domain. It was a place of icy skies and snow, with a rumor that treasures from the underworld were hidden there. I have decided to personally lead the expedition to conquer the nine-cold tribe, expanding the territory of Shenzhou even further. He immediately began preparations for the northern campaign against the nine-cold. 3 months later, Jiang Chen personally led a large army to the outskirts of the nine-cold tribe. He saw smoke swirling, and in the distance, ice houses and huge ice sculptures could be vaguely seen. It seems we have found the nine-cold tribe. These ice demons should submit to my Shenzhou. Jiang Chen's gaze was resolute, staring straight ahead. According to intelligence reports, within the nine-cold tribe was a divine weapon from the underworld, the cold iron heavy sword. This sword was incredibly sharp, and its wielder could gain the power of the underworld. I want to obtain this divine sword to ensure the enduring strength of my Zhongzhou. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on the nine-cold tribe. At dawn the next day, the Zhongzhou army, under Jiang Chen's leadership, began a strong assault on the nine-cold tribe. In the name of Shenzhou, flattening the nine-cold, he boldly commanded from the front lines, unstoppable in his advance. The tribe shaman also cast spells from within their dwellings, summoning an army of ice demons to fight to the death. The ice demons, wielding ice spear guns, let out eerie howls and lunged hungrily towards the Zhongzhou army. Jiang Chen was unafraid, striking out with a palm, shattering several ice demons to pieces. Behold the dragon god's dance. He let out a roar, his figure like lightning, instantly appearing behind several ice demons, launching a fierce assault that smashed them into ice shards. The nine-cold shaman was shocked and immediately chanted a more profound incantation. With a deafening roar, a gigantic ice figure slowly formed on the ice platform at the center of the tribe. This ice figure was several tens of meters tall, with hands that could shoot out icy blades, possessing immense strength. It charged towards the Zhongzhou army as soon as it appeared. A mere ice figure dares to obstruct me? Jiang Chen's expression darkened, and he swiftly took out a beautifully crafted treasure box from his waist. With the Phoenix True Fire, I will crush you, he shouted, and with a loud explosion in the air, a ball of flame shot down from the sky, instantly turning that ice figure to ashes. Under this heavenly fire assault, the nine-cold tribe was completely defeated, and the shaman was also slain. Jiang Chen triumphantly entered the main hall, seizing the heavy sword that emitted a chilling aura, the cold iron heavy sword. Ha ha ha! With this sword in hand, my Zhongzhou's power will rise to a new level. He was overjoyed. Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to leave with his men, he was suddenly attacked by forces from the underworld. Dare to seize my underworld divine weapon? A ghostly warrior suddenly appeared, black light flashing in its hand, piercing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, turning around to strike the black light with the cold iron heavy sword. He then swung the long sword, piercing through the ghostly warrior's entire body. Dare to be arrogant before my Shenzhou. Jiang Chen was furious, wielding the heavy sword to engage in a fierce battle with the underworld army, causing rivers of blood to flow. At this most critical moment, a feather suddenly floated down from the sky. Just in time, Divine Liang Zi has come to my aid. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Divine Liang Zi nodded, soaring into the air, arriving above the underworld army. By freezing all things, I will return you to a realm of silence. She fiercely pointed her sword down, and a violent wind arose. The underworld army had not reacted in time before being frozen into ice sculptures. In front of Divine Liang Zi's ice-sealing divine power, The underworld army instantly collapsed, retreating in disarray. Jiang Chen regained the upper hand, obtaining the underworld's divine weapon, the cold iron-heavy sword, and safely retreated his army. Upon returning to the imperial capital, Jiang Chen was extremely pleased with Divine Liangzi's arrival. Haha, Divine Liangzi truly is the backbone of my army. With her, I am invincible. Your Majesty's northern expedition has yielded the underworld divine weapon, and your power has risen to a new level. The ministers were in awe, bowing down to congratulate him. Ha! With this divine sword in hand, the might of my Zhongzhou surpasses the past. Jiang Chen laughed heartily in front of the court, his voice booming. He tightened his grip on the cold, iron-heavy sword, lightly waving it, and immediately a chill filled the air, ice spikes shooting from the sword's edge, sealing the stone pillar in front of him. Divine sword! Divine sword! Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with joy. He could not wait to test this newly obtained divine weapon. The next morning, Jiang Chen set off southward, leading the army to begin the conquests. All armies listen up. I want to strike with one blow and be unstoppable, he commanded from horseback, raising the heavy sword high, his voice resonant. The Zhongzhou army, under Jiang Chen's leadership, advanced like an unstoppable force, quickly occupying several southern nations. Jiang Chen bravely commanded from the front, swinging his sword. A myriad of flying snow swept in, and before the Southern Coalition could react, they were all turned into ice sculptures. With Jiang Chen's powerful ice and snow-true energy, this southern campaign progressed exceptionally smoothly. Wherever the Zhongzhou army passed, the enemies crumbled, and no one could hinder the swift charge of the Iron Cavalry. The triumphant Jiang Chen returned, having incorporated all the southern nations into his territory. Ha! The territory of my Shun Zhou has expanded again. Jiang Chen smiled broadly in the Golden Hall. The entire country held a grand celebration ceremony, with officials paying their respects, creating an incredibly lively scene. At this moment, Jiang Chen officially declared himself emperor, establishing the Great Peacock Empire with the era name Son of Heaven. Long live! Long live! Long live 1,000 years! The ministers shouted in fervent unison, creating an extraordinarily enthusiastic atmosphere. Emperor Jiang Chen smiled warmly, feeling that Zhongzhou was in its prime, with all lands submitting. Everyone, now that we have basically unified the 4 seas, it is time to turn our attention to the main part of Shenzhou. Your Majesty is wise and mighty. You will surely unify Shenzhou. The ministers all bowed and praised. Come, summon my decree. I hereby appoint General Zui In as the commander to lead the army to attack the Eastern Sea Alliance. Jiang Chen's gaze was resolute as he quickly made his first target for conquest. The Eastern Sea Alliance was located in the Eastern Sea region of Shenzhou, with powerful forces that must be dealt with first. A month later, Zuan led 100,000 Zhongzhou troops to the border of the Eastern Sea Alliance and launched a fierce assault. In the name of Shenzhou, flatten the Eastern Sea, he commanded at the front lines, unstoppable in his advance. The East Sea Alliance coalition also fought fiercely, unleashing their full strength. The two armies engaged in a brutal battle at the border, lasting 10 days and 10 nights of attrition warfare. General, the enemy and our forces are locked in a stalemate. Our army is in a tough battle. A lieutenant came to seek strategies. Zuan was also very anxious. The strength of the Eastern Sea Alliance was unexpectedly strong, and he needed to find an opportunity to reverse the situation. Just then, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in the sky. Divine Liangzi gracefully descended and approached Zuan. The arrival of Divine Liangzi is exactly what my army needs. Zuan was overjoyed. Divine Liangzi nodded, turned, and soared into the sky, pointing her sword at the vast expanse. By freezing all things, I will return you to a realm of silence. She suddenly swung her sword, and a violent wind erupted, The Eastern Sea Alliance coalition had not reacted before being entirely frozen into ice sculptures. Before the ice-sealing divine technique of Shun Liangzi, the Eastern Sea Alliance's defense line collapsed in an instant, and the main force was annihilated. The Central Plains Army took advantage of the situation to pursue, quickly occupying the capital of the Eastern Sea Alliance and completing the conquest. Shun Liangzi's ice-sealing divine technique is indeed unparalleled in power. Our army has achieved a great victory. Jiang Chen praised upon receiving the news of the victory. After the Eastern Sea Alliance was breached, the strength of the Central Plains reached unprecedented heights, surrounded by enemies. This time, Jiang Chen set his sights on the Northern Xia clan and ordered the Empire's Chancellor, Ko Xiaoxiao, to lead the army to conquer them. 3 days later, the 100,000-strong Northern Expeditionary Army set out northwards under Ko Xiaoxiao's command. The Xia clan fiercely resisted and refused to surrender easily, putting the Central Plains Army in a tough battle. General, our progress is difficult. We request reinforcements, Ko Xiaoxiao said anxiously at the front lines. Just when the situation was most dire, the leader of the Xia clan suddenly began to chant an ancient incantation. With a whoosh, a crack suddenly appeared in the air, and countless monsters from the demon realm crawled out. This is bad. They have opened a passage to the demon realm. The Central Plains Army was instantly thrown into chaos, with beasts rushing in, causing mayhem. The demon realm passage must be sealed. Otherwise, our army will suffer tremendous losses. Ko Xiaoxiao was also greatly alarmed, as the situation had become extremely critical. Just at this moment of desperation, reinforcements finally arrived. Shun Liangzi descended from the sky and landed before Ko Xiaoxiao. General, please don't worry. I have come to support, she said calmly. Ko Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh of relief. With Shun Liangzi here, the situation would surely turn around. Indeed, Shun Liangzi's divine power neutralized the demon beasts and sealed the passage, turning the tide of the battle. After this campaign, Jiang Chen also unified the divine land, with the Central Plains dominating for a time. Ha! My Central Plains is at its peak, overflowing across the seas, he laughed loudly in front of the court. However, the greater the ambition, the heavier the responsibility. Jiang Chen realized that his mission was far from over. Ko Xiaoxiao was also anxiously concerned about the stalemate on the Western Front. The forces from another world were surging forward, and alternative methods were needed to turn the situation around. In a moment of inspiration, he decided to summon the strongest general of the Divine Land, Shun Liangzi, for rescue. Shun Liangzi was indeed the main force and last hope of the Central Plains Army. A month later, Shun Liangzi's figure finally appeared in the skies above the Central Plains. General, please don't worry. I am here to relieve your worries, she declared solemnly, vowing to capture the Demon Emperor in one fell swoop. Shun Liangzi, our army truly needs such a fierce general. Ko Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Shun Liangzi nodded, soaring into the air and charging into the demon army's formation. With the power to freeze all, I return you to a realm of silence. She fiercely pointed her sword down, and a sudden wave of cold instantly froze all the demon army around her into ice sculptures. No, impossible. Who has such overwhelming power? Demon Emperor Mugalu stared in disbelief. Shun Liangzi entered as if it were a no-man's land, annihilating all the demons in her path. Soon, she reached Mugalu and aimed her sword at his face. Demon Emperor, you have no way to retreat. Why not surrender quickly? Her tone was icy, filled with murderous intent. Mugalu gritted his teeth, but ultimately laid down his weapon and raised his hands to surrender. Before Shun Liangzi's ice-sealing divine technique, the demon army crumbled and fled without a fight. Finally, under Shun Liangzi's rescue, the Central Plains repelled the invasion from the other world and turned the tide of the battle. After receiving the news, Dragon Emperor Jiang Chen also let out a long sigh of relief. Ha ha ha! With Shun Liangzi stationed, what fear does my central plains have against such minor enemies? He laughed loudly in front of the court. A week later, on the calm sea, a massive three-masted sailing ship was steadily gliding across the water. This is the flagship of the Zhongzhou fleet. The dragon-patterned banner flutters in the sea breeze. Captain Jiang Chen stands on the deck, gazing at the horizon where the sea meets the sky. General, according to the navigation chart, we have entered the eastern sea area of Shenzhou, and the land is not far ahead. A sailor respectfully reports their current position. Very good. It seems that Shenzhou is right before us. Jiang Chen nods. Signal to prepare for full speed ahead. Yes. The sailor responds and goes to execute the order. The war drums beat, and the horns sound long and loud. Under Jiang Chen's leadership, the Zhongzhou fleet gets ready to set sail for the homeland of Shenzhou. This is an unprecedented grand expedition, and Jiang Chen must respond carefully to achieve ultimate victory. Everyone, as we set out for Shenzhou, we must unite as one to overcome all obstacles. He steps to the center of the deck and earnestly advises the generals. The general is wise. The crowd expresses their determination, vowing to fulfill this historic mission. 3 days later, the Zhongzhou fleet finally arrives at the eastern coast of Shenzhou. A grand fleet of over 30 battleships aligns evenly and approaches the shore. Charge! Jiang Chen raises his sword high on the deck and leaps off the warship, stepping onto the beach of Shenzhou. The soldiers follow suit, beginning the landing operation. However, at this moment, a green light suddenly shoots out from the bushes on the eastern coast. Be careful! An agile officer tackles Jiang Chen to the ground, and the green light whizzes past above their heads. There's an ambush. A mere ambush thinks it can obstruct my grand endeavor. Jiang Chen erupts in anger, drawing his sword from his waist and thrusting it fiercely towards the source of the green light. With a sound of stones flying, a figure in black is sent tumbling out of the bushes, pierced through. It seems to be the spies of the Eastern Sea Alliance, trying to sabotage my army. Jiang Chen sneers. Indeed, more green lights shoot from the forest. The Zhongzhou army quickly retaliates. In the name of Shenzhou, extinguish them. Jiang Chen supervises the front line, using the Dragon God dance technique to counter countless attacks. The ambushing forces of the Eastern Sea Alliance quickly retreat and flee into the woods. The Zhongzhou army, taking advantage of the victory, pushes inland and occupies the coastal towns. However, soon after, a larger force of the Eastern Sea Alliance reinforcements arrives, and fierce battles break out near the coast, with both sides locked in a stalemate. General, the Eastern Sea Alliance forces are coming in strong. Our troops are in a tough battle, and victory seems difficult. A junior officer anxiously reports the current predicament. Jiang Chen paces back and forth in the tent, troubled, realizing that the strength of the Eastern Sea Alliance exceeds his expectations. A change in strategy is necessary to achieve victory. It seems we must open up a path into the enemy's hinterland and launch a surprise attack on their base to turn the tide. A glint flashes in his eyes. Jiang Chen personally leads the team, stealthily bypassing the Eastern Sea Alliance's defenses from the eastern coast to launch a surprise attack. In the name of Shenzhou, attack the enemy camp. He supervises the front line, and their momentum is unstoppable. The Eastern Sea Alliance's hinterland descends into chaos, and their reinforcements are forced to turn back for defense. The Zhongzhou army finally opens a breakthrough and captures the capital of the Eastern Sea Alliance. Quickly open the city and surrender, and I will show mercy. Jiang Chen commands from below the city. Swear to resist. Our Eastern Sea Alliance never surrenders. The commander of the capital responds defiantly from the city walls. A fierce and bloody battle ensues outside the capital of the Eastern Sea Alliance. Jiang Chen, sword in hand, cuts a bloody path as if in an uninhabited realm atop the city wall. The defending troops also fight back fiercely under their commander's leadership, and the two armies clash for 7 days and nights, resulting in a stalemate. By the evening of the 7th day, The defenses of the Eastern Sea Alliance's capital are on the verge of collapse. The commander quietly escapes the city under the cover of night, leaving behind remnants to hold the line. At dawn on the 8th day, the Zhongzhou army finally breaches the capital, completing the conquest of the Eastern Sea Alliance. Ha ha ha! My grand enterprise for the Divine Land is advancing step by step, and you all are indispensable. He sat high on the dragon throne, beaming with joy. There are even more daunting tasks waiting for us to complete, and we must unite as one to overcome all difficulties and obstacles. Jiang Chen raised his wine cup and solemnly addressed the ministers. General, you are magnificent. We will not fail you. The generals also raised their cups and shouted. Accompanied by festive music, the banquet began in a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Delicious dishes from various regions were continuously presented, and the long table was filled with a dazzling array of sumptuous offerings. Jiang Chen, the Dragon Emperor, rarely relaxed his mood, drinking and chatting with the ministers, and the scene was exceptionally lively. Aha! Let's celebrate this evening to our heart's content. As long as the Divine Land is in my hands for one day, there will never be a day of defeat. He excitedly raised his cup and shouted, "Long live! Long live! Long live!" The ministers echoed his cheers. Just as the banquet reached its climax, a sudden commotion erupted outside. One could hear the hurried footsteps of the guards drawing nearer, and a soldier stumbled into the banquet hall. "Report, General! The Southern Sky Gate has suddenly been seized by armed rebels, who claim to be the Divine Land Liberation Army and are resisting imperial rule." "What?" Jiang Chen suddenly stood up, his expression instantly darkening. The ministers also turned grave, immediately stopping their drinking, and a deathly silence fell over the room. "The audacious rebels! Such rampant behavior has violated my authority and must be punished." Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, exuding a murderous aura. "All troops, stand by for an immediate ceasefire. I will personally lead the army to eliminate them." He decisively issued the order for suppression. Soon, the Imperial Guard troops set off under Jiang Chen's command toward the Southern Sky Gate, preparing for a decisive battle with the rebels. "These mere traitors dare to be arrogant in my divine land." Jiang Chen stood proudly at the front of the war chariot. "You traitors, let me teach you a good lesson." Jiang Chen swung his heavy sword at the front lines, his might unstoppable. "Resist oppression, fight for freedom." The rebel leader also rallied from the city walls, shouting passionately. The two armies engaged in a brutal battle at the Southern Sky Gate, with blood staining the yellow sand as they fought fiercely. "Watch my heavenly fire burn the city, turning you ants to ashes." Jiang Chen, filled with rage, suddenly clapped his palms together, and a raging fire swept over the entire Southern Sky Gate, flames shooting into the sky. "Ah!" The rebel soldiers screamed in the sea of flames, fleeing in panic, suffering heavy casualties. Realizing the dire situation, the rebel leader could only surrender. Jiang Chen captured the rebel leader alive, and the Southern Sky Gate was soon recaptured. However, just as Jiang Chen prepared to celebrate his victory, he suddenly received a report for aid from the southwestern country. The country was being attacked by an armed force calling itself the Divine Land Liberation Organization, and the situation was urgent. These mere rebels dare to openly rebel. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Jiang Chen was once again furious. Clearly, this incident was not a random occurrence, but an organized revolt. "Everyone, our divine land is currently in a favorable situation. How can we allow rebels to cause disturbance?" he said to the generals in the military tent. "Please, General, give your orders. We will do our utmost to serve." Everyone responded earnestly. "Come, convey my edict. Appoint the Imperial Fist, Li Qing, as the commander for suppressing the bandits, to lead the army and quell the southwestern rebellion." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen issued the order for suppression. A month later, Li Qing received his orders and arrived in the southwestern country, engaging in fierce battles with the Divine Land Liberation Organization. "Watch me burn the land." He pushed his palms forward, and raging flames swept across the territory, leaving countless rebel corpses in their wake. The rebel leader summoned demons from the demon realm, using magic in a secret base to retaliate. The two armies fought fiercely for 7 days and nights on the vast plains of the Southwest Kingdom, with no clear victor in sight. "General, we are at a stalemate, and our troops are exhausted. I seek your guidance on a strategy," a lieutenant urgently reported. Li Qing was also feeling anxious. This rebel force was surprisingly able to contend with the central state. A way must be found to gain the upper hand and turn the tide of battle. At that moment, a sudden beam of white light appeared in the sky. Shun Liangzi arrived late, descending before Li Qing. "Shun Liangzi, you have come at just the right time." Li Qing was uplifted by her presence. Shun Liangzi nodded, turned, and soared into the air above the rebel army. "I will freeze all things and return you to a state of silence." She lightly swung her sword, and instantly a fierce wind arose. The rebel forces, caught off guard, were all turned into ice sculptures. In the face of Shun Liangzi's freezing divine power, the rebels crumbled and could only scatter in retreat. The rebellion in the Southwest Kingdom was quickly quelled with Shun Liangzi's assistance. Upon receiving the good news, Emperor Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief in the imperial capital. But at that moment, the empire's chancellor, Ko Xiaoxiao, approached with a worried expression. "Your Majesty, I have analyzed that this rebellion is not an isolated incident, but rather a manifestation of long-standing social discontent. We must address the root causes of the people's dissatisfaction to prevent further troubles," Ko Xiaoxiao earnestly advised. After pondering for a long time, Emperor Jiang Chen realized that relying solely on military force was a temporary solution. He needed to align with the people to achieve lasting peace. Thus, he made a decisive decree to launch a large-scale technological education movement across the nation, aiming to improve the scientific and cultural literacy of the people and increase investment in scientific research to develop productivity. Under Jiang Chen's initiative, various regions in the central state established large-scale scientific and educational institutions. The most notable was the Central State Science and Technology Academy, located in the imperial capital, which gathered the nation's most outstanding scientists and professors. They devoted their efforts to research and innovation, and the technologies developed were quickly applied to agriculture and national defense. In just a few years, the technological strength of the central state made a tremendous leap, placing it among the world's leaders. Emperor Jiang Chen personally reviewed the advanced weaponry developed by the academy. With such advanced weaponry, the national defense of the central state will reach new heights. He smiled broadly at the test firing range, seeing an infinite beautiful future in the advancement of technology. Driven by technology, the central state made significant progress in various fields, and the living standards of the people gradually improved, which helped to stabilize the social crisis and get back on track. Chancellor Ko's careful planning has spared the central state from internal and external troubles. He truly deserves great merit. Jiang Chen praised Ko Xiaoxiao's efforts in front of the court. "I command the Empire's Firestorm Legion, led by Lei Ting, to march south with an army of 300,000 to crush the coalition of southeastern lords." He issued the order for the southern expedition in a solemn voice. "In the name of the central state, we will tread upon the southeast." He led the front line, unstoppable in his advance. The southeastern lords formed a coalition to resist, and soon several major battles erupted between the two sides. Shun Liangzi swiftly arrived at the southeastern front. "With the power to freeze all things, I will return you to silence." She lightly swung her sword, and the southeastern coalition was frozen before they could react. In the face of Shun Liangzi's freezing divine power, the defensive lines of the southeastern states collapsed dramatically. The central states' southern expeditionary forces took advantage of the victory and completely annihilated them. On this day, Jiang Chen was sitting in the imperial court discussing the next course of action with his ministers. "Your Majesty, I suggest that we can advance against the northern tribes next and completely crush them, one military strategist respectfully proposed. Indeed, that is my intention. The northern tribes have repeatedly harassed our borders. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a commotion was heard at the entrance of the Great Hall. "Report to your majesty. An envoy claiming to be from the Nile Empire has arrived and wishes to meet with you." Several guards hurriedly entered the hall. The Nile Empire? Jiang Chen frowned. He had heard this country's name before. "Please let him in and see what he is about." "Greetings, your majesty Jiang Chen. I come on behalf of King Achelin of the Nile Empire, hoping to engage in friendly discussions with you." Before long, a young man dressed in exotic attire slowly stepped into the hall and performed an elegant bow. "Where do you come from?" Jiang Chen scrutinized the suddenly appearing foreign envoy with caution. "Our Nile Empire is located in a completely different world, and we arrive in your country through a spatial passage. Our nation is powerful, and we hope to establish a friendly alliance with you to mutually benefit from each other." The envoy smiled slightly. "Another world?" Jiang Chen and his ministers were taken aback. "Do you have any evidence to prove your identity?" Jiang Chen questioned. "This is a product from our world. It contains energy from all things and can summon creatures from other realms." The envoy took out a delicate box from his vest, and inside was a crystal-clear purple crystal. He infused energy into the crystal, and with a loud bang, a rift appeared in the air. A gigantic three-headed dog charged out, emitting a terrifying roar. "What immense power!" Jiang Chen and the ministers gasped in shock. This was indeed beyond any power they had ever known. The envoy closed the box, and the three-headed dog vanished as well. "Your Majesty, our Nile Empire is willing to establish an alliance with you to jointly develop resources from the other realm, which will greatly benefit both nations," he respectfully suggested. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. This unexpected envoy from another world caught him off guard, and he needed to think carefully about his response. "I understand your intentions. I will allow you to stay in my country while I consider this matter in detail." "Thank you, your Majesty, for your foresight." The envoy bowed again. "Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? Should we establish an alliance with this Nile Empire or maintain a state of vigilance?" He asked for the opinions of his ministers. The ministers expressed that this foreign empire was powerful, and since the situation was still unclear, they advised caution. Jiang Chen also felt it was not wise to act hastily, so he ordered to strengthen defenses and observe the situation for the time being. "Thank you very much for your open-minded attitude, your Majesty." The envoy responded warmly. "Actually, our Nile Empire is also facing a severe problem and hopes to receive your assistance, your Majesty. It is that our king fell into a sudden coma yesterday and has not awakened, leaving our nation without leadership and in turmoil." The envoy's expression became serious. "Are you suggesting that you wish to borrow the strength of our Shenzhou to stabilize your situation?" Jiang Chen keenly grasped the key point. "Precisely. At the same time, our extraordinary abilities can also be fully shared with your country." The messenger was earnest in his requests. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and felt that this was a golden opportunity, not only to control the Nile Empire, but also to acquire powerful and exotic technology. A month later, under the guidance of the messenger, Jiang Chen led an army of 100,000 through a spatial portal. They arrived for the first time in another world, the Nile Empire. The customs and culture here were vastly different from Jiang Chen's world, filled with an air of mystery. In the palace, the ministers looked solemn, and the king remained in a state of prolonged unconsciousness. "Quickly, call the master to treat his majesty." Upon seeing Jiang Chen arrive, the ministers felt as if they had found savior. Soon, an old man in a black robe hurriedly arrived. "Master, this is the Dragon Emperor of Shenzhou, the supreme commander sent to assist us," the messenger introduced. "Ah, I see. Thank you very much, Dragon Emperor, for coming to our aid." The master quickly bowed. "I will do my utmost for the country." Jiang Chen feigned humility. "The king has already fallen into a state of oblivion. If we do not find a way to awaken the seed of the king within him, he will surely face death. The master conducted a long examination on the unconscious king and finally reached a conclusion. What is the seed of the king? Jiang Chen asked curiously. This is a kind of power from another world that can only be awakened by the emperors of the Nile. It contains immense life force and can save a person from the brink of death, the master explained. The ministers discussed how to awaken the king's dormant seed of the king. Only you, Dragon Emperor, have the qualification to assist our king through this crisis. The ministers pleaded with Jiang Chen to awaken the king's power. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to intervene personally. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity to gain power from another world. That night, guided by the master, Jiang Chen arrived at a mysterious altar deep within the palace. This is the best place to awaken the seed of the king. Please sit in the center of the formation, and I will inject the awakening power into you, the master said. Jiang Chen sat down cross-legged, while the master began reciting an incomprehensible incantation. In an instant, dazzling light erupted around them, and countless energy beams shot into Jiang Chen's body. A dragon's roar echoed from within Jiang Chen as he felt boundless power awakening inside him, as if it wanted to burst forth. Success! Dragon Emperor, you have awakened the seed of the king. Wonderful. The master was ecstatic. Through this ritual, Jiang Chen not only gained the qualification to awaken the king's power, but also awakened his own dormant abilities from another world. Since awakening the seed of the king, Jiang Chen distinctly felt that his power had reached a new peak. This had completely surpassed his previous strength. Ha! Now I am unstoppable. Jiang Chen flew around the palace, laughing heartily. Your Majesty, congratulations on acquiring such immense power. The ministers all knelt down in reverence. It was only then that Jiang Chen remembered his true purpose and approached the unconscious king of the Nile, preparing to awaken his seed of the king. Strange, I have successfully awakened. Why can I transfer this power to him? Jiang Chen tried several times but failed to pass on his awakened power to the king. It has already completely exceeded the king's capacity to bear. Therefore, it cannot be transferred. Please understand, Dragon Emperor. There is no ill intent. The master knelt in fear. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and realized that his awakened power indeed surpassed that of the king, and this attempt was destined to fail. Your Excellency, it seems that the king lacks the strength to govern. The people's hearts are scattered, and the country is in chaos. This is the perfect time for you to seize power. A strategist softly suggested in Jiang Chen's ear. Since I have come, I cannot leave. I have decided to stay in your country to assist in stabilizing the situation. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to remain and continue to control the situation. His advisors were secretly delighted. Under Jiang Chen's direct control, the Nile Empire quickly returned to stability, and the people's hearts were completely aligned with his grasp. However, the Nile Empire's great enemy, the Reina Kingdom, was extremely dissatisfied with the change in the situation. Jiang Chen, you are an outsider. What right do you have to control the situation on our continent? The messenger from Reina Kingdom asked disdainfully. I rely on power, just like you are currently powerless to resist my authority. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. You. The messenger's face turned pale, realizing that the outsider before him truly possessed unfathomable strength. Ultimately, the Reina Kingdom could only temporarily endure and secretly observe the situation. They first sent someone to Central Continent to deliver a message, summoning a large number of officials, soldiers, and scientists to assist. 3 months later, the reinforcements from Central Continent arrived at the Nile Empire, bringing with them a large quantity of advanced weaponry and equipment. With their cooperation, Jiang Chen quickly established a specialized research institution, the Shenzhou Academy of Technology, focusing on the development of supernatural technology. This also marked the beginning of Central Continent's initiative to bring technological advantages to the other world. Among the developments, the most notable was the research on utilizing purple crystals to produce powerful energy. The myriad energy contained in purple crystals could almost be infinitely amplified. They employed the principles of mechanical conduction and charge excitation to make purple crystals release myriad energy, which was then gathered, amplified, and transmitted to various types of equipment. Good. With such powerful technology backing me, my position in this other world will be even more solid. Jiang Chen personally inspected the new weapons and equipment powered by myriad energy and was very satisfied. He had already established a formidable power that far surpassed the local rulers. With a deafening roar, the conversion device instantly shot out a dazzling purple beam, striking a target hundreds of meters away with astonishing power. Good. Now no one can stop my Shinjo military might. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating using this powerful technology to conquer more countries in the other world. At this moment, one of his advisors suddenly reported an important discovery. He seems to be the fabled Chosen One. Chosen One? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He had never heard of this legend from the other world. Exactly. The Chosen One, once awakened at the age of 16, will possess the power to change the other world, the advisor explained earnestly. Good. We must act first and seize this Chosen One for ourselves. A month later, a team of soldiers escorted a young man dressed in simple linen robes to the palace. Are you really the legendary Chosen One? Jiang Chen looked him up and down. The young man was tall, handsome, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence, exuding a demeanor different from ordinary people. Your Majesty, my name is Alpha, but I do not know what the Chosen One is, he answered humbly. Haha, your supernatural ability will soon awaken, and then you will help me dominate this other world. Jiang Chen laughed wildly as he revealed his plan. No, I cannot assist you in doing evil. Alpha firmly shook his head in refusal. You, such a weakling, dare to resist me? Jiang Chen sneered, and with a single move, he pressed Alpha heavily to the ground. Now that you are in my hands, you have no choice but to obey. Alpha was tightly confined deep within the palace, and Jiang Chen also sent people to keep a close watch on him, fearing that he might suddenly awaken his powers and escape. Another month passed, and one morning, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from deep within the imperial palace. With a loud roar, Alpha unleashed a tremendous sound, and the great doors of the palace shattered in response. No way, he has awakened his power. Jiang Chen, sensing this boundless aura from afar, changed his expression dramatically. Alpha, radiating golden light, stepped forth slowly. Jiang Chen, I have awakened as the Chosen One, and I will bring light to this continent. His expression was determined, as if a god had descended to the world. The power of the Chosen One is actually this formidable. Jiang Chen was also dumbfounded. Ministers, quickly subdue him. Dozens of Imperial Guard soldiers rushed over, but before they could get close to Alpha, they were repelled by an invisible force field. Young people are indeed formidable. Jiang Chen realized that capturing Alpha was already very difficult, and that he must think of another way. Your power is strong, but it is still no match for the myriad forces in my hands. Jiang Chen fell in a deep thought. If brute force could not capture Alpha, he needed to think of another method. That night, Alpha came alone to the garden outside the palace to silently admire the moon. Suddenly, a figure quietly emerged from behind a tree. It was Han Chao, one of Jiang Chen's trusted ministers. Prince Alpha, can you give the emperor a chance? He has his own difficulties. Han Fu pleaded earnestly. Difficulties? He is only pursuing his own ambitions and desires. Alpha remained unmoved. What you say is reasonable. In fact, the emperor has many strengths, but his methods are flawed. I hope you can give him a chance to change. Han Chao continued to persuade him gently. Alpha remained silent, still filled with distrust towards Jiang Chen. Prince, your power requires guidance and learning at a higher level. Otherwise, it's easy to go astray. I can recommend a temple where you can learn from the holy monks there. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Han Chao changed his strategy. Upon hearing this, Alpha was slightly swayed. What you say is reasonable. I do need guidance from a strong person. Can you recommend a truly virtuous and powerful expert? That is exactly what I mean. I can provide you with guidance at a higher level. Han Chao's eyes concealed a glimmer of cunning. All right, I'm willing to go to the Wanshan Temple to study. Alpha finally nodded in agreement. Little did Alpha know, this was all a scheme set up by Jiang Chen. The so-called holy monk at the Wanshan Temple was actually one of his trusted ministers, Yu Jieli. Yu Jieli would pretend to guide Alpha and at a critical moment, ambush him to weaken his power. 1 month later, Alpha arrived at the secluded Wanshan Temple in the deep mountains, where the atmosphere was serene and the environment tranquil. Prince Alpha, you have finally arrived. From today, I will teach you deeper and more profound abilities. The temple master Yu Jieli greeted him with a beaming smile. Under his guidance, Alpha entered seclusion to cultivate, and it seemed that his abilities were continuously strengthening. Seeing that his scheme was about to be exposed, Yu Jieli no longer hid his intentions and suddenly launched an attack. The air rippled and mountains crumbled. After a difficult battle that lasted an entire day, Yu Jieli finally found an opportunity to break through Alpha's defenses and injure him. Alpha's blood surged. He barely managed to escape into the mountains, whereabouts unknown. Ha! Now Alpha is finished, and the martial power of the divine continent can once again be unparalleled in the world. Jiang Chen smiled broadly upon hearing the news of Alpha's injury. After being defeated in the duel with Yuga, Alpha fled to the deep mountains and was on the verge of death. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen happily believed that Alpha was dead, thinking that the threat of the Chosen One from another world had vanished. However, unexpectedly, Alpha did not die. That great battle had caused significant damage to his vitality, leaving him with only a thread of life. Is the power of the Chosen One really going to fade away like this? He gasped, his eyes tightly closed, his face as pale as gold paper. Just at this critical moment, Alpha's consciousness suddenly entered a mysterious space. The light here was dim, and a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. But I'm already on the brink of death. May I ask who you are? Alpha weakly inquired. I am the god of light, here to guide you in your darkest hour. Look, your divine power, Ki has awakened, said the figure, pointing at Alpha's chest, where a brilliant golden light was emanating. This is my divine power. Alpha couldn't believe it. Yes, use it to defeat the darkness and bring hope back to the land. The figure of the god of light gradually disappeared, and Alpha regained consciousness. This time, he distinctly felt a powerful force circulating within him, gentle yet firm. Alpha's expression changed. He abruptly sat up from the stone bed. I cannot wait for death here. I must stop Jiang Chen's ambitions. His eyes sparkled, and his whole body erupted with power, instantly illuminating the cave with radiant golden light. Yes, this is the true awakening of the Chosen One. Alpha smiled slightly and slowly walked out of the cave, speeding towards the palace. My conquest has spread throughout the other world. The martial might of the divine land is indeed invincible. He was extremely excited, filled with infinite expectations for the future of the other world. At this moment, a golden figure suddenly appeared in midair. Jiang Chen, your sins have accumulated like mountains. Your evil deeds are countless. Today, I come with the mandate of heaven to bring light back to this land. Alpha's expression was resolute, surrounded by dazzling golden light, his aura magnificent. Alpha, you're actually still alive. Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically, unable to believe that not only had Alpha survived, but his strength seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap. Guards, quickly capture him. Jiang Chen suppressed his shock and hurriedly commanded the guards to seize Alpha. However, before they could even approach, the guard were sent flying by a burst of golden light. Alpha's expression became serious as the air around him surged. He was in the highest form of the Chosen One. Facing Alpha, who had suddenly awakened to a stronger realm, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, never expecting the situation to evolve into this. Ha ha! I have become the guardian of this land, coming with the mandate of heaven to punish you, evil ones. Alpha looked at Jiang Chen with determination. Umph. A mere Chosen One thinks he can oppose my divine land's martial might. Despite his surprise, Jiang Chen still forced himself to remain composed. In my view, today, I will capture you. As he spoke, he suddenly summoned a crystalline purple crystal from his storage ring. With the power of all phenomena, I will suppress you. A deafening boom echoed as powerful energy erupted from the crystal, converging into a beam of light aimed at Alpha. Heavenly punishment to subdue demons. Alpha gathered golden light in his hands and pushed it out fiercely. The two powerful energies clashed in midair, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. What? Is he actually able to withstand my all-phenomena power? Jiang Chen's expression changed. That was his most powerful treasure. Cut! He snorted coldly, summoning all his strength, the purple light growing immensely. Alpha was not to be outdone, gathering radiance in his palms and fiercely attacking Jiang Chen. The two engaged in an earth-shattering battle in midair. This is a grand battle between strong opponents. Alpha and Jiang Chen exchanged blows, energy surging, causing the entire palace to tremble. In the end, under a powerful strike filled with golden light, Jiang Chen was accidentally sent flying. With a loud crash, he fell hard to the ground, his blood surging from the impact. Stop! I surrender. Jiang Chen struggled to lift his head, looking at Alpha with a complicated expression. This battle made him realize that with his current strength, he couldn't contend with the awakened Alpha. Jiang Chen, you must cease your campaign and return this continent to the people, Alpha said with a serious expression, urging him once again. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and battled internally for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. He knew that continuing the fight would only lead to his demise. Very well, you made the right choice. I will influence the king of this land to allow you to temporarily reside here, but you must permanently stop your invasion. Alpha stated. Under Alpha's influence, this other world regained peace, various countries began rebuilding, and Jiang Chen's ambitions were temporarily restrained. Seated on the imperial dragon throne, Jiang Chen wore a satisfied smile. Ha ha! The Chosen One, Alpha, has been gravely injured and can no longer stop my conquest of this other world. His eyes sparkled with joy as he laughed heartily. Your Majesty is heroic and powerful. Surely you can make the might of Zhongzhou resonate across foreign lands. The courtiers all knelt in submission, shouting their gratitude. Come here, summoned generals in of our dynasty. Jiang Chen clapped and called out. Soon, and strode into the hall and respectfully knelt before the dragon throne. Your servant is here. I appoint you as the commander to lead 100,000 troops southward to conquer Reina, trampling it under our iron hooves. Jiang Chen decisively issued the new campaign order. The kingdom of Reina was located to the south, powerful and always coveted Jiang Chen's expansion into the other world. This time, they must strike first and eliminate it. I will obey the sacred order. Zui In bowed deeply, accepting this great southern campaign mission. A month later, under Jiang Chen's command, Zui In led the 100,000 troops of Zhongzhou, traversing mountains and valleys, heading south to Reina. The massive iron cavalry marched across the vast plains, their momentum like a rainbow. Brave warriors, our victory in this southern campaign will make Zhongzhou's prestige resound throughout the foreign lands. Zui In stood on a high platform, delivering an impassioned speech to the dense military ranks before him. For Zhongzhou, for His Majesty, the 100,000 troops cheered, the drums and gongs resounding with high morale. 3 days later, The Zhongzhou army finally reached the borders of the Reina Kingdom and launched a fierce attack with only a single push. In the name of the divine empire, attack Reina, is what En shouted at the front lines, like a war god descending, full of vigor. Supported by superior weapons and high morale, the Zhongzhou army advanced like a hot knife through butter, quickly breaching the border cities of Reina. As the Zhongzhou army pressed deeper, the resistance from the Reina military grew fiercer. General, the enemy's magic is exceptionally strong, and our army is in a difficult battle. We seek your guidance. The officers rushed to Zhuo En, urgently requesting a strategy. Zhuo En frowned in thought. Reina's strength exceeded expectations, and they had to seek another breakthrough. In this campaign, we must rely on our technological advantages to win. Send my orders to the army. Utilize the myriad cannon to bombard key points of the enemy. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. Soon, the Zhongzhou army stopped the exhausting frontal battle and instead used summoned armored bee soldiers to quickly flank the Reina army. At the same time, the myriad energy cannons operated by tech personnel moved to a high vantage point, aiming at Reina's defenses. Boom! Several purple beams shot out from the cannons, accurately striking the enemy's defensive lines. Caught in a pincer attack, the Reina army fell into chaos. The Zhongzhou army seized the opportunity to advance directly towards the capital, marching forward with high spirits. Finally, the Central Plains army has arrived outside the capital of Reina and began a fierce assault on this last stronghold. Surrender quickly, and I might spare your lives. Zorn shouted from below the city. You outsiders think you can conquer Reina? You're dreaming. Queen Reina responded proudly, her voice booming. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle outside the capital of Reina. Behold the power of thunder and fire, Zorn shouted, swinging his heavy sword, instantly unleashing a torrent of electric flames that roared towards the city's defenses. The city wall suddenly exploded, creating a huge breach. Damn it! Counterattack with magic. Hold the capital at all costs. The queen's face turned pale as she realized the situation was dire. The Reina army fought with all their might, and the city walls were enveloped in flames, unable to be taken after prolonged assault. On the seventh day of battle, both armies were already exhausted. Our army must find a way to break this deadlock and open a path. Zorn paced anxiously in the military tent. At that moment, a long howl suddenly echoed through the sky. Jiang Chen, I have arrived. A figure slowly descended from the sky. It was Alpha, who had just recovered from serious injuries. How is this possible? Alpha is still alive. Zorn and the generals turned pale, stunned by this sudden twist. Alpha had fully recovered and looked even stronger, radiating brilliant golden light. Jiang Chen, do you still not give up your ambition to invade other nations? His expression was serious as he slowly approached the Central Plains camp. Alpha emanated dazzling golden light as he walked to the outskirts of the Central Plains camp, his demeanor stern. Zorn and the other generals exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Alpha's intentions for appearing now. You, how are you still alive? Zorn looked at Alpha with uncertainty. I will not be so easily put to death by you. Now I am stronger, but to stop your invasion. Alpha's tone was resolute, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. Impudent, a mere youth dares to block the iron hooves of the Central Plains. Zorn was furious. Since that's the case, let me show you the power of the Central Plains army. He shouted, and dozens of Central Plains elite guards surged forward, drawing their swords to encircle Alpha. Humph. Do you think mere mortals can harm me? Alpha scoffed, suddenly releasing his entire body of golden light. Before the elite guards could get close, they were blown away by his overwhelming aura, collapsing to the ground. Take this. Zorn personally took action, swinging his long sword to unleash a massive wave of sword energy aimed at Alpha's vital points. With the power of the sun, I will dispel the darkness. Alpha formed hand seals and roared, unleashing a golden wave of light that instantly neutralized Zorn's attack. The two clashed on the open ground outside the camp, creating a tremendous spectacle that shook the surrounding mountains and made the capital of Reina sway under the powerful shock waves. This is bad. We seem unable to withstand Alpha's power. Zorn was struck far away by a light orb from Alpha and struggled to regain his composure. Our grudge should be resolved by me personally. Just as the two were in a heated battle, a dignified voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Jiang Chen descended from above, landing lightly beside Zorn. Jiang Chen, the showdown between us is inevitable. Alpha's eyes sharpened. Today, I will end your ambitions. Come on, let me witness your true power. Jiang Chen remained calm, his dragon energy erupting. Two figures faced off for a moment, and suddenly, an explosive confrontation erupted, unfolding a breathtaking duel in midair. This battle was bound to change the situation and fate of the otherworld. Buzz! Two powerful waves of energy surged through the air, and where they collided, a terrifying whirlwind erupted, as if it would flatten the surrounding mountains. Alpha exerted all his strength, and beams of golden light shot from his palms, densely covering toward Jiang Chen. Do you think mere techniques can trap me? Jiang Chen snorted coldly and suddenly summoned the myriad manifestations crystal, shooting out countless energy beams that instantly shattered Alpha's offensive. The two tangled in midair, neither able to gain the upper hand. Take this. Alpha suddenly condensed a dazzling orb of light and shot it explosively towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, unleashed the Dragon God's dance, creating countless palm prints to firmly block this fierce attack. We're at a stalemate. Why not take a moment to rest? After hundreds of exchanges, both were feeling somewhat strained. Are you joking? Today it's either you die or I die. We must determine who is superior. Jiang Chen roared, and suddenly a massive space crack appeared behind him. A demonic beast crawled out from within, letting out a chilling roar as it lunged toward Alpha. What a powerful aura of demonic energy. This trick is useless against me. Alpha's gaze was resolute as he raised his hand to form a complex hand seal. Disperse darkness with light. With a thunderous boom, radiant golden light erupted from Alpha's body, and a powerful wave of light instantly obliterated all the demonic beasts. The two exchanged dozens of blows in midair again, remaining evenly matched. This aerial duel continued relentlessly for a full day and night. As dawn broke on the second day, both were already exhausted, unable to continue fighting. It seems we can't determine a victor anytime soon. How about we postpone the battle and go our separate ways to recover our strength? Alpha said, panting heavily. Jiang Chen did not press the attack this time, but spoke solemnly. What you say makes sense. We should take a step back and allow for greater horizons. As long as you do not interfere with my plans, you can live a few more years. Don't feign ignorance. I will never allow you to continue your wanton invasion. Alpha refused to back down. We will fight again sooner or later. Jiang Chen laughed maliciously, clasped his fists in farewell, and then flew away. Alpha also turned to leave, knowing that his fated confrontation with Jiang Chen was far from over. Meanwhile, in the city of Reina, the aftermath of their aerial battle had left it in ruins on the brink of collapse. The queen understood that the tide had turned, and this battle was destined to fail. On the second day, she led the remnants to surrender. The Central State Army completed the conquest of Reina, and Jiang Chen's ambitions advanced another step. The ministers all knelt on the ground, shouting, "Long live the Emperor." The majesty of his majesty is unmatched in valor. This war has elevated the power of the Central State to new heights. The praises from the ministers rose one after another. Jiang Chen was also pleased with himself. He had already fundamentally controlled the situation in the otherworld. The greatest variable, Alpha, had been eliminated, and he could now proceed more smoothly with his grand plan of conquest. Come here. I have thought of a new direction for our conquest. A fervent light flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty's dedication to the people is immeasurable. The ministers once again bowed and shouted, I have resolved to personally lead an expedition to the vast northern grasslands, to incorporate it into our territory. Jiang Chen's gaze turned toward the expansive grassland to the north, a resource-rich area, marking it as his new target for conquest. Your Majesty is wise and mighty. Your achievements will last through the ages. The ministers also bowed in praise. On this clear morning, Alpha arrived alone in the wilderness and found a quiet valley to sit cross-legged. After experiencing an intense battle with Jiang Chen, he felt that there was still ample room for improvement in his strength. To prevent Jiang Chen from taking advantage of his vulnerabilities, Alpha decided to retreat and focus on integrating the recently acquired divine techniques and secret methods. Surrounding him were towering ancient trees, gurgling streams, and the fresh mountain air. Alpha took a deep breath, feeling his body and mind instantly calm down. He slowly closed his eyes, concentrating on the golden true energy circulating in his dantian. This warm and powerful force flowed continuously, filling every cell in his body. Alpha focused his mind and guided the true energy through the major chakras according to the methods taught by the light spirit. From the Baihui point at the top of his head, it slowly descended to the Xianling point between his eyebrows, the heart chakra at his throat, the central point at his chest, the Qihai point at his dantian, and the Guanyuan point in his lower abdomen, one loop after another in a continuous cycle. During the process of true energy circulating throughout his body, he felt increasingly in harmony with the surrounding mountains, forests, stones, and vegetation, as if he were one with nature. Day after day, Alpha diligently opened up his chakras, enhancing his realm and concentration. His strength steadily grew through this seemingly monotonous training. Suddenly, Alpha sensed an ominous killing intent approaching from afar. He abruptly opened his eyes, instantly on high alert. Not good. Someone is coming to attack. He leaped up from the ground and unleashed a powerful palm strike, producing a thunderous sound as a giant rock on the opposite side of the valley shattered. In an instant, over a dozen fully armed assassins appeared from behind the rocks. They were indeed the assassins sent by Jiang Chen. You hidden arrows in the dark, let me teach you a lesson. Alpha's eyes shone with cold light, and a powerful aura erupted around him like a divine eagle from the heavens. He stepped forward, and with a wave of his sleeve, 10 beams of golden light shot out, capturing all of the assassins in the blink of an eye. This Jiang Chen, claiming to reconcile, immediately resorts to underhanded tactics. A chilling light flashed in Alpha's eyes. He should have anticipated that Jiang Chen would not let it go so easily. You all are only fit to send a message. Tell that fool to face me himself. With a wave of his hand, he hurled this group of assassins out of the valley. Just then, Alpha sensed an even greater killing intent approaching from the northern mountain peak. Take this. He formed a hand seal and unleashed a powerful rock-breaking technique, causing a massive rumble as the entire mountain peak collapsed. From the debris of the mountain, thousands of elite assassins crawled out. What do you want with me? Alpha coldly surveyed this new batch of enemies, showing no fear. Chosen One, you wouldn't expect that we are here with a coalition of several national armies to hunt you down. This time, you are destined to fail. The leader of the assassins revealed this shocking news with a sinister laugh. It turned out that Jiang Chen had secretly allied with several countries' armies to launch a surprise attack against Alpha. Just a few insignificant ants dare to oppose me. Alpha's gaze darkened, and suddenly, his entire body radiated golden light, erupting like a golden flame in all directions. Before the thousands of assassins could approach, they were blown away by the overwhelming wave of energy, crashing helplessly against the mountainside, unable to rise again. Go tell your master that I will personally teach him a lesson." Alpha's expression was solemn, and his gaze was piercing. He was determined to take the initiative and completely dismantle Jiang Chen's scheme. Just as Alpha was preparing to set off, a sudden uproar erupted from the mountains in the distance. Countless troops from all directions surged in, encircling him with a fierce momentum. Leading them was none other than the elite forces dispatched by Jiang Chen in alliance with several nations. "Chosen One, let you witness our united strength." Several generals raised their weapons and surrounded Alpha with predatory intent. Alpha sneered coldly, suddenly pushing off the ground with his toes, and a tremendous roar echoed as the entire mountain shook. "D!" He shouted explosively, and his body erupted with golden light, radiating outwards like a golden explosion. The millions of troops hadn't even reacted before they were struck by the overwhelming shockwave, causing chaos and disarray. "Take this!" Alpha seized the momentum to attack, thrusting out a palm, and a series of thunderous booms followed as countless golden palm prints shot out from the air, unstoppable. The continuous mountain peaks crumbled in response, and millions of troops perished beneath the landslide. "Just a bunch of ants, daring to provoke me?" Alpha retracted the golden light, his expression arrogant, as he easily dispelled Jiang Chen's scheme. At that moment, a series of heavy sounds of killing came from afar. Millions of reinforcements rushed in, their momentum even greater than before. It seems Jiang Chen is determined to achieve his goal this time. Alpha's expression turned serious, and he resolved to fight these enemies to the death. For a full 7 days and nights, Alpha fought fiercely against the allied forces of several nations in this mountainous region. Each time he repelled a wave, an even stronger enemy would follow, as if there were no end. Alpha used all his supernatural powers and skills to fight desperately, turning the entire mountain range red with blood. But in the end, he could not match the combined strength of the allied nations and gradually fell into a desperate situation. On the 7th night, the armies of several nations launched a final assault when Alpha was already at the end of his strength, surrounding him heavily. "Ha ha! Chosen One, let you witness our united strength." The generals laughed ferociously, seizing the moment to launch a joint attack on Alpha. Exhausted and at his limit, Alpha found it difficult to defend himself and could only gather a faint golden light to protect himself, struggling to withstand this final wave of impact. At that critical moment, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared beside Alpha. The old man's expression was calm as he grabbed Alpha's arm and pulled him sharply. With a whoosh, Alpha felt the world spin before him, and he found himself transported away from the mountain to a strange space. Here, the light was dim, and the surroundings were shrouded in white mist, obscuring the specific scene. "What is this place? Who are you?" Alpha looked at the old man in confusion. "I am a time-space administrator, responsible for maintaining order in the alternate world. You cannot die there. You bear a greater destiny." The old man spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. "Time-space administrator?" Alpha suddenly understood, realizing why the old man had the ability to save him from danger. "Exactly. You must undergo more profound training to confront Jiang Chen and the dark forces, bringing light. I will guide you through these secret methods," said the old man. Alpha nodded, recognizing that he needed to integrate more deeply with the divine light in order to face future challenges. Thus, under the guidance of the time-space administrator, Alpha began months of closed-door training in this mysterious space. Every day, he had to meditate and adjust his breath, allowing the divine light to circulate infinitely within him to elevate his state. At the same time, he had to comprehend the profound truths taught by the time-space administrator and grasp the deep mysteries of the alternate world. The arduous and monotonous training lasted for a full 5 months. During meditation, Alpha felt a dazzling amber light radiating from his entire body, his spirit trembling, as if he were a phoenix undergoing a rebirth, glowing anew. "Congratulations on your understanding. You are now ready to accept a higher mission. Go forth and let the light shine brightly upon this land." The time management officer nodded in satisfaction. Alpha opened his eyes for meditation, feeling an immense power flow through him, a powerful momentum surging with every movement. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I will definitely act with certainty, bravely capture Jiang Chen, and bring justice back to the world." He solemnly cupped his fists and transformed into a beam of golden light, leaving that space. When Alpha reappeared in the mortal realm, more than a year had passed. At that moment, Jiang Chen was joyfully holding a victory banquet in the palace, believing that Alpha had no chance of survival. "Ha ha! That mere chosen one has turned to ash. My plans are now unobstructed." He exulted and drank deeply from his cup. "Not so fast." Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the air. Before Jiang Chen could react, he felt an invisible wave strike his chest, and he was violently embedded into the wall. As he dazedly got back on his feet, he saw Alpha slowly descending from the sky, surrounded by brilliant golden light, exuding an overwhelming presence. How is this possible?" Jiang Chen was filled with horror, as the sight before him exceeded his comprehension. "Jiang Chen, let me show you the true divine punishment descending upon the world." Alpha's eyes shone brightly, his power immense and boundless. Before Jiang Chen could recover from his shock, he felt an invisible force suddenly strip away the royal essence from within him. "No, it's impossible. How can you take away my power?" He stared in disbelief. "Return to the central continent. From this day forth, you shall not step into another realm." Alpha pointed, and Jiang Chen and his subordinates instantly transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly transported back to the central continent. "Ha ha! Lord Alpha is wise and mighty, finally driving evil out of our land." The ambassadors from various nations came to celebrate, as the other realm was once again illuminated. Under the endorsement of all nations, Alpha was formally crowned, establishing the Bright Dynasty and bringing the power of the Sun God back to this continent. "Brothers, let us together protect our great land and never let darkness invade this territory again." At the coronation ceremony, he made a solemn declaration to the assembled ministers. Meanwhile, back in the central continent, Jiang Chen and his group returned in disarray, their momentum completely lost. That detestable Alpha! How could he escape my pursuit and become even stronger? Jiang Chen was furious, shouting in exasperation before the court. "There's no need for your majesty to worry. You have already conquered most of the other world. Your achievements are glorious." The ministers flattered and comforted him. Gradually, Jiang Chen calmed down, realizing that he could only slowly gather strength and wait for the right moment. At the same time, under the governance of the Bright Dynasty, the other realm gradually restored peace, and nations repaired their relationships, supporting one another. However, at that moment, the Dark Empire from the north suddenly launched a massive attack, stirring up turmoil in the other world once again. Upon hearing the news, Alpha had no choice but to lead the allied forces of various nations northward to confront the threat. "Brothers, let us unite to defend our homeland." He delivered a stirring speech to the troops, fully rallying everyone's determination to protect their country. In the central continent, Emperor Jiang Chen sat on the dragon throne, deep in thought, his expression dim. Originally ambitious to conquer the other world, he had not only been defeated by Alpha, but had also lost the royal essence, a peerless power. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen could not help but punch the armrest of the dragon throne fiercely, causing the fine sandalwood to shatter into pieces. "Damn Alpha! I will definitely come back and make you pay a heavy price." He shouted hoarsely, his loud voice echoing in the grand hall. "Your Majesty, you speak too heavily. It is still time to stabilize the situation within the country." The ministers cautiously advised, urging Jiang Chen not to rush into making a move. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his rationality returning. He understood that he indeed did not yet have the strength to confront Alpha again. I understand. You all make valid points. I have decided to seal the country for 10 years, focusing on developing internal politics and agriculture to restore national strength. He pondered for a moment and made the decision to temporarily withdraw. For the next 10 years, Jiang Chen devoted himself to managing the empire's internal affairs, opening the light of wisdom, and promoting significant advancements in agriculture, handicrafts, and technology, gradually improving the national power of Zhongzhou. At the same time, countries in the other world, under Alpha's leadership, resisted the invasion of dark forces, maintaining the stability of the continent. After 10 years, Zhongzhou became strong again, the national treasury was full, and military power was restored. One clear morning, Jiang Chen arrived at the Imperial Garden, gazing into the distance in a daze. "Your Excellency, what are you thinking about?" the left-hand guard asked cautiously. "I'm thinking it's time to reclaim my ambitions and step into the other world." Jiang Chen's eyes shone with fervent light. He could no longer suppress his desire to conquer again. "Your Majesty is wise. You will surely recreate the great achievements in the other world." The guard hurried to flatter him. "Come, summon General Li Qing of our dynasty." Jiang Chen immediately summoned Li Qing to discuss the plans for the expedition. Soon, Li Qing strode into the presence of the emperor and respectfully knelt. "I obey the command. I appoint you as general, leading 100,000 troops to expand into the other world and trample all the countries there under the iron hooves of Zhongzhou." Jiang Chen announced his ambitious conquest plan in a booming voice. "I will obey the emperor's decree." Li Qing also had great ambitions, vowing to deal a heavy blow to the other world and avenge past humiliations. 8 months later, 700,000 troops from Zhongzhou, under Li Qing's leadership, set out from the mobilization site, aiming for a new strategic point. Personnel and supplies were continuously transported from various places to the East Seaport, setting off in a grand manner towards the foreign realm. Meanwhile, the countries of the other world had long been on guard, each strengthening their borders and preparing for battle. Alpha personally stationed himself in the capital, ready to respond to Zhongzhou's invasion at any moment. However, what no one expected was that this time, Zhongzhou's expeditionary army did not directly target Alpha's bright empire, but instead suddenly changed course to attack a remote small country. That place was small with a sparse population, completely unprepared, and soon fell under the offensive of the Zhongzhou army. "Ha! By first taking the border small country, our military strength will greatly increase." Li Qing beamed with joy. He deliberately chose an easy target to seize first. Only by strengthening their strength could they gradually advance towards the conquest of the entire other world. After hearing the news of Zhongzhou occupying a remote small country, Alpha's expression turned serious. "Since Jiang Chen has chosen to launch an invasion again, we can only stop the war with war." He immediately ordered various countries to strengthen their defenses and prepare to counterattack the Zhongzhou army. At the same time, the Zhongzhou army, under Li Qing's leadership, began a fierce assault on the second target country. The two sides quickly erupted into a brutal bloodbath at the border, plunging the entire other world back into chaos. Alpha led the experts of various countries to rush to the border, attempting to stop the advance of the Zhongzhou army. Send troops to the small country for a test, but unexpectedly, they were still defeated by Alpha. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "It seems I must come up with a clever plan to turn the situation around and let Zhongzhou dominate the alien realm once again. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. We will certainly do our utmost to devise strategies for you," the ministers all said with serious expressions. After a long pause, Jiang Chen spoke. "I remember that there are still several powerful countries in the alien realm that remain independent. They must also be wary of our Zhongzhou. Why not win over one of those countries to cooperate with us against Alpha and weaken its strength? Only then can we gradually turn the situation around and reclaim our supremacy in the alien realm. Your Majesty is wise and powerful." The ministers bowed and praised upon hearing this. A light bulb went off in his head, and Jiang Chen immediately summoned the commander of the Imperial Expeditionary Sword Division, Zorn. A middle-aged man dressed in black battle robes, with a fierce expression, strode into the hall, exuding an aura of majesty. I command you as an envoy to go to the alien realm and win over allies to unite against Alpha. We will surely enjoy the benefits of conquest together, Jiang Chen declared solemnly. I accept the order. I vow to accomplish this great task. Zorn respectfully accepted the command, having his own plans in mind. A month later, under the persuasion of Zhongzhou's envoy, the evil wolf empire in the western part of the alien realm agreed to form an alliance with Zhongzhou to jointly resist Alpha. That morning, the envoy from the evil wolf empire arrived in Zhongzhou's imperial capital and officially signed the alliance agreement with Jiang Chen. Rest assured, my evil wolf empire will do our utmost to assist you in conquering the entire alien realm, the envoy promised respectfully. Very well. I look forward to our cooperation with the evil wolf empire, Jiang Chen said with a beaming smile. After the alliance was established, Zhongzhou and the evil wolf empire immediately began joint military exercises to enhance their collaborative combat capabilities. 2 months later, an army united in purpose, led by Jiang Chen and the king of the evil wolf empire, Black Wolf, set out directly for the heartland of the Light Empire under Alpha's rule. Let us annihilate Alpha in one fell swoop and restore the prestige of Zhongzhou in the alien realm. Jiang Chen shouted on the front lines. The morale of the joint forces was high, and they quickly reached the border of the Light Empire, where they engaged in a fierce battle with the defenses led by Alpha. In the name of light, drive out the invaders. Alpha shouted bravely on the front lines. Ha! How can mere light withstand our dark beasts? Black Wolf summoned a large number of monsters to join the battle. The two armies engaged in a life-and-death struggle at the border, fighting from dawn until dusk with no resolution in sight. It seems we must seek another method to break the deadlock, Jiang Chen pondered as he paced in the military tent, realizing that a direct confrontation would not lead to victory. My lord, I have heard that within the mountains of the Light Empire there lives a tribe of immortal elves who possess ancient secret arts. If we can win them over, it will surely strengthen our forces, Zorn suggested earnestly. A good plan. I command you to lead the vanguard to the mountains immediately, capture the elf chief, and force them to reveal their secret arts to assist our army. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. 3 days later, Zorn led his troops to the border of the Light Empire, and soon clashed violently with the mountain residents. Outsiders, how dare you invade the ancestral home of our forebears? An elderly elf chief in a white robe rebuked Zorn. If you do not reveal your secrets of immortality, I will annihilate your entire clan today. A cold light flashed in Zorn's eyes. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed a mighty bolt of lightning, sending several arcs of electricity crashing toward the elf chief. However, just as the lightning was about to strike, a figure suddenly appeared, effortlessly deflecting all the attacks with a wave of his sword. It was Alpha. Zorn, I have long seen through your little scheme. You cannot defeat us head-on, so you try to ambush my people, he asked coldly. You arrogant fool! How dare you obstruct my grand ambitions? Zorn was furious, and the two immediately engaged in battle in the clearing of the mountains. Alpha and Zorn engaged in a fierce battle in mid-air, exchanging hundreds of blows, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Experience my true, hidden power. Just as the fierce fight was reaching its climax, Zorn suddenly unleashed a torrent of golden flames from within himself, which erupted violently. Alpha was caught off guard and hit hard by this sudden and powerful fire, plummeting down like a fallen leaf. Just you, Alpha, have finally witnessed the true power of Zorn. Zorn laughed loudly. This attack had finally inflicted serious damage on Alpha. Alpha crashed heavily to the ground, but gritted his teeth and sprang back up. I haven't even used my full strength yet. His aura surged, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, radiating like golden flames in all directions. The overwhelming shockwave instantly sent Zorn flying. "No, it's impossible." Zorn spat blood in midair, unable to believe that Alpha still possessed such formidable strength. "Tell your master, my light power will never be surpassed." Alpha gathered his power back in, his expression arrogant. Zorn, furious, retreated and returned to the main camp in the Central States to report. After Zorn returned heavily injured and reported on Alpha's hidden power, Jiang Chen and Black Wolf were both infuriated. "I didn't expect Alpha to have such powerful hidden abilities. It seems winning against him will be extremely difficult," Jiang Chen said, pacing back and forth in the military tent, his expression grave. Black Wolf pondered for a long time. "My lord, I have heard that an ancient dragon is sealed in the valley at the border. Perhaps we can force it to serve our army, thus changing the course of the battle." "An ancient dragon?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately dispatched Black Wolf to lead a team to explore the valley. Under Black Wolf's leadership, the group endured many hardships and finally arrived at the valley. They saw a strange mist gathering at the bottom of the valley, and a massive dark silhouette was faintly visible. "It's right there." Black Wolf's eyes sparkled, and he immediately began to release the seal. With a roar of a dragon, the thick mist suddenly dissipated. A gigantic dragon, over 100 meters long and entirely black, slowly emerged from the seal, its blood-red eyes instilling fear. "Ancient dragon, you must obey my command," Black Wolf shouted. "You mere human dares to command me?" The dragon responded quietly, its voice deep and powerful. "Shut up. If you do not help us, I will seal you here forever." Black Wolf was equally unyielding. The dragon fell silent for a moment, but eventually agreed to serve them, on the condition that it would be released after the battle. A month later, the Central States and the Evil Wolf Coalition, under Jiang Chen's leadership, attacked the territory of the Bright Empire once again. "Ancient dragon, annihilate them." Black Wolf waved his hand, and the dragon slowly ascended, suddenly spewing black flames that engulfed Alpha's army's defenses. Seeing this, Alpha remained undaunted and raised a golden barrier to contain the ancient dragon. However, the dragon's power was simply too strong and quickly broke through the golden barrier, charging straight at Alpha. "Chosen One, let me show you the might of ancient power." The dragon breathed flames that shot into the sky, seemingly intent on swallowing Alpha whole. At this critical moment, an angry roar suddenly echoed from the sky. A massive dragon, entirely snow white, descended from the sky and collided fiercely with the black dragon. The two ancient dragons fought fiercely in the air, their clashes echoing thunderously, and the entire sky changed color. "White dragon, how dare you stop me?" The black dragon struggled violently, but it was unable to break free from the white dragon's entanglement. "As long as I am here for a day, I vow not to let you harm a single hair of my kin." The white dragon unleashed dazzling light from its mouth, instantly sending the black dragon flying. The black dragon plummeted to the ground, crashing into a massive pit. It raged in fury, but its vitality was already damaged, making it difficult to continue the fight. "Everyone, let us protect the Great Way together." The white dragon turned to Alpha and the others, speaking solemnly. "Thank you for your rescue, the legendary guardian dragon. From today onward, let us jointly protect this land." Alpha replied gratefully. With the white dragon's support, Alpha turned the tide and decisively defeated the allied forces of Zhongzhou and the Evil Wolves. Jiang Chen and the Black Wolf could only lead their remaining troops in a hasty retreat, facing yet another defeat. "It seems we must find another way to deal with Alpha and the White Dragon," Jiang Chen pondered in his tent. At that moment, Zorn suggested, "My lord, I have heard that the Light Empire has a saintess named Su Exent, who is proficient in divination and has a strong ability to guide the situation. If we could persuade her to serve us, the balance would shift subtly." "Good idea. I command you to go at once and ensure that this saintess serves our army." Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. 3 days later, Zorn arrived at a temple within the borders of the Light Empire, where Saintess Su Xin was in seclusion. "Please convey to the saintess that although my Zhongzhou army is currently at a disadvantage, there will surely come a day when we turn the tide. Join us, and you will surely share in the glory of clearing the seas." He relayed his intentions of loyalty to the monk guarding the temple. Before long, Su Xin walked out of the secret chamber. Dressed in a bodhisattva's robe, her long golden hair flowed in the wind, and her beautiful eyes radiated a steadfast light, exuding an otherworldly grace. "Outsider, my prophecies are always fulfilled. If you harbor thoughts of invasion, you will only suffer the consequences. Lay down your slaughter, and you may win peace for the world." She spoke calmly, her voice clear and pleasant. Zorn was momentarily at a loss for words, standing there in a daze. "We are strangers to each other, yet I see through the struggles in your heart. It is not too late to turn back. You can change your fate and create a new world." Su Xin stepped forward and touched Zorn's arm. A warm power flowed from her palm, causing Zorn's heart to tremble. "Your insight is profound, Saintess. I shall renew myself." He knelt down and vowed to hide his identity, no longer engaging in wrongdoing. Su Xin nodded, her eyes revealing a look of satisfaction. From then on, Zorn devoted himself to Buddhism, becoming a disciple of Su Xin and abandoning any thoughts of invasion. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, seeing that Zorn had not returned, surmised that the situation had turned against him. "It seems relying on external forces to deal with Alpha is no longer possible. I must plan for the long term. I must stabilize internal governance and strengthen national power to rise again." He sighed, temporarily abandoning his ambitions for external conquest. Thus, he focused on recuperation and stockpiling strength for the time to return to Zhongzhou. For humans and all things, only a strong inner force can prevent changes in their original intentions due to external circumstances. Faced with repeated setbacks, Jiang Chen could only shift his focus to consolidating domestic rule. "I am determined to implement new policies nationwide, develop technological strength, and establish the nation with advanced weaponry." He announced this historic decision before the court. "Your Majesty is wise and powerful. You will surely elevate the strength of the central state to new heights." The ministers sincerely supported him. Under Jiang Chen's initiative, a wave of research and development for new technological weapons swept across the central state. The most attention-grabbing was the Imperial fighter jet manufacturing plant, where top scientists and manufacturing experts gathered, working day and night on research and experiments. "Everyone, the new type of fighter jet we are developing will directly determine the success or failure of future battles against the foreign realms. We must give it our all and cannot afford the slightest negligence." Jiang Chen often visited the plant to supervise the research progress. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the scientists, the first batch of jet-powered fighter jets in the central state was finally developed. Jiang Chen personally came to the test flight field for inspection. He saw several silver-white aircraft reflecting light, soaring at high speed, and then tracing a perfect arc in the sky before landing steadily on the runway. Good, good. With such advanced weapons, our army gains wings." Jiang Chen was very satisfied, beaming with joy. This batch of advanced fighter jets would lay a solid foundation for the Central States Air Force to reach new heights. At the same time, the Imperial Artillery Research Institute also made significant progress, successfully developing a large-caliber artillery piece that could fire special explosive shells with astonishing power. Jiang Chen personally attended the test firing site, where he saw a target over 10 miles away. The artillery shell accurately hit the target, resulting in a massive fireball that shook the entire mountain. Excellent. With such power, it can easily blow through any fortress. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately ordered the nationwide promotion of this new type of heavy artillery. With the support of powerful technological capabilities, the Central State's defense forces began to rapidly strengthen. At the same time, Jiang Chen's dispatched intelligence personnel continuously transmitted information about the foreign realms. Alpha had been practicing benevolent governance for many years and had not expanded further, allowing various countries to develop steadily. The emergence of the Central State's advanced weapons made Alpha feel threatened, prompting them to send envoys for trade discussions. "We greatly admire your advanced technology in the Central State and wish to exchange resources for mutual benefit," said the envoy of the Radiant Empire respectfully. "As long as there are no further plans for invasion, we are willing to trade," Jiang Chen replied after pondering for a moment. The Central State began to spread its advanced technology through peaceful means in exchange for resources from other countries. The technological strength of the Central State had far surpassed that of the foreign realms, and its military power was unprecedentedly strong. One morning, Jiang Chen stood in the Imperial Flower Garden, gazing into the distance, deep in thought. "Your Excellency, what are you thinking about?" a guard respectfully inquired. "I am thinking that it is time to reorganize our military strength and collect debts from those small nations that once looked down on the Central State." Jiang Chen's eyes were resolute, and his ambitions surged once again. The technological advancements initiated by the Central State had greatly enhanced its national power. However, the grievances of the past still lingered in Jiang Chen's heart. Thus, he set about reorganizing the military, preparing to demand repayment from the small nations that had once opposed the Central State. Upon learning that the Central State was reigniting its military fervor, Alpha felt uneasy. If he is reorganizing his military, he must have ulterior motives. "We must be prepared." He discussed countermeasures with the ministers in the court. To everyone's surprise, the Central State's expeditionary force did not attack the Radiant Empire, but instead suddenly launched an assault on a remote small nation in the west, completely annihilating it. This small nation had once ambushed the Central State's troops halfway. So Jiang Chen intends to take revenge on those small nations that once opposed him one by one. Alpha finally understood. In the alternate world, dark clouds loomed and war raged on. The armies of Zhongzhou, led by Jiang Qing, advanced like a hot knife through butter, with one small nation after another falling into their grasp. Alpha led the coalition of nations in a desperate resistance, yet they struggled to withstand the iron hoof of Zhongzhou's military might. Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to complete the conquest of the entire alternate world and celebrate this historic victory, a more mysterious and powerful villainous force suddenly emerged. They called themselves the Blue Star Cultural Protection Alliance, claiming they would stop Jiang Chen's continued acts of aggression, or else they would launch a fierce attack on Zhongzhou. While Jiang Chen was seated in the resplendent imperial hall, receiving the congratulations of his ministers, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. A few guards rushed into the hall in panic, their expressions anxious as they reported, "Your Majesty, there is an envoy outside claiming to be from the Blue Star Cultural Protection Alliance. They demand an audience with you to negotiate. Otherwise, they will launch an attack on Zhongzhou." The Blue Star Cultural Protection Alliance? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, having never heard of this organization before. "Let him in. Let's see who this is." Soon, a man dressed in digital camouflage and wearing a high-tech helmet strode confidently into the hall. He performed an exaggerated bow. "I have long admired your name, Your Majesty Jiang Chen. I come at the command of the Blue Star Cultural Protection Alliance, hoping that you will immediately cease all acts of aggression in the alternate world. Otherwise, the Alliance will launch a fierce attack on your Zhongzhou." His tone was filled with an unyielding arrogance. "Oomph. Who do you think you are to threaten my Shenzhou empire?" Jiang Chen sneered, scrutinizing the suddenly appearing envoy. "We, the Blue Star Cultural Protection Alliance, are based in a super-advanced cultural world that you cannot imagine, possessing technology far beyond your own. I come today to deliver you a final ultimatum to stop your aggression," the envoy declared arrogantly, his attitude firm. "If that's the case, what evidence do you have to prove your strength?" Jiang Chen pressed for more. Just this. The envoy smirked coldly, pulling out a device resembling a wristwatch from his storage space and putting it on his wrist. He tapped the device's dial, and with a thunderous roar, a massive spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Incredible! What a powerful force of time and space. Jiang Chen and the ministers were left stunned. The envoy activated the device a few more times, and with a deafening boom, countless dazzling beams of light shot out from the spatial vortex, piercing the sky above the hall with astonishing might. Now do you understand our power? Just a word from me, and Zhongzhou will be reduced to ashes under a time-space attack. The envoy sneered, retracting the device. You! Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically as he struggled to contain his inner shock. Think it over. I will come back in a day to ask for your decision. The envoy left with a sinister laugh. Your Majesty, we must respond cautiously now. The Blue Star Cultural Protection Alliance seems to possess unimaginable powerful technology. The ministers all looked grave. Jiang Chen paced back and forth in front of the throne, his mind filled with the terrifying power of time and space displayed by the envoy. He had to weigh the pros and cons carefully. Otherwise, he might put the entire Zhongzhou in peril. Come, summon the head strategist Han Chao to come here. After deep contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to call on his trusted minister to discuss strategies. Soon, Han Chao strode into the hall, respectfully kneeling. Your servant obeys the order. I summoned you to discuss strategies regarding the recently emerged Blue Star Cultural Protection Alliance. Do you have any brilliant plans? Jiang Chen gazed at him. This matter concerns your Majesty's empire and the people. I have my own good plan. Why not first send an envoy to probe their true intentions before deciding on a course of action? Anhu suggested. Anhu honestly suggested. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Excellent. This move aligns perfectly with my intentions. I will immediately send the demigod expert Zhu Qingtian as an envoy to investigate their detailed strength. The next day, Zhu Qingtian arrived at the space station of the Blue Star Civilization Protection Alliance to meet with its leader. Do you understand the consequences of threatening our central continent? He questioned in a deep voice. Consequences? Ha. Do you think that you ants dare to propose conditions to us? The leader sneered. Cold light flashed in Zhu Qingtian's eyes. Just wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly drew 2 daggers from his waist and suddenly appeared in front of the leader. A fierce and unprecedented hand-to-hand combat broke out between the two in the space station. Zhu Qingtian used all his skills, launching countless lethal attacks, but they were all resolved by the leader using various high-tech devices. In the end, with a strike of time-space energy, Zhu Qingtian was blown away. TSK, do you ants dare to act so arrogantly? The leader laughed coldly, kicking the downed Zhu Qingtian aside. The disparity in our strength is too great. Go back and report. I will come again to hear the results in a day. Zhu Qingtian returned to the central continent in a sorry state, reporting the failure to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's face turned ashen, finally realizing what a terrifying enemy they were facing. The next day, the envoy returned to the central continent as promised, arrogantly asking Jiang Chen for his decision. This emperor has decreed to suspend all military actions against other worlds. However, our central continent is not to be treated as fish meat. You must guarantee that no hostile actions will be taken against our country. Jiang Chen declared solemnly, his tone tinged with reluctance. Very good. It seems you understand the trend of the times. As long as you cease further invasion and expansion, we can sign a peace agreement. The envoy laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. Sitting on the dragon throne, Jiang Chen's face couldn't hide his inner anxiety. Is my rule and ambition really going to stop in front of this so-called Blue Star Civilization Protection Alliance? He slammed his fist on the armrest of the chair in anger. Your Majesty, please calm down. We will certainly devise strategies for you. The ministers all appeared worried. I've already ordered the suspension of military actions against other worlds, but my heart is truly unsettled. Jiang Chen sighed heavily. We must find a way to deal with this foreign strong enemy. Otherwise, the central continent may never know peace. Your Majesty is wise. We will do our utmost to devise plans for you. The ministers all expressed their support. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the hall. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a junior officer from the Imperial Guards rushed into the hall in a fluster. Report, Your Majesty. A group claiming to be the Justice Aid Forces has arrived outside, saying they were sent to assist you in fighting against foreign enemies. Justice Aid Forces? Jiang Chen frowned. Is there such an organization? Please let them in. I want to ask for clarification in person. After a short while, a young man dressed in silver armor, handsome in appearance, strode into the hall and bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen. Your Majesty Jiang Chen, I have long admired your reputation. I come on behalf of the Supreme Commander of the Justice Aid Forces, hoping to form an alliance with you to jointly counter the foreign enemy of the Blue Star Civilization Protection Alliance. Oh, what is the origin of your Justice Aid Forces? Jiang Chen looked at him suspiciously. We are located in a completely different universe from the other world, and we have been working hard to strive for peace and justice across various realms. This time, seeing the Blue Star Alliance threatening you in such an unreasonable manner, we have decided to step forward and provide assistance to the best of our abilities, the young man earnestly explained. That's quite unexpected, but do you have any evidence to prove your strength? Jiang Chen inquired. Please observe. The young man took a silver-white bracelet from his waist and put it on. He pressed a few buttons, and the bracelet emitted a dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, a gigantic virtual screen appeared above the hall, displaying footage of the recent movements of the Justice Coalition. Jiang Chen saw countless fleets of battleships sailing in formation through space, towering mech warriors undergoing training, and advanced energy cannons firing lasers into the void. This was clearly far beyond the technological level achievable in their central continent. What powerful military strength! It's hard to imagine that you possess such advanced capabilities. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, we are powerful. As long as we form an alliance with you, we can surely help you defeat the Blue Star Alliance and regain the initiative, the young man earnestly suggested. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Indeed, the Justice Coalition seemed to be the only hope against the Blue Star Alliance. All right, I agree to form an alliance with you, the Justice Coalition, to jointly combat external enemies. Wonderful. This is a great opportunity for both sides, the young man said, his face filled with joy. Soon, a military alliance between the Central Continent and the Justice Coalition was officially established. Both sides began to exchange advanced technology and actively prepare to counter the Blue Star Civilization Protection Alliance. However, just as their alliance deepened, an unexpected incident shattered the temporary peace. On this day, Jiang Chen was in the Imperial Hall receiving the Justice Coalition's envoy team. Thank you for providing the advanced battleship design plans. Our fleet strength has improved rapidly, he said with a smile. We are also very pleased to cooperate with your country's forces. The head of the envoy team, Hadi, was about to respond when suddenly there was a commotion outside the door. A few guards rushed into the hall in a panic. Report, Your Majesty, the envoy from the Blue Star Civilization Protection Alliance has arrived again, accompanied by a large number of armed personnel, and they're demanding to negotiate with you. What? They clearly promised not to interfere again. Jiang Chen erupted in anger. The faces of the Justice Coalition's envoy team also turned grim. Let them in. I want to question them face to face. Jiang Chen ordered in a deep voice. Soon, the envoy from the Blue Star Alliance arrogantly stepped into the hall, followed by dozens of fully armed soldiers. Jiang Chen, I know you've been colluding with foreign forces behind our backs. Do you dare to argue? The envoy sneered. You are slandering us. We are merely engaging in normal diplomatic exchanges. Jiang Chen sharply retorted. Don't make excuses. You have violated our agreement and must pay the price, the envoy shouted loudly. The Justice Coalition's envoy team was also taken aback, extremely shocked. Seize them. At the envoy's command, the soldiers suddenly raised their weapons. The Justice Coalition's envoy reacted quickly. The envoy immediately activated a device at their waist, generating a shield to block the soldiers' fire. Thugs, you are deliberately provoking us. Jiang Chen also furiously shouted. Shut up. You, the one who has made a mistake, still have the face to shout? The envoy of the Blue Star Alliance coldly ordered. Both sides fell into a standoff, on the verge of conflict. Quickly dispatch troops to quell the rebellion. Anyone can kill. Jiang Chen, fuming with rage, directly issued a command to his close attendants to mobilize the Forbidden Army. At that moment, however, the head of the Justice Coalition's envoy team, Hadi, suddenly pressed down on Jiang Chen. Your Majesty, calm down. Do not engage them in direct conflict, or it will lead to self-destruction.